Hi, I'm Daddy. It is now 11 o'clock a.m.
Where'd your shirt go, Mike? No. No.
What up, pimp? Yo, baby. Tell Zijan P I said hello, baby. You got any hot chicks there? Wanna fuck? Yo, dog. Is this your shirt? No. It's a pillowcase. That shit's crazy. Guys with a pillowcase? Dude, come on it. You don't have to come on shit like a dog pissing and stuff. Yo, shit. Dude, can I have a fucking skin bro? This Yoshi. Yoshi. Yoshi, where'd my shirt go? Dog. Hmm? Yes, I just got this country. Found it. Yoshi, I found it, man. I can't. Yoshi, I got a fucking stupid. This is a conflict. Found it, eh? Yoshi. Alright, I'm just really enjoying your day. Wanna be there, Virginia? Yeah, the chances are it's gonna be there. Why? What? You spend so much time to see the computer. There you go. Baby. Into it. Here, it used to like this one. Easy. Where's that mouthful? Are you done? Good, good, good. That's more than sure. I think that you'll get a chance to respect the right stuff. Over here, But then I begin to come on the church out of a clock on the office. Just dreaming. I'm so fun. Oh, it's the fun tip.
Well, stay like this. We are standing by the wishing well. Make believe. That's all you have to do. And if you hear it actually, your wish will soon come true. I'm wishing that you are the one I want to finally Tight. He did slide, and they threw the flag as first delivered to him. Hi, it's Daddy.
Yo,
It is
girl.
now 12 o'clock p.m.
Thanks, babe. Yes, you can have one more time.
You celebrate the risk takers. Why not quit the job and go for it? The idea makers. We can only change the world together. The ones who determine their own fate. We celebrate entrepreneurs. I want you all to think. Who's next? This is Shark Tank. And tonight, Rohan Oza, the branding guru behind some of the world's most successful consumer products, joins the team. I'm looking on Shark Tank, the next billion-dollar exit. You think that you can put the fear of God in Elon Musk? Yes, I think we have the potential to do that. We have the sales to prove it. I wouldn't have let it fire. We've gotten battle tested. Why do I not like it? You're not a millennial. First into the tank is an accessory for the tech generation. Hi, my name is Joe Croft. I'm from San Clemente, California, and I'm here asking for $750,000 in exchange for 5% of my company, Gunner Optics. Sharks, we live in a world dominated by screens. Phones, computers, tablets, PCs. You're probably staring at a screen 6 to 8 hours a day. At the end of a long day, your eyes might feel a little bit like this. Like they're covered in sand. Or perhaps they're dry and irritated as they take a pounding. Or maybe you've got a burning sensation from all that harsh blue light. Or maybe you just have a headache that won't go away. Computer eye strain has become the #1 health-related office complaint in the United States, outstripping carpal tunnel by 40 to 1. Now, all those screens aren't going away anytime soon. So, what's the solution? Enter Gunner Optics. Eyewear for a digital age. Our patented optical technology is the only clinically proven solution for treating all 4 major symptoms of computer eye strain. Gunner can help prevent dry eyes, reduce muscular eye fatigue, fight against glare, really importantly, scientifically proven to reduce the harmful blue light emitted from those screens by 65%. Using your eyewear, you'll find an increase in optical clarity, focus, visual performance. So hopefully those long days at work don't feel quite so long. So sharks, let's make headaches and digital eye fatigue a thing of the past. In a world where screens are never more than a few feet away, the need to protect your eyes has never been so clear. So I've got some samples here to pass out. There you go.
You should know, like, do you laundry and take a poop and then have another on?
So, if you hold that out in the computer viewing distance, you'll see the contrast is enhanced. You'll also feel your eyes relax.
It blocks the blue light, correct?
Absolutely. In fact, we scientifically measured it. We blocked 65% of blue light that's emitted from all those screens.
So yellow light is more calming and better for the eyes.
So there's a lot of science that goes into why yellow light is much better, why blue light, which is very close to the UV part of the spectrum, is high energy, is actually damaging to you, and can disrupt your sleep patterns.
So let's get right to the business. Tell us about your sales. There's going to be a lot of sales with a $16 million valuation.
Last year we sold $6.5 million worth of eyewear.
I like it. What about this year?
This year we're trending towards 7.5. We are approaching 60% gross margins.
What's the average price point?
Average price point right now is around 60 to 80. And are you making money? So how much? The answer is yes. Last year, EBITDA was $500,000.
You're doing a 60% margin, which is great. You only made $500,000 EBITDA. Where's the cost going?
So we are going to build a brand and penetrate into the gaming category.
I was thinking for gamers, this would be
Absolutely.
fast track has been, right? Gaming is where you basically take a
The gaming crowd, we sponsor a number of esports athletes. Esports is the Wild West right now.
Do you have a patent?
That is a great question because we not only have a patent, we've got battle-tested IP. We've gone toe-to-toe with some of the largest people in the industry out there. We've gone into the courtroom and come out victorious.
Tell me your experience in the eyewear business.
I spent a formative part of my career at Oakley, which, as you guys probably know, dominates the performance category of sports.
how much did you earn?
We've over the course of the company raised $9 million.
Oh, there's the rock just got dropped. How much did you earn?
Me personally, at 20%.
Okay.
What happened with the rest?
As you raise, you dilute.
You got to continue to raise money. That means something didn't work.
We really have only raised money in 2 large tranches. So we haven't raised any money for the last several years. The company is profitable, right?
Okay, we'll get to you. That's a good start.
Absolutely.
If you can give the numbers you find out. Just rapidly, what your revenue's been?
Last year, 6.5. The year prior, we were 8 million.
8 million.
Correct. And the year prior was about the same.
What are you going to use the money for?
Marketing. That's a key thing. We need to get the exposure out. We are evangelists about how bad people's eyes are becoming.
So then you must have debt.
We do have that.
How much debt?
1.2.
Joe, this country has since I stopped living at the country. I think that that's great with the sentiment. Very awesome.
Okay. I'm in the computer business. I work with 300 computer geeky guys. I will buy them anything they want. We look at screens 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for some of the biggest companies in the world. No one has ever come to me and said, my gosh, I need a pair of yellow glasses. You've raised $9 million. There's just a lot of uncertainty for me. Sorry, I love you. You deserve a lot of credit. It's under credit because you are an eyewear industry survivor. There's not a lot of those. But in looking for an investment, I'm not looking for a survivor, I'm looking for a thriver, right? It's not obvious to me that you know exactly how you're going to use the money.
What we do need to do is go from a niche marketed product, which is strictly in the gaming space. We need to get out into the mainstream. We need to go QVC. We need to talk to.
No, see, you're making my point, right? You're bouncing, pivoting, looking for something to take you to the next level, but you don't know what that is. Because you don't know what that answer is, how to say about it.
Look, I'm torn because I love the brand. I like you. You got the energy, you got the passion. I think you have a brand name here that can truly be built. What I do well is I add fuel to grow brands. And as much as I love your passion, I feel that the time has been there to take this brand to channels that can court. As much as my heart is sick, jump in with the guy. My gut from a financial standpoint is reticent. For that reason, I'm not sure. You like Joe?
No, there's me.
No, sorry.
I didn't go.
Wow.
Four sharks are out there, and only is Joe's last chance to play for his exclusive eyewear company, Optics.
When you put those glasses on, two things I noticed happen. One, that irritating blue light is gone. Two, it's much clearer and it's almost like the letters get bigger and more defined. Very interesting to me because I have sold a product called Neon sunglasses. I've sold probably $30 million worth of them. My concern here is that you have a lot of debt, you don't have a lot of equity. I see a solution. I see the solution is I do feel TV is what you need. You need the demonstration because once you look through them, you're sold. I'm going to give you a flyer, but it's going to be this. I'm going to give you $375 as an investment, $375 as a loan at 8% for 8%. And I'll try to blow it up for you.
That is amazing. I love the fact that we have an offer on the table.
The only offer.
It is the only offer on the table.
I feel confident that I can sell this.
I know you can. Out of respect to our current investment base, because just like you would want me to care for your money, I need to care for the money of our current investors. Taking that much of the company would be tough for those current investors.
What if I gave you the $750K loan at 8% and I take 5%? Listen, I see me as a great lifeline for you because you need awareness. You really need awareness.
You know your margins. You know our margins absolutely. So you know how much more you have to sell to pay back the $750,000.
That $750K coming in is beautiful. You love it. Equity slice seems a little bit rich. I'd love to handle 2.5% for the equity slice.
Wow.
2.5, you came in here offering 5.
Exactly 5. So 50 straight equity.
You're dealing with one of the biggest brand builders in America here, and we know that. We respect it to the doctor. Like, you want to go from 6 to 60, not from 6 to 7. I wouldn't blame a 5.
The 2.5% is just so small.
Is there somewhere in the middle there?
Are you really gonna do that for just 2.5%?
I'm asking the question because we really want to get a deal done. I'm trying to say yes to the 5%. Yes, I want to do a deal. The only reason I mentioned the equity is with that growth, again, being in space where there's a ton of evidence of losing one deal you have losing. We're having a nice discussion.
No, I can't do the 2.5. Take my deal.
How about 4?
Hear this out.
All right, let's go ahead and do it.
Yes?
Let's go ahead and do it.
Yes! Good.
This should be fun.
It's great product. It's a great product. Congrats.
When it came down to the actual deal on the table, it got very, very real. You're taking money, that's real dollars. This is real investors that are going to be affected by it. That's why I started to sweat. But at the end of the day, we got the deal done. I think my blood pressure's coming down just a little bit.
In season 6, Sarah and Josh Marcos made a deal with Kevin O'Leary for their online honeymoon registry, Honey Fund. Let's see what they're up to now.
Shark Tank has been a world. We're working harder than ever, but we have way more opportunities than we had before.
Thank you very much.
About a year and a half ago, Target called us to talk about honeymoon theming on their wedding registry site, and we're so thrilled to be here to finalize things today.
We want to stay ahead of the curve, and this is the opportunity to create a cutting-edge experience. Our guests will come on to the website, they'll see Honey Fund plus Target, they'll be able to click into one of the experiences like honeymoon travel, and then they'll be able to add it directly to their website.
This is a dream deal for Target and for Honey Fund. Combine the traditional registry business, things like sheets and plates and knives, along with what Honey Fund offers, travel and experiences that millennials want to buy. Put them together, it's huge.
We're really excited about this opportunity.
The biggest obstacle we face to growing our brand is competition. Being part of Target's wedding registry will help Honey Fund reach potentially millions of new customers.
The year leading up to our pitch, we had done $987,000 in revenue. It's been 3 years since Shark Tank. We've now done $5.6 million.
Think about the Honey Fund journey. They're sitting on their sofa dreaming up an online business. They come on Shark Tank, they start growing. Now we're sitting at Target's headquarters integrating with their online registry. It just doesn't get any better.
Now more and more couples will receive the gift of their dream honeymoon, and that's what really makes us the happiest.
This is going to be huge. Next up is a restaurant dedicated to a healthy food trend.
Ciao Sharks! My name is Alessandro and I'm the co-founder of ootd. I'm seeking $300,000 in exchange for 10% of my company. Growing up in Italy, as you might have guessed, I always had access to healthy and fresh food. Moved to the US, I realized that people were becoming more and more aware about what they were eating. And healthy food was not just an option, it was a priority for them. Unfortunately, the alternatives were pretty bland. I kept running into the same few options, with the so-called healthy afternoon meals. So one day, I decided to make myself one of those famous avocado toast, and man, it was delicious. So what really got me is that avocados are the perfect match between healthy and tasty. That's how the ViralRabbi was born. Of course, every item in our menu contains, you guessed it, avocados. We offer a seasonal rotating menu composed of toast, salads and bowls, and smoothies. Our current top seller, also my favorite, is the Mediterranean toast. Warm, savory toast, made with olive tapenade, avocado mash, cherries and dried tomatoes, feta, and pistachio duca. All our dishes are designed to look as good as they taste. So Sharks, we are ripe for success. Are you ready to take a bite?
Yes. I love your accent, Megan.
Andiamo!
So, please, you are without feta, because I was told flip it up. Yes. Yours is with feta.
Yes. Thank you.
I'm going to tell you what's on that as well.
Oh my God, so good.
Yours is also without feta.
Nicely presented. Thank you.
Fancy. Voila. Enjoy. Grazie. Prego. It's a pleasure.
That is really, really good.
Mediterranean toast. So what you're sampling is Mediterranean toast. The other one is the Let It Be toast, which is a vegan option. It's made with hummus, sliced avocado, arugula, and spice seeds. That's perfect. And then we have the mango smoothie, and finally the chocolate mousse, which is also vegan chocolate mousse. So that's
Incredible.
vegan milk. With avocado, of course.
This is how you present your meals at a restaurant.
That's correct. So it's a casual restaurant right now because we are inside the food hall. We're in a very cool space in Sunset Park. Okay?
So how long have you been in business?
We started 5 months ago.
What did you do this last month of business?
We did $75,000.
How much did it cost you to open the store?
We invested about $70,000 in total.
Oh, that's great.
Do you have any photos of the restaurant that we can
Of
see?
course, we have some photos. So this is the outside. The branding for us is very important. We have a neon light. We want the place to be very alive. To make people that work inside happy to be there. It's not another chain, like another place.
I'd like one of those.
How much is the toast?
So all our prices vary from $6 to $14. So the price point is made to be affordable.
What's your background? Are you a food guy or a design guy?
I was born in Tuscany, grew up in Modena, and then I worked in a popular investment bank for about 1 year. Then I moved to consulting, realized it was not for me. And so last year I moved to Seattle because I was managing a new company, and I really felt it was really hard for me to find good food to eat every single day. And so I'm actually not the best chef out there, even though I'm Italian, so I should be. But I started making myself some avocado toast, and it felt a lot. Because you know what? It made me feel very healthy, but at the same time, they're very filling. Because avocado is a fatty fruit.
So, like, what's the plan? Multiples, or French? What's the game?
Yes, absolutely. So we're already opening a second one in Chelsea, in New York.
Here as well.
Correct. And the idea is for us to open 20 locations directly owned in the next 5 years.
How much money do you need to open 20 locations?
So basically for each location, we estimate an average of about $200,000.
But you opened the last one for 7.
Correct, because that's in a food hall. So for an independent restaurant, we need 200,000 because half of that is for the build up.
And but you're looking for 300,000.
That's correct. We want to open one independent restaurant and one in food hall. Food hall are cheaper for us.
So that takes care of the 300,000.
Correct.
Where are you going to get the money to open up the other 20?
So the idea is to grow sales. We're projecting to close this year at $750,000 as we open the second place. Next year, we of course the plan is to do 4.3 million. At that point, the idea with 5 locations. We already opened the second one with our own money, so we already put ourselves $170,000 of our own savings.
Why is it worth $3 million?
Yes.
Today with one location.
So we are already making profit. We received about 50 requests for franchising already. We're not planning to do that yet. Also, we have a deal for the cookbook, which is actually in 6 figures.
You already have that money.
Correct. We're using that to open for us a second location.
Are you planning to open all these in the New York area?
Yes, the idea is to open the first locations all in the New York area. Then the other target cities are LA, San Diego, Miami, and Texas as well. So those are
I know. I have to say, this is delicious, and I think it's a really great addition to have healthy food. My only problem with it is one thing. Everything has to be about avocados, and I like avocados, but I'm not a huge avocado fan. And
this one.
for that reason solely, I am out.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Look at this one.
Evaluation for these, that's the way. I can't understand your accent. I'm out to
I appreciate that.
great idea.
We're waiting for you in New York.
You provide amazing energy, great vibe, very good. I want to jump in. I'm not eager to jump in. I think my problem is rising promoters with entire menu of products. So then I get a little avocado fatigue, which is happens to me in food and beverage all the time, but I'm out. And so then I'm not coming back because the variety is there for things going avocado. Yep. So even though I love you and it's very catchy, for that reason, I'm out.
I happen to think that greatness is I didn't tell you. I'm shocked to hear anyone doesn't avocado. Everyone I know loves avocado. Flavor and everything they happy. Dishes you produce here totally taste different from each other. Like chocolate pudding like Olivia Way, and you know what, you're particularly good at dessert as well, which is at least a 30 pieces right there. So I'm gonna make you an offer. And I'm gonna make it with my partner here. Shadow.
Wow.
$300,000 for 25%.
Well, first of all, thanks so much for the offer. Definitely, that's a great value, the fact that both of you will be in. At the same time, we think we're at a very early stage, and we think we can really work this up a lot. And we feel like we don't want to give up so much equity to this point. So we will need to go down to 50%.
Here's what happens. Roll a large portfolio. So you get up in the morning, everybody's calling. The ones who are excited about it, the ones who are deeply invested. So picture that your wife's going to jump up with the chicken call and 75%. That's all you have to do. So you have to have more than that to be enthusiastic. It would be unfair to you.
We can put 200 each and go 20%. So 200 for 10% each.
We give them even more money, but we give a percentage we want.
Okay.
Awesome.
Leave the food here.
Great job, Alexander.
Thank you.
Congrats.
Yeah, well, I'm absolutely living the American dream with partners like this. And I'm sure that Barbara will bring a lot on the table, given their experience in the real estate world. And Mark as well is going to help us grow the business, scale it very fast, and make it very successful.
Next in your tank is a business that grew out of a mission to help people.
Hi, folks. I'm Dr. Caitlin Powers, and my product is SoulSource. I'm here today to offer you an exclusive deal. 3% of my company for $500,000. We all love fun in the sun. Those long summer days, outdoors, grilling up delicious food. But how many times have you gone to grill and realized that you're completely out of fuel, but then you have to scrape the soot off first? Fuel, it's time consuming, it's expensive, it's heavy, and it leaves cancer-causing particles in your food. What if I told you? You can cook delicious food 100% fuel-free. Introducing SoulSource, a grill powered 100% by the sun. Our classic SoulSource model is fast, powerful, and durable. It heats up to 500 degrees Fahrenheit in seconds and can cook a meal in just 10 minutes. Our SoulSource Sport model features a lightweight, compact design that packs down into a 2-foot carrying case so that you can cook anything, anywhere, under the sun. With SoulSource, you can save money, save time, and save energy, all while cooking delicious food 100% fuel-free and pollution-free. So chefs, who wants to power your next barbecue with solar energy? Yeah.
How much sun do I need? And how long does it take for it to get up to heat?
As long as you can see your shadow, you can cook with SoulSource. And it heats up 5 times faster than a charcoal grill.
So for those of us who are grilling challenged,
Yes.
right, and need a sense of temperature and time,
Yes.
are there any temperature gauges at all or any way to judge the temperature?
You can add a temperature gauge in. We don't currently offer that as part of the system, but it's easy.
How are you knowing and gauging? Like when you have a gas grill, you can see, turn it up, turn it down. So how do you control that?
You can moderate it down by covering pieces of the panel. You can moderate it up by having additional panels on the outside that go up and down.
Write down the numbers. What are you selling?
$249 for the solar system. $499 retail or cost retail.
So $249 and how much?
$499. We have 80% margins when we sell direct.
How did you come up with this idea? I mean, you talked about it.
I have degrees in chemistry and environmental health. I got my doctoral degree from Harvard University. And 10 years ago, I went up into the Himalayas to do a scientific research project. And I ended up developing this company instead. Is that a local family invited me into their home. It turned out that the air they were breathing in their home was 10 times more polluted than the air in nature, simply from cooking their afternoon meal. What I found, every year, more people are dying from smoke exposure inside their homes just from cooking than AIDS and malaria combined. 4.3 million people. Once I learned this, I couldn't go back to my research as well. I left my research and I started working with the nomadic families there to try to find a solution. How many have you sold today? So we've done 1.3 million in sales.
Wow. Okay, so what did you do last year?
Last year we did 100K.
That's it?
So let me tell you guys about the trajectory of our company over time. Yes. We started out up in the Himalayas. We built a barter-based business because most of our customers had no cash income. So we bartered our solar stoves for agricultural goods, and we delivered by horse and yak and motorcycle when we needed to reach our customers.
You're the only product we ever had delivered by yak.
So we were building a profitable, growing business up in the Himalayas. And then we ran right into the middle of a very big problem, which is ethnic conflict. We had military lockdown. Our profit margins dropped to negative $4 per unit. Our team was being threatened. So I made the very challenging, soul-wrenching decision to completely change our business model. And, oh gosh, it was probably the hardest time that I faced in my life was those periods. Why? Because of seeing what our customers were going through and knowing that there was nothing we could do about it. I've almost died twice in the course of this business, both from parasite illnesses, so I was not doing well from a health perspective during that time. Yes, so that has been the transition that we have been in. We've been selling through our own website and on Amazon as well. We will hit around 500,000 by the end of this year. Producing this product.
So this product, when was this product released?
Last month. It's been amazing the response that we've gotten from people. This is a new reflector material. It's 92% energy efficient. We have utility patents on the designs of our product, on our new materials that we've developed. Our next product is a solar battery system. It stores energy in organic molecules over multiple days at a time, a lot like plants do. It's a natural biomimicry system, and that system will allow us to cook at night and also cook in chips.
Of all the things you can do with your technology, why a grill when you can be changing the world much more quickly, harnessing the sun to create energy?
I see working in the consumer markets as a way of iterating the technology to make it an amazing technology.
You realize
and then using it to
your battles now, right? You're fighting your technology battle for efficiency, and then you're fighting the consumer marketing side, right, which is even more expensive.
You know, it seems you're pretty brilliant and you take a lot of risks. The problem for me today is barbecuers, they are into that taste and that smell, right? So for today, I have to be out.
Thank you for that.
You know, one of my favorite sayings is every time you see a small business, someone made a courageous decision. Your entire journey is all about courage. But you have an incredible technology, yet you are interested in it. It makes me not trust the presentation. It doesn't add up for me. I'm sorry about it.
Yeah, you have a number of different aspects to our business.
Wait, but hold it right there, if I may. You just proved this point. What's odd to me is you have an answer to everything immediately, and it's all even. I'm with a robot here, a really smart robot, but it doesn't use stress. But I can say to you, I actually find it unbelievable what you're asking for this business. I'm just not believing it.
I really appreciate your perspective on that.
What I feel here is like the tail wagging the dog. You rolled in here with a diamond in the rough, and you're showing us a grill. How do you come in with, all right, guys, here's my technology, demonstrating a grill. But my story's not this grill. My story is the solar-powered battery that will make magic happen and transition cities and economies. I would have been all in. The problem is now I have two big questions for part B because we spent so much time on the part A. So fortunately for that reason, I'm on. Okay, so Do you think you'd be able to apply this reflector system to a car?
Yes, so what we're looking at right now is micronizing these reflectors into essentially solar skins. So they'll be flexible.
So, okay, again, do you think that you could put the fear of God in Elon Musk and put them out of business?
Yes, I think we have the potential to do that.
Okay, I'm in. I'll offer you $500,000, but I want 5%.
How about 4% of the board fee?
Done.
All right, Mark. When do you come to work with us?
She's a scientist, she's not a business.
Look, 99.99999% of the people walking are not billion-dollar opportunities. This one is, if it's right. You know what? The worst case, I'm going to have the best tasting steaks in all of America. Without losing a $1 million steak.
Next up are brothers who have a better version of a trendy beverage.
What's up, Sharks? My name is Jordan DeSico. I'm the founder and youngest brother of Cinevo. To my right is my middle brother, my co-founder, Jake DeSico. To my left is our oldest brother and our CEO, Jimmy DeSico. We grew up in Kingston, New York, and we created the world's first super coffee. Today, we're asking for a $500,000 investment for a 4.5% stake in our business. As college athletes, we were always tired. Our coaches were unhappy because we were falling asleep in class after running workouts. And our school stores offered only usual unhealthy bottled coffees and energy drinks. But the three of us refused to put that garbage into our bodies. We thought that there has to be a healthy energy alternative. So in our youngest brother's dorm room, we brewed something better. Organic Colombian coffee beans, blended with 10 grams of lactose-free protein and healthy fats from coconut oil for lasting fuel. Like that, super coffee is born. Jordan dropped out of school. Jimmy left his job. My poor mother shed a few tears, and we were determined to share our super coffee with the world. Over the last 18 months, we've come a long way from our little brother's dorm room. We've created a product that people want because it works, and we have the sales to prove it. Sharks, as athletes, we are looking for a coach to help us refine our business fundamentals and share our super coffee with the world. All right, guys, try some super coffee. Yeah. Do it. Well, I feel super options all day long. Okay. Got a few options for you guys. You can see the flavor banners there for each one.
I love when you give us so little things to try.
So we have vanilla bean, which is our top selling flavor. Then we have our maple hazelnut, which is my personal favorite. And we have our dark coconut, and then an unsweetened sugar-free blackberry.
Oh, I just had that one.
That'll wake you up, Rohan. That'll get you going. The taste profile is great. Awesome. I'm still getting some back end. What do you have? Stevia? So yeah, you get a little bit of organic maple syrup and then a little bit of organic stevia. Why do I not like it? Because you're not a millennial. I'm out. So Jordan, you said you have the sales to prove it. Wow. We've done $600,000 to date. This is just our second year of business. We're going to do $2.1 million in sales this year.
I'd like to know how you did again. 600,000.
That's right. We actually is partnered with the world's largest food service provider. So we're putting it in corporate cafeterias at offices and on college campuses. We're in Whole Foods, we're in Target, we're in Wegmans, and we're in Walmart. And then people love the stuff. So let me step back to food service. So we're the world's largest food service provider. We're the Compass Group. We go to $20 billion annually, and we signed a national partnership. Year to date, what's your revenue been so far? $400,000 in 150 accounts. So in the next 6 months, you guys expect to do $1.7 million. Is that correct? Yes. So guys, my background is revenue. So I was invited to small motor by very early stage companies went on to become $1 million exits. So
I'm looking on Shark Tank for the next $1 billion exit. That starts with a few things. Give me your margins. How much you make it for, what are you selling it for, and where are you making it?
Absolutely. So we have a 43% gross margin, which is pretty good for the beverage category.
So your total cost of goods is
$1.05 a bottle. That's ingredients, that's label, that's blending, that's boxing, pallets, all that stuff.
and then the cost.
We sell it to distributors for $1.85.
Our price on the shelf is $3.20.
So $3.29 compared to your competitor, how much are they?
So Starbucks product is going to be right around $2.99. And then where we talk about this really enhanced calorie, this is really what makes us different. If you're seeing products that are using the protein and coconut oil and butter, those products on the shelf at Whole Foods that are so pressed are going to be $4.99 to $7.99. We found a niche, right? It's like, okay, we're going to be cheaper, we're going to be healthier, we're going to be sweet, but relatively low calorie, right? To play towards millennials. I get that, but let's talk about the cash. How much have you guys raised?
We raised $1.3 million, most recently at a $7.5 million valuation.
Okay, so I'm an investor in Bulletproof Coffee. It's one of the most iconic coffees out there. I'm keen to try and, I don't have to just do Bulletproof. What are you guys doing that's breaking through? That's a real category changer, because I see some of these things out there already. Exactly. So a little bit different target, I would say, audience. For us, if you're looking at the RTD coffee space right now, 95% of it is Starbucks. That's it. There's not a lot of competition out there, but it is the fastest growing category in beverage space. If you ask a lot of our consumers, they're seeing something that's affordable, that they like the taste, only 7 grams of sugar from organic maple syrup. So guys, you've done 400,000 units. I know you've got a lot of new accounts coming on. But as my venerable shops here have taught me over time, that's yet to come. We'd like to know what's in the bag today. So 400 so far. And if my rudimentary math is right, you're looking to give away 5% for $500,000. Is that right? That's right. So you're putting a $10 million valuation on a company that's done $400,000 a seat. That's right. Well, yeah, but by the way, and I've been part of some ridiculous valuations, and this is 40 even by my standard.
No, I understand, but we're not a mature company. We're not buying. I got acquired for 6x. Their revenue at $275 million. We're just getting started, and that's why we're here. We have the inventory, we have the accounts. We need your money to hire sales reps and get this product out there.
Well, that value, guys, talk to me.
If we do $2 million, if we do $2.1 million revenue this year, you guys are getting a deal. And we are growing.
If I was 4 inches taller, I'd clean up, but that's not an if.
It's not an if. The distribution is there. If we don't add another account, we're going to do 800,000 in sales this year. We just added Target, we added Wegmans, we added Wawa.
I've invested in 2 different beverage companies on Shark Tank, and I've never seen my money go out the door faster and never come back.
It's an expensive game.
But they're different. First of all, each of those 2 businesses was headed by one dynamic entrepreneur. Here I get 3 for the price of 1. Not bad. And to your great credit, you're enormously disciplined and high energy. It's obvious how you feel about the product. So I'm very much inclined to go to the deal. Okay? Except one little problem.
One shark is out. Marco seems interested in the DeSico brothers' protein-enhanced coffee drink, Cindy. But here's the issue.
I'm very much inclined to go to the deal. Okay? Except one little problem. I want to take my pen and keep scraping my tongue because I keep having that aftertaste, and I've been sipping my water trying to get that out of my mouth. It's like every time I sip the water, that creamy, not likable, sorry, taste gets enhanced all over, and I go back to square one. I think when it comes down to a drink, the most important quality is how I respond to the taste. And for that one little reason alone, I have to pass you wonderful guys on.
Look, guys, we've got a great name, it's eye-catching, and will make people interested. We've got a competitive price here, the lowest cost provider in this category. All those things are great. But the more success you have, the more expensive it becomes to turn this into a profitable and a sellable company. I'm just not ready to make a $10, $25, or $50 million investment in this category. So for those reasons, I'm out.
Thank you. before we get to you guys, I just want to say we have the manufacturing, we have the distribution, we have the product, the team in place. Right, but what we don't have is the intimates, and that's why we're here. We're at the tipping point of this thing. We've come so far from this dorm room, and we want to share it with America.
Guys, you ever heard the saying, the dream is free, the hustle is sold separately? Well, you guys have the hustle, and I love that. You have a smart idea. I think it's right on trend. But my concern, it's a high valuation. The moment,
So guys, I want to commend you on recognizing the shift that's happening in food and beverage industry today. A lot of the big products and shelves are high sugar, high carbs, high fructose corn syrup. Really not that good for you. You guys have recognized the shift that's happening, which is high protein, high good fats, low sugar. That's where this product is going. So I'm thumbs up with you on that. I'm also really impressed with your velocity. Guys, beverages are expensive. When beverages do well, everyone sees the billion-dollar exits and they get very excited. They don't see the graveyard of hundreds of beverages that have all raised a ton of money and are no longer around today. Beverages need millions of dollars for it to thrive. And I got involved in Bulletproof, we put in $10 million now. And the reason is the route to market. You've got to go from you guys to a distributor. The distributor has got to go to a retailer. Everyone is carrying and lugging heavy boxes full of liquid, and everyone needs their margins along the way. I think that the amount you're raising is insufficient in the beverage space to go into it. But I think for me, the biggest thing that I bring in when I decide whether to go to a brand or not is the taste. The product has to punch me and go, wow, and you need to work on that.
Appreciate you guys.
you guys.
At the end of the day, I'm doing this for my two little brothers. It's love, it's trust, it's hustle, it's competition, and no coach, no shark, no boss can tell us otherwise because we know what we're set out to do and we're going to go do it.
I really wish I could jump you. I was counting on you, Big Shaq.
I'm ready to jump in. I'll put more. I need something that I throw down. Wow. We celebrate the risk takers. Why not with the giant and go for it? The idea makers. We can really change the world together. The ones who determine their own fate. We celebrate entrepreneurs. I want you all to think, who's next? This is Shark Tank. And tonight, the American dream continues. You can call me the Easter Bunny. That's excruciating. I can ride it to and from the train station. I want to be the next Rabbi. Stop the madness.
There's more madness.
Uh-oh, here's sales. $20 a month. $20 a month.
Big merchants are going to love this.
Crazy.
You are going to get
First of the Tank is a business that happens to be a popular holiday tradition.
He looks like you in that money.
Hi, Sharks. My name is Scott Halbershow. You can call me the Easter Bunny.
And I'm Curtis McGill.
We are from Amarillo, Texas, and our product is the Egg-Mazing Egg Decorator.
We're here seeking $350,000 in egg exchange for 7% egg in our company.
Since we were kiddos,
As baby bunnies.
moms and dads and grandmas and grandpas have been using the same old traditional methods to decorate Easter eggs. It's so smelly and messy and some families don't even want to bother. Sharks, we have an excellent alternative, and it's no-yo. Stay good live with smelly vinegar and messy dyes.
The Egg Mini Big Egg Decorator is the new, fun, no-mess solution to decorate Easter eggs. We brought along our egg springs, and my kiddos are going to show you how it works.
Just place a hard-boiled egg in the opening and turn on your egg laser. Grab a colorful marker and let's let the fun begin. You just place the tip of the marker to the spinning egg and start making your own designs. It's simple, creative, and it really is all the fun without the mess.
That's right.
So Sharks, who wants to join us and help us change the way families decorate their Easter eggs?
It's egg amazing.
Cute kids, I must say.
I agree.
The blue centimeters.
Give me the pink.
What's wrong with pink? Because I want to be blue.
You're better in pink, but
Fabulous. Good job, guys.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
That's right. So tell us how you dreamt this up. It was Easter 2015, decorating in the kitchen, making a mess with all the vinegar and all the dyes. That's when I knew there had to be a better way. And I rounded up a hot glue stick, an electric having a hard time with this talking. A hot glue stick and stuck it to the top of the egg. Stuck the other end of that hot glue stick in the electric screwdriver and was balancing on his feet. And I had Curtis, my bestie here, go round up some markers and I pulled the trigger on it and it started spinning. Touched the marker to it, and that's when I knew I had to put that amount to it. The problem with this is it's very seasonal. I'm going to think about this once a year when I'm thinking about coloring eggs, and then I'm going to forget about it for the rest of the time. How are you making you money selling this only once a year?
Well, we asked ourselves that same question.
So,
Of this last year, we went down the journey, 2 years of development, and we got a container of it made in China. We delivered to his insurance office. We unloaded all 10,000 of them ourselves. We didn't have anything sold on March 1st, and looked at each other and said, "That's a lot of eggs." A whole lot of eggs. We proceeded to sell them. It took us 23 days. We joined Astra, which is a small American Ford Retailer Association. Sent out an email blast. They began to pick it up. People that had ordered 2 cases called back and ordered 4. They ordered 8. They called back and ordered 12. What are your sales? It was $150,000.
How much do you sell it for? And what are your costs?
Back then it was $8.28.
so you basically you made no money.
Oh, they made about 50 grand.
Wait, you didn't say what you sold it for. What does one sell for? It costs you
First
$8.28.
run we sold for $19.99. We are now $24.99.
You saw that it was really successful in 19, sold them all out, but now you're taking a risk by upping the price.
Well, it was actually higher. Not a lot of the retailers sold it for more, but Amazon, the average retail price was $59.
you can
You paid $59.
One went on eBay for $120.
Wait.
It began to go up as the demand went up.
people give you pre-orders for the next Easter, the guys who couldn't get their hands on them?
Right now, we have 1.2
At what price?
$4.71 landing.
What are you wholesaling for?
$12.50 wholesale.
$12.50. Are these a one-way order? In other words, in the toy industry,
They're one-way orders.
I'm starting to like it.
What do you mean by one-way
They
order?
can't return it. They can't return it. So understand that those POs only have those for 48 hours.
Then I get our sister product. But you're supposed to run another product. Our sister product is the tremendous ornament decorator. We love puns. The tremendous ornament decorator is a sister product to the egg. That we have no proof of concept in terms of sales.
Yeah, $680,000.
Is that a one-way sale?
One-way purchase. Absolutely.
Curtis, can I see a Christmas ornament?
Is this going to be your first season with your Christmas?
This is our first season. That just got here from our manufacturer.
Well, you don't really know what the actual sell-through is going to be on it. So
This one we do not have actual sell-through yet.
What do you charge for this?
$30 comes with egg markers and 3 markers.
I get the Easter thing. It's very intuitive to understand what you're doing. You're decorating an egg, which is a long-term tradition. There is no tradition to decorate your own Christmas ornaments. I think there's a lot of risk in the ornaments, and the prices are high.
People spend a lot more money on Christmas than they do on other traditions.
The issue with your deal is the size. Cash was $1,000. But very, very creative. show because you're probably making an offer. I'll give you $50,000 for the equity component. I want 33%. The third guy, the over the years, okay? And then the $300,000 is a loan, okay? I'm willing to do that for 13%.
13.
Absolutely.
13.
You know, I'd like to see your offer, Robert.
I appreciate that you extended
Appreciate
an
the only
offer.
offer you've got.
I've got 3 kids, and the only thing that I want for them is to not have to see their parents eat the crust off the peanut butter and jelly sandwiches like I had to when I was a kid. We worked our whole lives to get where we are. So,
Okay, I'll drop the interest rate to 11%.
I wholeheartedly disagree with you about your Christmas idea. I think your Christmas idea really is not going to fly. I think it's very hard looking at that box to get the idea of the spinning wheel, which is so easy to see here. Be careful, okay? Here's what I'm going to do. I'll give you the $350,000 for 15%, but I'm going to give half of it in cash and half of it in credit.
What's the interest rate on that?
Whatever is the cheapest rate I get from my bank, whatever's going on, I'll give it right to you.
That's about 5% on something like this.
If you need more money than that, no problem. As long as you have the orders, I don't mind funding anything. Especially when they can't return them.
Okay, so I'm willing to be flexible, but I want to make some money too.
I'm with you.
Okay, well look, I'll do the 300,000 debt. That's 7%, and I'll give you 50,000 for 20%. Remember, there's only one Mr. Fire somewhere.
Listen, I'm going to make you an offer.
All sharks are still in. Curtis and Scott have 2 offers on the table for their Easter egg decorating kit, Egg Mason. Rory is also interested.
I would give you $100,000, and I'll ask you for 12.5%. The rest is a line of credit. I will be 7% as my interest rate.
And by the way, I came here in my heart, needing and not wanting to go any higher than 10%. I have worked my whole life in carpentry and laying tile. My bunion knees are worn out. This is my California lightning in a bottle. I'm ready to ride this lightning the whole way.
You definitely have lightning in a spinning model, and the Easter egg thing is taken out, but I don't know if I see an entire company around it.
I'm going to change my offer. I'll give you the $350,000 at the lowest interest rate I can get from my bank. And honest to God, don't know what that is, but they love me because I keep a lot of cash there. I'll give you the credit line for 10% of the business.
Guys, I'm changing my offer. $350,000 at 10% equity and a $2 royalty until I get paid back. But I'm going to give $1
Did I hear royalty?
to any charity of your choice, some type of children's organization.
Name me as a charity. I've got kids.
And then that way, something good is going to helping kids, and I'm getting the guarantee because it is seasonal.
Which
Can't give up $2 per unit. That's crazy.
That is really difficult. You only make $750. I actually think my offer's better.
Guys, I think she'll do a better job for this. She's more product for these kinds of things, right? So this is the business for me. I'm out. You can't give up money from each unit. I mean, that's, you won't be in business to follow me.
I love to go fast and furious and get it out everywhere on the market so that if you sell literally hundreds of thousands of these fast, you have plenty of margin. This is really nothing when you think about it.
I don't think you can afford $2. I really don't.
I think it's too much. You can't do that. It's too much. It sounds great. You want to give training. I love that idea. But if you're taking out a business to give up $2 on a $5 cost, you don't want that kid to do.
I truly believe I have the best offer on the table that meets your needs.
You have to really think about what it was.
Yeah, but I have to say, I just really need an answer now because I feel like you're just using me as a backboard, which I'm with.
You've got 3 offers now.
Time to make a decision.
love to make a deal with you.
Yay.
We appreciate it. Congratulations, guys.
Thank you all.
Thank you, guys.
You could step on them in years. I don't know.
It means the world to be my best friend. Just what he's been capable of all his life.
Months ago, Jason Rhodes made a deal with Robert Gordon from Fidgetland, a company that makes fidget toys that can help with ADD and other challenges. Let's see what they're up to now.
All I've ever wanted to do is help people like me that can benefit from using fidgets. In just 3 months, we've sold more than I did in the past 10 years. $580,000.
The moment I saw Jason on Shark Tank, he spoke to my heart. When I was in school, I was able to dumb kid because I couldn't pay attention. I had kids with learning differences. And here's a guy who believed in the solution. He held in his hand, and I believed with him. Now that we have such huge demand, we really have to spend our money wisely. I invited Jason here to talk about the huge growth the business has had, and also to speak at my daughter Katie's school.
The fidget keeps the part of your brain that gets bored busy, so the other part can pay attention and focus.
I felt it was important for Jason to come to the school, share his story, and inspire the kids.
Barbara talks about how top entrepreneurs all have learning differences, and I think that's because we're great problem solvers. I was a horrible student as a kid, and then to be invited to come and speak in school, it's unbelievable. I hope the kids understand that they have the DNA to be an entrepreneur. I can succeed, they can definitely succeed.
Thank you so much, and let's have a round of applause for Jason. When you're a shark, it's great to make money, but more important, the best business is to actually believe it. We're not just making dreams come true, we're making a difference in people's lives.
Living with ADD and learning differences is really challenging, but I've learned to overcome those challenges, and I'm living proof that you can be successful.
Next up are sisters who are hoping to continue their father's legacy.
My name is Catherine Saltzman.
And I'm Lori Fraser.
Our company is Hugo's Amazing Tape. We are seeking $50,000 for 50% equity in our company.
Wow. 5-0?
See, Senor.
And this tape truly is amazing, and it will solve all of your sticky situation.
Oh, this tape has no adhesive, so it sticks to nothing but itself.
And it is super duper strong. Take it, Lori. Take it, Carol. And it will not come apart until you take it apart.
Pretty cool.
Stop the madness.
There's more madness. It leaves no sticky residue.
No.
And it's reusable. If this was any other kind of tape, it would be history, a memory. But it's amazing tape, and it goes right back to the way that it was. Hugo's Amazing Tape is extremely versatile with hundreds of uses, and we're going to show you right now. Oh, traveling potluck. Spilling my car, and it can go in the freezer and the microwave. Oh, I just love the way that it goes around my embroidery threads, keeps it from unraveling. Actually, I would pick up a power tool and little juice. You want it, you unwrap it. You're done, you're wrapping. Done. Done. Oh, listen, you know something? It's wonderful around your clothes. Wires and cables everywhere. Until Hugo's everything. You know something? Oh, Mark, this one's for you. You know how sometimes the kids, they're always losing the basketball top? Well, you take some amazing tape and you just wrap it around, keeps them together. You know how? Yeah. Wrapping paper. This is the best way. People love amazing tape around wrapping paper. As you can see, sharks, the applications are endless, and the markets are wide open, and we are all season items. Yes. You know you're gonna use it. What's it, Sam? I do love to make samples. Most entertaining. Enjoy. Thank you, Lori.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lori.
Thank you.
Wow, it really works.
Oh, so you have to tell us first off who created it and how.
And who's that guy in the photo?
Why is it called Hugo?
Hugo is our dad. And
Sisters?
her sisters. Yes.
Sisters?
Yes. Our father created this, and our father passed away this year.
Sorry.
Yeah, and so he invented it about 20 years ago. He was a very creative guy. And he stumbled across this tape. Someone had shipped something to him, but he said, this stuff is amazing. And so he had it rolled.
He didn't invent it.
It's PVC, he made it useful. You know, took that material to somebody and said, I want to make something, but I want it to be
So you bought directly, do you or your dad own the patent for this?
the patent expired with my
I
father.
was going to say,
Yes.
they only last 20 to 20
Yeah.
years.
Yes.
Where are you selling it?
Okay,
And how much does it cost?
we are selling it right now online and just out of my trunk and swap meet whenever we can because we both have other businesses.
That's the package.
That's the package there. Did you print that up?
Yes. And they come in, so they come in half-inch, 1-inch, and 2-inch rolls.
Okay, so here's
Okay.
3 feet, 1 meter.
We buy that for $1.27 and it sells for $12.99.
$12.99.
Yes.
What were the biggest year of sales? Like how much was he selling in his best year?
The numbers are very $68,000 was the most they made in a year. Since we've sold 500,000 since 2011.
Okay, what about the last 12 months?
27,500.
Do you have a secret formula or does somebody make this for you? And can I call those people and buy it myself? Do you have
I'm not sure about all this. That's another reason why
You can call them. I can call those people. Taiwan. Oh, that is definitely ripped off.
Is this your full-time job? Are you guys actors?
We are, I am an actor. I'm also a parent coach, and I'm a voiceover artist, and I'm a hairdresser. So I would be in my hair salon. All my clients buy amazing tape. I answer the phone. I've been doing hair, and I say, "Excuse me, he was amazing tape. Can I help you? But this is now. I'd like a 1 roll of 2-inch tape. Yeah, can I just get your credit card? That's how much. Yes,
I get it. It's very easy chicken, okay? I thought it was the best bad theater we've ever had on show. We've had a lot of bad theater, but this was good bad theater. And that was fun, but this is not really a business. I'm out.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure.
You know, I just wanted to say something. When my father passed, I said, this is my dad's legacy. I mean, he was a creative guy, and he deserves this, you know, for everyone to see that he created amazing tape. But we would love to get it out there. Yes, but it's also an incredible product.
Catherine Roman, love how you remember your dad. I'm not sure what the business is. He lost about the patent, how you're distributing it. I gotta tell you, this is so crazy a story that it's perfect for one of the shows.
Well, I have to,
And not me, I'm out. This is the kind of thing that Barbara loves to get her hands into and make something of
Yeah,
it.
here's what I like about it, okay? Let's not get into it. I'm just telling you what I like about it. I took water and I wet the exterior of my glass, thinking, how does it catch here? When it's wet, it doesn't work. I pulled up my glass and it held. I took it off and there's no residue on the glass whatsoever.
thank you. Yes.
What I think you have here is a business you're really good for. It's a potential business that neither of you really want to wrestle with.
Well, it's not ours yet. Mark and Lori, are you ready for Hugo's amazing tape?
Mark and I have been talking. We have an offer to make you because we think this has a lot of potential, but a lot of potential.
What we'd like to do is buy the entire company. Whoa! Wow. $100,000. So rather than 50K, 50%, we'll give you $100,000 for the whole thing. We'll take care of Hugo.
You're not kidding, right? Is this really happening? Where? Oh, she's kidding. Thank you so much. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you so much.
That's a lot of tape.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you.
Congratulations,
Our Father, you're so incredibly proud.
This one's. I gotta ask, with all the problems we heard, why don't you guys buy the entire company? I loved it.
It's first to market. That's what it's all about. That's what we're really good at.
You just paid $100 grand for basically group us. I'm not kidding.
Next in the tank is a functional twist to personal transportation.
Wow. That is a raw airport.
Hi, my name is Tony Chan. I'm from Los Angeles, California. My company is TRUMAN USA. Today I'm asking $250,000 for 5% of our company. I design and make the world's coolest and lightest electric vehicles. Like this, the world's first super lightweight electric briefcase scooter. You can ride it to and from the train station, from the office to the parking lot, to classes on the huge campus, and even to the boarding gate at the airport, all without carrying a heavy backpack and having so much fun. Yeah. The bag is easily removable, and you can go from leisurely 7 miles per hour up to 50. And with regenerative braking, when you press the handle brake right here, you actually recharge the battery. Yeah. Speaking of the battery, it is also easily removable, so you can charge it almost anywhere, and you can even charge your phone. The scooter itself is really easy to fold. It's like this. And weighing at just 11 pounds, it is the lightest electric scooter on the planet. My mission is to provide fun, reliable, and affordable air transportation to everyone around the globe. So who's ready to get moving? Anyone would like to give it a ride?
I want to try it. I want to try it too after Kevin.
Thank you. Awesome. Yeah. It doesn't take that much. It's awesome. Nice one handed. Yeah. It's really easy to control just with this trigger. The more you press the faster, it's like a motorcycle. Oh, yes.
What's your ratio?
Great question. This is the future. Let me introduce to you the future of the automobile industry.
Oh, that's
And here, fully electric, highway-ready sports car for under $10,000 retail. Yeah. Look at it. It's just an OOT. Yeah.
What are you selling? That or that?
Oh, this is our next product. This is our prototype. This is a running prototype. We drive it well. You're a racer. I know you love product. I can't even get it that quick. It's cool.
That was so unexpected.
Yeah. Let's take one product at a time. This scooter. Tell me what you're going to sell this year.
Sure. In the past about 18 months, we've sold about $500,000 worth of scooter.
Where are you selling most of that?
Mostly online.
Is that the only piece of luggage that you could put on that? Can I use my own
Actually,
personal luggage?
we have different styles. We would like to provide our own luggages just for safety reasons. It has to be really rigid.
Did you tell us the price on this?
Sorry, $399.
$399.
Yes.
And what does it cost to land it here?
About $170.
There's not enough margin for distribution.
Right, so that's why we just want to go online. This is great.
Did you file a patent on this?
Yeah, I have a patent, material patent.
So tell me, let's take airports with a lot of walking. Are they going to allow electric vehicles?
I do it all the time. I've never been stopped actually. Actually, from my experience, a lot of my customers experience, they ride slowly, just don't hit anybody or do crazy stunts, you know?
What's your background? Are you an engineer?
I love cars. Cars are my blood. When I was 7, I know exactly. I started waxing cars for my neighbors to make pocket money. I was 7 years old. And then fast forward to college at UCLA, I started to buy classic cars and repair them, and then resold them to make profit for almost 4 years of my tuition or almost all my expenses. And then I raised cars and built race cars on the side for over 15 years. So I built up a lot of relationship resources.
Right now.
This is going to revolutionize the electric car industry, which is booming. A lot of countries like France, the UK, even China, they will require all cars to be sold all electric as early as 2025.
You're not selling the electric car yet.
Right, I'm going to start taking pre-orders this year.
I'm just curious, what does that car cost?
This one, you're going to be at 9,000. This first model, we like to make it really extravagant race car. Follow the Tesla model. They started with the Roadster, the small batch, and then built because it's a cool image that they want to be cool.
This is a brutally competitive market. Right? The three hardest businesses in the world are one, music business, two, anything involving Kevin O'Leary, and three, selling pool. That's what you're selling here, right? You're a grinder that loves what you're doing, and I respect that, but I'd be a fool to try to sell pools for millions of pounds.
You know, I'm concerned about most of these cars. I don't know why you put them together unless I think it confuses the issue. I've never been in an airport and seen anyone except someone in shipment passenger. And if there's 500 people on these, I think there's going to be issues with it, or I would at least like to know. Definitely, you can write it in the airport. I don't think your answer was very clear. I think that's a long way to go.
Yeah, and but can I tell you,
So I'm out.
because this is
So I'm out.
First of all, I don't think I've ever been so surprised at what an entrepreneur brought in front of us because they're completely different arenas. I think your heart is in selling that car. I don't think it has to do with the scooter. The scooter is a means to an end. And I wouldn't even know what to do with that car. For that reason,
I think that the scooter/suitcase market is a full-time job. And just to market that is a heck of a challenge. And 5% doesn't even get me out of bed to get on a scooter. That's just nothing. No, Tony, if you have a car ride with permission, I'm out. Robert? Tony, you're such an impressive guy, and we share the car passion. You started this incredible business. You're doing $500,000 a year in sales. I mean, you're doing it. I want to come along.
yes, I really want you to come along.
I'm just
Let's share the car company. It's really cool, and we start selling.
Yes, it's just a little confusing. I mean, that with the most respect, the business you brought up today really is the scooter business with a passion business.
This is my main business, actually. The scooter was like a creed.
Yeah, that really shows. And that's hard for an investor. Tony, I
Make a decision, Robert.
I can't come along for a ride on the scooter and the car. Well, it's got to be one.
The car is the major, for sure.
I'm sorry. Congrats, Tony. You come a long way. You should be very proud.
you'll keep going far.
Thank you. It would be nice with Robert on board, but we have a master plan in place. We're going to help a lot of people get around and breathe.
Next up is a solution for unwanted loose change.
Hello, Sharks. My name is Jeff Whitten. I'm from the Marinette, New York, and my company is CoinOut. I'm seeking $250,000 in exchange for a 7.5% stake of my company. Sharks, we've all been here. You're paying for your iced latte at the local coffee joint, and your morning is off to a great start until this moment. Getting back loose change. Oh, I hate loose change. It's filthy. It doesn't fit in your wallet or your skinny jeans. Getting coins back from cash is a completely inefficient, annoying, and stupid way to transact. Instead, Turn your loose change into easy money with CoinOut, the most convenient way to digitize your loose change. We're getting rid of those pesky pennies, allowing people to take full control over their money. Let me show you how it works. So you're paying with cash at a participating merchant, and your change is $1.34. After handing over the cash, you simply ask the cashier, "I'd like to coin out." Once she turns the device, you simply enter your phone number into the device at checkout, and you can choose if you want to coin out just the coins, the 34 cents, or the full change, the $1.34, to your coin out wallet. Hit confirm, and boom, transaction's complete. You get a text message confirming the transaction along with instructions to set up your account online later. And the best part is, there's no app to download, no financial information needed, and no sign-up required until you're ready to cash out. Sharks, carrying around coins simply doesn't make sense. So the next time you check out, coin out.
Can I say with my CoinOut account next time I go to get a coffee?
That's one of the options. So we have 4 cash out options right now for customers. You can transfer it to your bank account, you can turn it into an Amazon gift card, you can donate to charity, or last option is redeeming it in store.
Jeff, why are you not going to get crushed like a cockroach? How can you possibly be a giant payment operator?
So I'll tell you why.
Please.
First of all, cash is not new. No one has done this. The reason why no one's done this is because, look, everyone in the industry thinks cash is going away, but it's not.
Nobody thinks cash is going away. Even the Bitcoin freaks don't think cash is going away.
I mark with all due respect.
You are going to get crushed.
Mr. Wonderful, with all due respect, we're not going to get crushed. The technology we built, of course it can be replicated, but it's difficult to build. You need a banking relationship, and you need a regulatory structure in place that's not
I feel like I'm at a funeral.
Why would that retailer have that screen there? What's in it for them?
First of all, cash is very expensive for the retailer. So think about from getting delivery, armored truck delivery, all the coins.
This happens at my local pizzeria to get an armored truck delivered.
It's crazy. It's so expensive. The cost is number one. Number two is this is an effective loyalty program for the retailer. The loyalty
I just want to know if the barista is
Kevin,
let me talk.
So
The barista is looking at fear at you because she knows that that water.
With all due respect, let me finish. So the number two, the loyalty program is key for these guys, okay? We build the connective tissue between the merchant and the cash customer that's previously anonymous.
I think it's great. I hate carrying change.
That's because you're rich.
Walk me through how you make money. What's the
This model, we charge merchants $20 a month, and then we also
$20 a month.
$20 a month. We also earn 3% on each transaction. So let me tell you my experience, all right? And this actually goes back to Shark Tank. I was in law school. I was on the path to become a corporate lawyer, and I watched the Scrub Daddy episode. I have my property textbook next to me, and I'm looking at this guy, and this guy's just teeming with emotion and energy. And I'm like, wow, this guy, he really cares about what he's invested in. And I said, I want to be the next Scrub Daddy. I really did. And this has been a long, drawn-out process. I studied the market. Okay, hold on. I had a full-time offer at Apple, turned it down. Full-time clear path to corporate law, turned it down. I've got a ton invested in this. I'm relentless. We raised $460,000, family, friends, some of my own money.
Okay, so Jeff, here's what I'm hearing. People want to use alternative payment systems to simplify their lives, right? The issue for you is getting people to use your application. That's not cheap. And you're charging $20 a month out of all the applications that barista could possibly run.
But, okay, fair points. However, change is a big problem. No one's solved it.
Okay, let me just tell you how I solved it. Here's my credit card.
Fine. Okay, but however, the numbers tell a different story. 32% of all U.S. transactions are still done in cash.
32%.
That's more than credit, more than debit. It's in the merchant's interest to do more of these transactions. Data is king in this world. If you go to any major coffee chain, only 15% are on their loyalty program. They're not accessing any of these customers that are paying with cash because they don't want to download them. Big merchants are going to love this.
I gotta give this kid a compliment. I don't think I've ever seen anybody go one-on-one with the sharks. What I do, you could basically dismiss Kevin. He got reprimanded by YouTube Mark as though he's equal here. Good for you.
No, you shouldn't have Jeremiah. Come out here. All that doesn't matter if we told you. We told you everything that's wrong with it.
Yeah, you keep
Tell us what's working.
4 months. Okay, we've done 2,500 transactions. The customers that use it love it and are coming back.
Look at this one. Gotcha. Look at that. Sounds like see? That's so fun.
Yeah.
That's the fundamental problem.
Yes, for sure.
The part where you put in the phone number and store it, and then you use that in the cloud to accumulate everything, right?
Yes.
Clever. The best part of everything you've told me is that the idea that for any loyalty program, the barista just says, put in your phone number. If and when you decide to join, you're going to have accumulated all these benefits.
Yeah, we'll try.
That's brilliant. The fact that you were focused on point out is horrific. Right, I know you disagree. You're trying to get both the consumer to be aware of it and the barista to also be aware. The fact that you just focused on one feature of what could be a bigger solution, I have a real problem.
I hate coins. I don't even like to carry money, period. So I'm definitely like your customer. It could take off or it could just fizzle, right? And I don't know how I'm going to get my $250,000 back. Sorry.
Fair enough. Look, if we get to 100,000 locations, which in the franchise model, if it works, the dominoes start falling, you get to, that's a $30 million run rate. The big retail, the time is now. These guys are dying for something like this.
How long would it take you to get 1,000 retailers?
We expect to get them to 700 locations by the end of this year. Next year, we expect to get to 3,000.
I totally believe you're going to make this thing happen. I'm going to give you your $250 for 15%. But it's contingent on you getting those locations by year-end. Because that's the missing key to this whole program.
Appreciate with all due respect, the contingency there is untenable.
Why not? You said you would get it.
I'm not going to do a contingency based on locations.
Wow.
Two sharks around. Jeff has an offer from Barbara for his platform for eliminating loose change point out, but he doesn't like the contingency she placed on the offer, even though it's based on the numbers he had projected.
With all due respect, the contingency there is untenable.
Why not? You said you would get it.
I'm not going to do a contingency based on locations.
Wow.
Well, you said you could get the locations.
And I believe I can, but it's not in my
Even
interest.
enough to make the deal
That
dependent.
doesn't mean that. I'm very confident in this business. If you don't see this is a long mistake, this is a long-term vision. If it's going to be contingent on getting a number within 6 months, then I don't think you fully believe in the vision.
You don't need to
No,
know
I
you said you didn't believe.
Mr. Wonderful, you would never make that sort of a deal.
But if it's the only offer I had, I might consider it. If you don't have the confidence to get there, that's just like Jeff.
I do have the confidence.
When I borrowed money from my business, I guaranteed that I'd pay them back within 6 months. And I would have never taken the original $1,000 unless I felt entirely sure I would find some way to get that money back to that investor.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Jeff, fair enough, but I'm out.
Okay, Jeff, I'm going to make you an offer. You wouldn't take a contingency deal at 15%. How much pain are you willing to take? If you don't have that confidence and you don't want a contingency, I'll do the $250,000 for 25%.
Thank you for your offer. I'd love to see if any other offers with you.
Because it should cost you 10% if you're not willing to be confident enough to scale at the rate
I'm really honest, Mr. Wonderful. I haven't felt the love from you today at all. So I don't know if I should be.
It's not about love, it's about money.
But you need to be my partner in this. So there's been nothing that you've said today to convey that you're at all interested in the business.
Jeff, when I started my business, my bank said every quarter you have to hit a certain level of sales for us to continue to give you money. Of course, if I didn't hit it, they wanted the money back. Of course, maybe the 700 locations is too much of a stretch, but you got to prove it out. So I'll give you the 250,000, 15% back. But I want to see a successful pilot with a large-scale retail.
Appreciate your offer. Thank you very much. Happy think it's fair contingency. How about, would you come down to, I would do 10%. And look, I think
250,000, 15%. Your other offer is 250,000 for 25% for Kevin.
But look, I think we've proven that the technology is pretty cool. This is a huge idea, a huge market. I don't think it will.
You gotta make it decision.
Hold on, can I finish?
I'm not gonna move
I think you're not going to move it all at 15%.
That's you watch something. You know it's not.
I rolled a theory. So yeah,
to see that we won't get into
my maximum in my head was 12.5%. Can you come down to 12.5%?
So hang on a second. We'll only give up 12.5%. But for the other 2.5%, you're not going to make that.
The 12.5% was the highest that I wanted to go.
Jeff, I'm a simple guy.
Okay, so fine.
15%.
You know what? I have one contingency. If we do the deal, Kevin can't use the product. I'll do it at 15%.
Done?
Done.
All right.
Congratulations, Jeff.
Awesome.
Congrats, Jeff.
Pumped. I'm really pumped to have ROTHSCHILD. He's a perfect shark and we're crush it. The Shark Tank's been a part of my story the whole way. It's part of the inspiration here. And with Robert on board, working with Scrub Daddy too.
We celebrate this team's why not quit the job and go for it. The idea makers, the ones who determine their own fate. We celebrate entrepreneurs.
I want y'all to think, who's next?
This is Shark Tank. And tonight, Bethany Frankel, founder of the game-changing mega brand Skinny Girl, joins the tank.
I created a cocktail. Some of the best ideas are the simplest.
Face your face.
I don't know if it's a cocktail. I'm a one-man show. This is the guy which takes you to the top. How many punches calories in the face? What's the drive? No!
All over the place.
I promise it's going to be worth the BSB. What were your sales?
1.3 million.
What's
The sharks are circling.
First in the tank is a business hoping to become a lifestyle brand.
Hello Sharks, how are you? My name is ootd. I am from the beautiful city of Buenos Aires, Argentina, and I am seeking a $200,000 investment in exchange for a 20% stake in my company. Sharks, 2 years ago, I was sitting in my corporate finance job, just wishing I could be at the beach. So you know what I did? I looked at my boss straight into the eyes, I gathered all the courage I had, and I said, I quit with my job. I then put all of my life savings into starting a fantastic line of swimwear. I proudly call Birdies. Birdies are not only extremely fashionable, but they're also very affordable. So now thanks to Birdies, you can chill at the beach and look good and feel fantastic once you get that pina colada. Sharks, the number one feedback I get from all of my customers is that Birdies, you most comfortable swim shorts they have ever worn. Because unlike those other brands, Birdies made from premium quality fabrics, making them stretchy, breathable, but more importantly, super fast dry. So Sharks, what do you say? Jump on the Burmese adventure with me, and let's sail our way to our next destination. Thank you.
Can we see it?
I have some samples for you.
And what's next?
Just for you.
Thank you.
Second one for you.
Thank you.
Oh, nice pink ones.
You want the pink, Robert? I'll trade with you.
Oh no, I like the green too. I chose it specifically all for you. I want you first to feel that quality. Okay? Feeling that quality. Bathing suits like that you have not seen before. The quality is very different. What's different? The difference is most bathing suits are made of 100% polyester. And the reason for that is because it's a cheap material. It dries fast, people are used to it, they think that then just buy them and they come in, which go in touch with steel. Those are always the cheap ones. The more expensive ones. The more expensive ones, for example, the camera, alright? That sells between $200, $300.
What do you sell for?
He sells for $40.99 retail. I'm at the 50% benchmark right below them, so you can get people who have disposable income and can buy them. These types of swim trunks you won't find at this price point anywhere in the market.
How much does it cost to have them made?
Approximately $9.8.
That's great. Yeah.
It should be about $650.
It can be 100% at $650. These types of swim trunks you won't find at this price point anywhere in the market. A bathing suit which has cool, funky patterns like this and also offers that quality you won't find it for $49.99.
And you said it.
Cool or funky.
Right? They're always on swimsuits.
You have been doing this for 25 years.
Yes, sir.
This stuff is I promise you at the same price.
Yes.
But not maybe. Okay. Problem. When I started filming, I put 3 sleeves on the shirt. Shirts have been existing everywhere too. Doesn't mean that this is not a great business. What we're doing, it is still very good quality. So now, let's get into the business stuff.
The reason you want to buy these bathing suits and invest in me is because of this guy.
There you go.
This is the guy which takes you to the top.
How old are you? Do you mind if I ask?
I'm 27 years old.
27 years
Do
old.
I see you have any sales?
Okay. The first official year is 2016. Okay. In 2016, I made $271,000 in sales.
Wow. And those stores are online or combination?
Okay, so I've done trade shows. I started off taking pictures of the I do everything. I'm a one-man show. I started doing the pictures, I do the marketing, I design all of these bathing suits. I do absolutely everything. Okay, I'm a hustler. And when I started taking pictures of friends and friends in Bermuda,
You had 3 5-year-olds or you married?
so when I started taking pictures of people in Bermuda, I started talking to their friends and then their friends, and I started building up my
I don't even know what you're talking about. He's just talking.
I'm sorry. Keep on going, I'm following. Then I said, how do I get more people? So I said Kickstarter. I did a Kickstarter, I asked for 10, I got 30. Okay, that was in 2016. This is 2016.
What were your sales so far this year?
This year, as of September, I'm at 300,000 in sales. And I'm estimating an increase of 20%.
Do you own the company alone?
ootd, 100%.
Okay, and where did you get the money?
Okay, so the money is, I basically put in $100,000 into the business.
Okay, you
It
did
started
your
off.
own money.
Okay, I will get there. So I started.
Is it your own money?
It is. I started off with $25,000 of my own money. Then I started having cash flow issues because I was doing trade shows. I asked my family, they gave me $25,000 more. Then I started having more orders, and this is driving me crazy. And I said,
Why was that driving you crazy?
because they have the money to put in the manufacturing orders, and they want to pay once they get the delivery. So I said I had to find a way, and my grandparents had given me some stocks, and I said, whatever, I'll sell it. I sold those stocks, and I got $50,000 more, and here I am seeking more money.
So how big is your online presence?
Wholesale to retailers is about 80% of my business. The online is only 20%.
We have a product called Selfie. These 3 guys from San Diego, and they ran into cash flow problems, right? So they couldn't build inventory. You couldn't do wholesale like you. So they use Instagram. You take a picture and they're killing it.
Exactly.
$7 million this year.
I have people tagging me,
But that's only 20% of your business.
that is correct. And that is what I want to grow. Because how do you grow that much? You got to push marketing.
How many social
Yeah, how
media
many?
followers?
How many?
Right now, 25,000.
It's not bad.
It's not huge. It's not huge. So here's the story on this. I said, what's the cheapest place I can go to try and get more pictures? So I jumped on a plane. I flew to Southeast Asia. I walked and approached random people at the beach and I said, hello.
Okay, the cheapest, closest place is Southeast Asia.
No, cheap in terms of cheapness and like finding people who are vacationing and are willing to take their pictures, 100%.
It says Barbie.
The cheapest way to get a picture of a guy with a man bun and a soccer ball is brings out the question of whether or not you're able to manage cash.
His point is just, you could have gone to Venice Beach, you could have gone to South Beach, like you could have gone anywhere a little bit closer, a little less expensive.
Photographers cost about $5,000. Okay, you have to then hire a model. Yes, all these millennials. I could have done it in Miami, but I wanted to build a lifestyle. I wanted to build the concept of
But you need to build a you can't make that a lifestyle. You cannot run around taking pictures and, wearing shorts, and that's, no, let me finish. I was you. I had a healthy baked goods company called Bethany Bakes, wheat, egg, and dairy free, and I was taking money and spending it as I went. It was like walking into a mall without a plan. Just be like, oh, I like that, and then coming home, be like, wait, I have nothing to show for this. So here you are, you're a little manic, which I get because I am too. I was you. You're all over the place. If you're getting money here, you have to have a plan for the money. Now I'm going here, I'm going there, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. The computer store. You can't just say words like lifestyle, which everybody says lifestyle brand, and it means nothing. You have to create a brand with a plan. What's the plan right now?
All sharks are still in, but they want to do a solid business plan from Yuki on how this will always make sweet short coffee burgers.
Everybody says lifestyle brand, and it means nothing. You have to create a brand with a plan. What's the plan right now?
The plan right now is to build a team. Okay? I need to build a team to be able to get to the next stage. I can't handle everything right now.
Yuki, I think the future of selling swimwear products like this is all about.
That's where I'm going.
But that's not what you got. So for those reasons.
Remind me honestly of a young Robert. Yeah, he could meet you everywhere, right? And because of the body and the enthusiasm, a lot of energy, but
Yuki, listen, your energy is fabulous. Your passion is fabulous. And I know that'll go far for you. You could probably sell mud. That's what they said about me. The problem for me about this is I think you're in a super crowded space. Sorry, I'm out. But I think you'll go far.
Thank you very much. I know I talk a little bit about all these things that I've done, and I'm trying to learn. If I just been sitting down in my little office saying, oh no, Southeast Asia's too far away, too much money, I wouldn't have that lifestyle. If I would have just said like, oh no, there's 100,000 different brands of sweatshirts. If there's exactly your lifestyle, if there's like 100, there's too much competition. It's scary.
Okay, I love the energy. I love the passion. And I love the fun. But at a certain point, I kind of want to put the fun aside and I want to talk about real business stuff. And for your entire presentation, I was waiting for that. You're all over the map, my friend. I cannot follow the bouncy ball. I was hoping it was going to land in an online strategy where you're setting the millennials, people are tagging you, and they're your biggest
I'm
sales
already
force.
doing that, and I don't have the funds to invest into marketing right now, which is why I'm searching part of the money to do that.
Now you can down the toilet if you don't have your whole business.
Yeah, but you're missing the point. Your constant marketing in that area is the lowest part. You could have built a brand around that. I could see so many connections with my other products that are in the same industry, but you scare me. You're too much fun and you're too scary. I'm sorry. I'm like,
So there's two different links.
everybody has two legs.
They don't. They really don't. They really don't. All I try and show me
Why are you arguing with him when you have one shark head left? You should be asking her what she wants to know in case she might want to invest.
Is there anything else you would like to know?
The thing is that I don't know how you guys were probably all geniuses when you were young and very successful young. I was not successful until I was 37 years old. I was broke, living in a studio apartment, and I had all these ideas. I was always the one hustling with the ideas, and you're not supposed to know everything, and you are supposed to be scattered because you're 27 years old. The one thing I will say is I created a cocktail that was very basic, but it was a problem solver. Some of the best ideas are the simplest, very complicated. This is like other things. It's very manic and ADD, and you are going to hit it out of the park, and you're going to show all of us. But for now, I'm out.
Thank you very much, guys, for your time. But gentlemen, seriously, when you try them on, and you see how comfortable they are,
Oh my God, never stop selling.
that's the production. Thank you very much, guys. I think they made a very good decision. I have given everything I have. I quit my job. I put all of my life savings, and I am committed. And when somebody is committed and driven and has an objective to reach that goal, they won't stop. So try and stop me. The sharks clearly did it.
This season, we welcome inspirational new sharks to the day.
That's the type of work we need from you, your classroom, from your teacher you're talking to. What I tell the next generation is you don't have to become nuts. You can also chase your dreams through education.
I think for people that the world would be a better place if women were elevated on the planet and given the chance to fulfill their dreams.
I want women to know it is the most empowering thing to make your own money and execute your own ideas.
No, it's not your dream because we can stop with nothing, have a great idea, and build it into something special.
I think Shark Tank influences a lot of young people to actually become entrepreneurs and become rich and in the future because of watching Shark Tank. We saw astronomical successes.
We only had about $100,000 in retail sales, and now we've broken $141 million.
Within 5 minutes of airing, I had sold out of all of my inventory. Just 3 months later, we just passed the $50 million in retail sales mark.
Sales were $350,000. This year, we'll do over $100 million in sales.
When we pitched on Shark Tank, we did 87,000 in sales. 2.5 years later, we're now at 7 million in sales.
So much has happened since making the deal with Kevin 4 months ago. We're now in 81 cities and 15 states.
I think the biggest proof that entrepreneurship is still alive and well. It's having 40% Shark Tank, and the business is now valued at $1 billion.
We watched Shark Tank businesses continue to change the world.
I think in times like this, giving people a form of portable power gives them hope, and we're just glad that our lights and our phone chargers are there to help.
This is insane. We're getting to a point where there'll be more plastic. Fish. Let's say, but it's also great that we can help in some small way. I feel I'm a shark, but I'm also a kid. And as a partner, we can impact the world of education and millions of children across this country. That's incredible. And, that's the beauty of Shark Tank.
When you're a shark, it's great to make money, but more important, invest in businesses you actually believe in. We're not just making dreams come true, we're making a difference in people's lives.
Next up are entrepreneurs who believe they have a better version of a hot beauty trend.
Hi, I'm Anita Eisenberg, and I'm Mariella Scott. We're from Los Angeles, California, and we're Dermovia Lace Your Face. We're seeking $350,000 for 10% equity in our company.
Yeah, that's the one.
Masking has been a go-to skincare treatment for ages. Masks help with hydration. They clear your pores. They even make all your other beauty products work better. But we've definitely come a long way since the green, pretty, messy masks our moms used to use. And thank goodness, because I still have nightmares. Sheet masks are the latest development and beauty craze. They've streamlined the process, but still face their own set of challenges. Sheet masks are slippery and slimy. And without a way of securing it, you have to stay completely still for the entire length of the treatment to prevent the mask from slipping off your face and the ingredients from getting into your eyes. That can take up to an hour. Who has time for that? That's where we come in. We are transforming the mask industry with, are you ready for it? Ready. Lace Your Face, an innovative design that allows you to multitask while you mask. Lace Your Face is made of a cotton stretch fabric saturated in serum. It fastens your face with a patented ear hook.
I'll give you all my money.
Halloween. The straps not only secure the mask, but it also offers gentle compression, which activates the body's natural reparative response and allows the product to work better and faster.
I tell you, this is going to be on national TV and we need 20 times a day.
We wanted to show you. We're on a mission to give you the best skin you deserve without sacrificing your precious time. So, sharks, who's ready to multitask with Lace Your Face?
Can we see samples?
Yes, of course.
Are they reusable? Is it disposable?
Each mask has enough serum that you can use it twice. So
it's not treatment. It's a lacy, stretchy fabric. So you're actually taking your serum and infusing it all over the
These are in the pouches saturated in serum. Yeah.
Oh, it's attractive.
Oh, it's sexy.
I use these. You look handsome.
I don't want any of the small bills.
I use these, and I use one on the plane, and I often think of the planes. I do, but I don't care. It's the plane. It's dark.
In Asia, women mask every day.
I do the one that the women had on. It's just a Can-Am. Bethany, would you wear that on the plane? Like with it to an event? I mean, that
new packaging.
Yes, I didn't get a price.
We sell in a 4-pack box for $55 and single mask for $15 retail.
Oh, $55.
Okay, so
Okay, that's four. Wait, is that
four.
with the 4 packages?
Yes. So our margins right now are 80%.
What's your cost? So what's it cost?
$3 for 1 pouch. Our sales are 1.3 million. I'm sorry?
What period of time?
So we started late 2015 and we sold $150,000. Our second year, 2016, we did $450,000, and this year we're tracking $750,000.
Where are you selling?
We're in major department stores, Nordstrom, Barney's. You were sold online, yes.
So you've really got good distribution. For me, the revolutionary difference is it stays on.
Yes.
And I totally see the convenience to that.
Look at this smoke, George.
We have a patent on this mask. We actually
Utility patent
So we have 2 pending utility patents on file, and we have an issued design patent.
With so much of the margin, right? So much of the margin, which is great personal from an investor standpoint, but why so much?
I'm a medical esthetician. We formulated a wide variety of masks and treatments to mimic the treatment that they could get in the clinic at home.
Is that why there's a premium cost?
Right, because this undergoes a medical grade sterilization.
This is beautiful packaging, but it does scream $55. You could get a facial for not much more. And a facial is more effective. That's a lot. $55 is my problem right now.
So the thing with the price point is that right now we are producing a lower volume, and on top of that, the ingredients are all naturally derived actives.
Ladies, this industry has the highest margins of almost any other industry. Massive margins alone invite massive competition that really doesn't want you to be successful. I see a lot of challenge in the future.
So that's why we apply for the patents.
I'll simplify, guys. I love the mask. I'll wear it every day.
So I like this because I'm this person, and every time I post a picture of myself in one of these crazy masks, everyone says, "What mask do you use? What brand is that?" I would have conditions. The price would have to come down. You have to get each one under $10 a piece, so like $39 for 4. That would have to happen. $55 is way too much for this product. And the fun part is 30%. $350,000 for 30%.
I'm going back to the question. So why are these formulas?
You have an offer right here.
Right.
It looks so exciting. What, you want to go take a nap?
No, we're just crossing the
Oh my God, my bad. Sorry.
I wanted to explain more about the price point of the mask.
Take it off just so people can see your beautiful faces.
Maria and Anita, thank you for educating on what women go through, but I don't know anything about this world, so I don't know how I'm out.
I know that you have a technician background, aesthetic background. I'm not sure why these are better than anything else out there. I don't know if people would buy it at $55 for your formulas without you becoming a bigger known brand. So for those reasons.
Wow. Nothing the original. Now you have one offer.
We had to go through all that to get back to here.
Guys, you can counter offer.
How much inventory do you have? Sorry, how much inventory do you have right now?
So currently we have 50,000 units on hand. We have 2 pending orders totaling about 1 million units.
Wow.
And you just now wait.
So we really need the capital to fulfill
Okay, you have an offer. What do you want to do?
We're selling 1 million units.
Oh, look at them
Why
all.
did you not
Come
take
in. The
this
sharks are circling. The bait is in the water.
That's why they call it Shark Tank.
We have a hard order.
And who's it
For
for?
1 million units.
It's for a subscription box.
10 to 1.
Oh, you mean somebody who sends beauty boxes to your ladies?
Would you be able to take, we can't give away that much equity. Would you be able to take $350,000 for 15%?
I'll do it.
Oh, yes, you know.
Thank you so much.
You have a 1 million unit order. Thank you, Bethany. I will send you a free basket. she's just sneaky, and she just came right in and scooped that deal up.
Maybe on YouTube we have Halloween.
That's what I wanted to do.
Lori, just send me a bunch of free product when you're
I've never seen Lori become a mama game like that. Lori was like a buzzer on a duck wagon.
Oh my God, Heidi, you know the oatmeal.
Next in the tank is a healthier version of a simple guilty pleasure.
Hello, Sharks. My name is Alfonso Tejada. I was born in Bolivia, live in Miami, Florida. I'm here today seeking $300,000 in exchange for 10% of my company, Rolling Foods. We are the creators of the greatest game changer in the history of pasta. I think we can all agree that pasta is a worldwide food favorite. But no matter how much people love to eat pasta, they can't stay away from it. They because they know it's bad for you. It hangs out with pretty versatile. Bad things like calories, carbs, sugar, and gluten. I think it's time we say adios to pasta and hello to palmini. See, palmini not only looks like pasta, but it can also taste like pasta. And it doesn't associate with any of these offenders. Actually, palmini punches calories in the face. Takes carbs in your stomach. No! Practices Muay Thai with sugar. And says farewell to gluten. You're such a baseball baby. Palmini contains only 15 calories, 3 grams of carbs, has no sugar, and is gluten-free. But most importantly, tastes so good. Palmini is magical because it's made out of parts of palm, which means it's 100% natural, high in fiber, and you can enjoy it without having to worry about adding any chemicals or ingredients to your diet. Not only is palmini better than pasta, it's also easier to make because it's already cooked. All you need to do is open, rinse, add your choice of sauce, heat, and enjoy a healthy and delicious low-carb, low-calorie meal in a matter of minutes. Regular noodles? Like that? They passed away. But palmini is here to stay. So, ready to try some? Let's try it. Great presentation. Did you bring your vacuum cleaner? Yeah, we're gonna feed you 3 different sets of palmini. That way you can try different sauces and different flavors. What are we eating here? Okay, the first one is a salad, fish salad. Yeah, with shrimp. It's a little bit spicy. A whole plate of this would have 200 calories. Oh, I got one. The second one is Parmesan garlic risotto, and the third one is regular spaghetti, marinara, and meatballs.
It's really good, but I will say I love hearts of palms. See, I thought you were taking hearts of palm and powdering it and then making it into a type of noodle, but this is actually the hearts of palm. It's like cut like a chard.
It's a vegetable. Yeah, exactly. It's really hard to do. So it took us 2 years to be able to develop this, and right now it's patent pending because the machine literally took 2 years. Also, it doesn't taste like pasta. It doesn't taste like pasta. Some people think that it tastes.
I love it.
Yeah, it's
I like it.
pasta. I feel a little disappointed. I love pasta. I love pasta too. But sometimes when I finish eating pasta, I feel bloated. And this you can eat as much as you want. It's 90% water. So.
But you could open a can of hearts of palm and eat as much as you want, or it's spiralized zucchini or cauliflower rice. But I think we all thought you were doing like quinoa pasta or spinach pasta or etc. But the thing is, you have a cool product here. Because what's wrong with that? Because the wave of this.
There's a lot of good reasons to eat this instead of pasta.
What's your background? How do you know food service?
So I went to business school, graduated summa cum laude from the University of Florida. Then I moved to Bolivia to work in my family's business. We sell some agricultural machinery. While I was there, I noticed that I had really good access to quinoa. back then in 2009, nobody knew what keynote was. So I thought it would be a good idea to start importing keynote to the States because I knew it was going to explode. And I'm offering you the keynote business and
How big is the keynote this year?
this year we've sold so far $400,000. We said we did keynote. Yeah.
So how big is the
Our meeting. We got the container 3 months ago. It sold about 2,000 units and I ran out of stock.
So what's the dollar amount?
$50,000 in our mini and these 3 months ago.
Hi, if Daddy
How much is this? This is what you're
So
selling.
that's right now $9.99 on Amazon. It's way too expensive.
This is effectively parts of palm shredded in a different way. There's no other innovation here except for the processing machinery. So what's to stop Del Monte or any big company from just making that machine and processing parts of palm in this way?
Okay, first of all, it took us 2 years to make the machine.
Okay,
And it's patent pending. It's patent pending right now. And we have a machine to be able to cook the hearts of palm.
But that has happened with everything. The big guys come in and then they can cut a chip any shape they want.
I eat and use hearts of palm fairly regularly. They're very difficult to deal with. Whatever your process was, it has to be really good because these are all very beautiful.
How can you prevent the big guys from doing this though? How can you prevent big supermarkets from selling the way they sell?
One of your shirts.
Oh, that's the plan? No.
All sharks are still in, but Bethany is concerned about how Alfonso will deal with competition for his hearts of palm pasta business with Albania.
How can you prevent the big guys from doing this though? How can you prevent big supermarkets just selling the way they sell?
One of your shirts.
Oh, that's the plan? No.
Run with the elephants is quick and they're stick to it, right? And quick enough, you can stay ahead.
You can't own how to chop a carrot. You really can't.
No, but there's different processes.
Listen, I love how passionate you are. This is a huge trend. I think that you should get into this alternative food space. I like cauliflower crust pizza. Someone should be making carrot pasta. I haven't seen a whole line yet, so you should be the manufacturing guy. I don't see blowing the doors off just because everybody can copy you something.
So you have no idea how hard it is to make. Like,
Okay, so maybe that's why you value the company $300,000 for 10%. Means that you're saying the company is worth $3 million, but I don't think that Del Monte and are going to even blink their eye. If it's hot, and it's going to do something very similar or even better. I don't believe it's worth that value.
Alfonso, let me tell you right now, I love pasta. I don't eat as much of it because of those bad guys, calories, trying to watch my weight. But I don't believe in a sliced up vegetable substitute for pasta. I don't see it. I'm out.
I just want to say one thing. I am convinced that this is going to be what splendors to sugar. Diet Coke is to Coke. Like, eventually, because we're just watching the surface level.
Wait a minute. Hello. Alright, I freaking love this. Yes. I think this is awesome. 15 calories, 1.5 grams of fat, and no sugar. This is genius, and I would like to be your partner in taking this everywhere. And Mark loves it so much too.
So much.
Then he said, you know what? Let's do it together. A lot of work in this, as you know. I mean, you gotta fix the packaging.
Can I say one more?
Yes.
Sorry.
There's an awful thing. Well, because you're getting two fantastic sharks, 300,000 for 30%.
Did you see that? There was all that love and that.
Well, but you understand how much work. Right. And I tell you something. People always think that there is like an elevator at the top, right? There's no shortcuts in business. Everybody has to take the stairs. But if you had the two of us, that's an express elevator to the top.
Can you do that 300,000 for 18%?
18.
Okay, let's do 20%. Come on. It's a good product. I told you, Mark, I promise it's going to be worth it.
We're saying the same thing, Alfonso. We obviously think so.
300,000, 25%.
Oh, that's the yes right now.
Oh, yeah. I love it. It's so good. Oh, it's so good. Boy, now you have us over for dinner and cook us pasta. Maybe for everybody.
Super excited. It's a little bit more equity than what I wanted to give. If it's marked in Norway, I would have done 30%. Let's keep it between us. Next up is a product that aims to be a cure for the dreaded hangover.
Hi, Sharks. My name is Brooks Powell. I'm the founder of Thrive Plus, and I'm here asking for $400,000 for 10% of my company. Just 3 months ago, I graduated from Princeton University and started full-time work on Thrive Plus, the business I've been building in between classes since I was a sophomore. Sharks, we use a number of different products in our lives to reduce the risks and negative effects of our everyday activities. Anytime we enter a motor vehicle, we wear seatbelts. Whenever we spend time in the sun, we use sunscreen. You know what, Sharks? The majority of Americans also consume alcohol regularly. Why don't we have a product designed to reduce alcohol's negative effects? Well, that's why I created Thrive Plus. With the help of a Princeton neuroscience professor, a Princeton alumnus specializing in chemical patent law, and a pharmaceutical manufacturer, I invented the first product ever designed to reduce the negative effects of alcohol. It works primarily by reducing short-term alcohol withdrawal and giving your liver the enzymes it needs to process alcohol and other toxic byproducts. To use Thrive Plus, you just take 3 capsules after your last alcoholic beverage or before going to bed. It's that simple. Thrive Plus is a healthier and more responsible way to drink. It'll even make you feel better and sharper the next morning when you wake up. So the only question I have for you, Sharks, is who wants to thrive with us? So it's a hangover cure. It's somewhere between a hangover cure and a multivitamin for people who drink. Now, Mark, I know how much you hate dietary supplements. You do not like them.
Like investing?
No, it just depends on the claims.
So hear me out, because we'll be listening.
You have to be in college to be able to read the back.
Wow.
Right?
How does anything here that's unique?
So what's unique is the dihydromer recipe.
Before you get too deep into it, I want to hear it, but
We don't see
I have a rule. The longer the bag short, the more BS in the tea. It's just, can I just share it? If you take a big product, let them finish.
Okay. So in Asian countries, they would steep it as a tea and it made them feel better after consuming alcohol. Neuroscientists wanted to see if there's actually any sort of scientific evidence for this. And what they found, when they injected this dihydroxytine into rats, they could instantly sober up rats. They could prevent rats from becoming alcoholics.
I want to understand how many rats, how long was the study? Seriously? Wait, how old were the rats? How long was the rats?
Laura, you hang out a lot of rats in the bars.
So I want to know how big is the study? Yes, what's the quality of the
So
study?
this was actually funded by $2.5 million government research. And the journal was the Journal of Neuroscience, which if you get published in there, that's a high degree. This is why big pharma companies didn't go after it, because it's a naturally occurring organic compound that they can't get intellectual property rights.
Can I do it? Can I go make a product using that?
Of course.
So I'm reading this right as it's published. I run to my Princeton neuroscience professor. He gets so excited about it. I said, look, I really want to bring this to the world. And I finally reached an alumnus specializing in chemical patent. So basically what he said is, if you can combine him with other ingredients, then what you can do is create a formula, and then you can get a novel patent, and now you have something that can be better than competition.
How did you prove that your formula was more effective than the molecule itself?
We had a small human study. There's a problem with dihydroxytine. It has a bioavailability of only 4%. So what that means is you could take 1,000 milligrams of dihydroxytine. That's how much is in a dose there. And only 40 milligrams are actually going to get into your bloodstream and do something. Now, there's only a few labs in the world. One of the labs is at Princeton. What they can make is nanoparticles. Nanoparticles can unlock the bioavailability.
You know what? Our whole goal is going to be this one.
listen, it's reality where you go. Tell me if I'm wrong. That using the technology that you license from Princeton is how you're going to use nanoparticles to do a delivery of DHL at a much higher bioavailability level. I know.
It's a very confusing presentation because I'm lost. Listen, I'm not a genius and I don't know about science and I don't even know half of what you guys are talking about. That's the point. I'd like to know who you're marketing the product to, who the target audience is, and if it's good.
It doesn't matter
because I don't even understand by looking at the packaging what it is, who it's marketed to. It's marketed to 20-year-olds. Most chocolate, yes, it's packaging.
He's trying to tell us otherwise.
Ingredients that are the same in any other product.
Right, so here's where the BS meters are. Same nanoparticles sounds wow. This must be amazing.
When I hear nanoparticles, I don't know what that means. I hear it's because I know.
You try this product once, you'd be like, alright, let's take more.
Right, using nanoparticles for delivery is not something that's exclusive to Princeton or anybody. There's 1,000 different companies competing in that area. They might have a certain way to do it that they own the IP for, but there's alternative ways to do it. Yes.
So we're looking all of this.
Listen, if there's not,
So, Brooks, you know what just happened today? You had a Cuban heist. You did an awful job today because you let Mark take over your presentation, and I never had a chance to learn anything. I know.
I could not agree more. And you did shush me like you went like this 3 times, which I feel like I don't. No, I didn't. Everyone's talking. No, Mark, you haven't stopped talking for 5 minutes. But everybody's having a chance here to learn something, and I couldn't agree with it more. Every time I said, come on, like now, homie, don't play it.
Don't interrupt me. That's not an issue.
Mark, you can't not interrupt me because you haven't stopped talking.
Because I'm trying to ask the right
But I want to ask questions
It's the
too.
right question to you.
I'm just asking. Hold on. I'd like to ask the Don and kiss the ring. May I now speak? Thank you. I love it. So I'm in the alcohol business. I don't know who this product is for.
The majority of our customers are between the age of 35, 55. Okay. This is basically your customer base.
Okay. You buried the lead because that would have been very important. We could then go through Mark's master's degree in science after, but you did bury the lead. The unfortunate thing is that when that's on the shelf, people don't even
sell on
understand.
the shelf. We sell online.
Okay, well,
Not for 2 or 3
I
years.
didn't even know that was your model that you only sell online. So that's another piece of beautiful information we could all know.
We're not going to go to retail for 2 to 3 years because you need TV ads for that. You need radio ads for that. You need
No, I want a product that you can understand any which way but Sunday. The marketing of this business is very difficult. I'm out.
I mean, challenges, something you said, TV ads and all that stuff, but it's a massive amount of money that you're going to have to spend. I just think it's a long journey.
The problem for me here is it's just you have a lot of testing to do before I would feel safe in you marketing it and it being able to really take off. So for those reasons, thank you.
It was like a bloodbath in there. I think a shark could have sped up our timeline of our company by a year or 2. That doesn't mean we can't go on and be wildly successful. I think 365 days from now, they're going to look at it and go, man, I could have made $10 million.
Do I get a credit for that science class? It's Shark Tank. You're supposed to pitch how this is. No, do you think it's okay for everybody to watch because we don't get into the details to get ripped off? I think it's just fine. About the business and that's what I know. Okay, they tell me the premise of our show is you have a business. There's a reason we do due diligence after the fact. I have to give him a certain amount of credit. Wrong. So you're so arrogant that you believe in an hour you can decide whether the science behind is real or not. I'm not arrogant enough to think that I'm going to ask the questions. My approach is when I see where my antenna's going and I think there's a potential rip-off, I want to know if it's a rip-off. I don't disagree with you, but I also think whoever's pitching here needs to control the room.
Yeah, you're presenting. Then go yell at him. Then you gotta go yell at him.
Even my God here will yell at him.
It's been 10 years since Shark Tank ignited America's entrepreneurial spirit, and we're still blazing a trail for those who take their fate into their own hands by working.
That's what I love about money. No emotions, no tears, just reality.
It's been a remarkable 10 years.
I'm seeking 100. That's what I love about money. No emotions, no tears, just reality.
It's been a remarkable 10 years.
I'm seeking a $100,000 investment.
Over 1,000 entrepreneurs have walked down these halls seeking their piece of the American dream, with close to $125 million invested in the tank so far.
Don't be smart.
That's what I love about
Oh
money.
yeah, baby.
No emotions, no tears,
Is
just
that
reality.
number 5?
It's been a
Where did you
remarkable.
get that fucking elephant? I think that elephant's okay. Yo, dog.
That's what I love about money. No emotions, no tears, just reality.
It's been a remarkable 10 years.
I'm seeking a $100,000 investment.
Over 1,000 entrepreneurs have walked down these halls seeking their piece of the American dream, with close to $125 million invested in the tank so far.
It's going to change the world.
And astounding successes. It ignited America's entrepreneurial spirit.
That's what I love about money. No emotions, no tears, just reality.
It's been a remarkable 10 years.
I'm seeking a $100,000 investment.
Over 1,000 entrepreneurs have walked down these halls seeking their piece of the American dream, with close to $125 million invested in the tank so far.
It's going to change the world.
And astounding successes. It ignited America's entrepreneurial spirit. And now, the Sharks are back for an epic 10th season.
I've seen more beverages than anybody else in the country.
You may not have to go out and raise money to be part of the family.
And exciting Titans of Business return.
I want to know a little bit more about you.
I think that watching Shark Tank as a kid helped me just standing in front of you all today.
Who's going on this show?
And remember, there's only one Mr. Wonderful. What you got for that?
And brand new Sharks jump into the tank. Former NBA superstar and broadcaster Charles Barkley is a prolific investor and committed to helping entrepreneurs.
They seem to be on the right track, and I want to take a chance.
Matt Higgins is vice chairman of the Miami Dolphins and is co-founder of RSE Ventures. Innovative companies across multiple sectors, including sports, lifestyle, and technology.
We work together until the game over.
And tonight, as we celebrate our 200th episode, an epic milestone. For the first time ever, a former Shark Tank entrepreneur achieves the ultimate goal and returns as a shark. Shark Tank has inspired a nation to chase their dreams.
This has been a lot of my life. I just want to share that with people.
There's a tenacity that I have, and nothing's going to stop me. What you've done is just inspiring.
And the dream continues. Now,
Kevin, they say you're wrong.
I'm never wrong. I'm always right.
I will make you a millionaire.
Look, I'm rich. I'm really, really, really rich. Look, I'm just an investor trying to scratch everything. Okay? Sharks. Well. Look who's back.
5 years ago, J.B. Siminoff ditched the Sharks Doorbot, which became Ring, a smart video doorbell company.
I wanted 10% royalty. And I get 5% of the company's equity.
It's so wonderful. Who kicks the ass, Jimmy?
Let's see what he's up to now.
I was devastated walking out of the tank about the deal. We needed that money to continue to grow. Now we didn't have it. We got one of those royalty offers from Kevin, like there was no way we were able to afford it. But if it wasn't for Shark Tank, Ray would have never had the exposure that brought people like Richard Branson in to invest and build it into what it is today. As a kid, I spent a lot of time in the basement just building things. I built a mousetrap, a blanket to make myself colder because we didn't have air conditioning. Most of them were failures. It's a video doorbell built for your smartphone. I started Doorbot because I was working in my garage and I couldn't hear the doorbell. And I thought, why wouldn't the doorbell put on my phone? And Doorbot and Ring, we failed many times. What kept me going was our mission to reduce crime in neighborhoods. We knew we were doing something better for the world and wanted to continue it. If we want to achieve that mission, it all starts here. It has been a really big year for Ring.
Now Amazon is buying the company for $1 billion.
What's great about Amazon is they're going to let Ring still run as an independent company that lets me focus on what I love, building products and making neighborhoods safer. Shark Tank has been key to me achieving my American dream, and I think it's been such a great show for families to watch. Kids are growing up seeing what entrepreneurs can do, what inventors can do, and how you can build your own destiny. It's amazing to think that 5 years ago, I was a broke inventor running this business in my garage, and today the means and freedom beyond my imagination. Now I'm really excited for the next chapter of my life.
Hi, I was the only one that believed in you. Congratulations, man.
See you later.
Thank you.
Right here, cheers.
Go to work.
Not bad. You deserve your seat. Have fun. Thanks, man.
First into the tank is a solution to one inconvenient aspect of online shopping.
Hi, I'm Brad Ruffus. I'm from Atlanta, Georgia, and I'm the CEO and founder of ViralRabbi. I'm here today asking for $1 million for 5% of my company. E-commerce sales are set to skyrocket past $500 billion this year. That means that Americans are receiving more packages and home deliveries than ever before. But there's a huge problem. How are we going to protect all the deliveries from porch pirates and package thieves? Like billions of other people, I had cameras installed to be able to keep an eye on all the deliveries we received. Literally, the very next day, I watched some guy walk up and steal 2 packages off our front porch. And so that's why I created ViralRabbi. ViralRabbi's a smart padlock. You put it on a storage container outside of your house. When your friendly delivery driver walks up, he's going to use the lock to scan the tracking number on the package. If that package is out for delivery to you, the lock pops open, giving him access. He's going to put the package inside, lock it up, you're going to get a notification on your phone letting you know that your package has been delivered securely. We know it's a win for anybody who buys anything and anybody who ships anything. And that's why we know Box Lock will be a win for you too. I'd love to share some samples with you and answer your questions. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. You're such a gentleman.
Thank you.
So, Brad, it wasn't long ago that someone very much involved in security came in here and asked for a ridiculous valuation. I was the only shark to believe it. Now look what happened. You could have made a lot of money, instead you made some, and now it's working. We're beside me now.
This feels really great and solid. So what have you put in so far? Where is the product at today? Right now in R&D, we probably put in about $500,000.
Oh, wow.
It is in manufacturing right now. It is in the process of shipping.
So you haven't gotten any into the consumer's hands yet. But what have been your sales?
We've actually sold 800 units on pre-sale. What were the units being sold for? The units at that point were being sold between $89 to I think $109.
How much now?
So they're going to retail for $129.
What's your cost to make?
Next quarter should be around $65 per unit.
What are you scanning?
We're scanning the tracking number on the package. We automatically collect tracking numbers from UPS, USPS, FedEx, every one of the carriers.
How long is it going to take to make drivers aware of how to use this script?
So we're working with the different carriers on driver alerts.
Because if this doesn't work immediately, the package back in front of the door will be wrong.
What we found is that these guys care a lot about making sure their deliveries are smooth. So why don't we just jump right into the limit question here? $1 million, 5%, that means you're saying the company is worth $20 million.
Even the rig guy wasn't that impressive.
What's the reason? This is a really complicated problem, right? And it needs to be solved. Just because typically products going on a big valuation for walking in, when we came in at $7 million, we were at $3+ million a year run rate of sales of the product. Yeah. So we're in market, we're actively working with the carriers, right? It is all up in
So I want to make sure I understand. I have to buy the box.
You have to buy a box.
Separately.
Yeah.
What's your box cost?
the box is likely to retail between $100 and $120. But why are you valuing a business at that price right now? Let's go back. Today. This stuff is all. It's all up and running. We know all that. You weren't explaining that. I'm asking you to explain why the market is worth something. You may see it and say why the business is worth something, because we have this unique opportunity to be able to, as I said, solve a problem that no one else has been able to solve. That's the business worth money.
What everybody's really wanting to hear.
That's like, I have this amount of sales, these amount of patents, I have this. I mean, real facts are with you. So let's talk about patents. You know, I'm just such not a patent person. I had no patents protecting me. I haven't executed. I love the market, by the way. I mean, I literally sold my company for $1 million to Amazon, so I know package delivery. I control front doors. I don't like to give the change the user behavior to do this. You know, why ring works is when you change the behavior of the customer. It still doesn't doorbell still work. Just enhance it. This changes where you put the package, how you deliver the package, the timing of the package. And asking for a $20 million valuation, you know, it's so far away from me, but I'm
There's so many problems that you have to solve with so many constituents that it's going to cost you hundreds of millions of dollars and years in order to get it done. There's no path of least resistance that gets you to a profitable company that I can see. And so, for those reasons alone.
when I've asked you to explain the reason why the business itself costs that much today, $20 million, we're not able to explain that to you in any tangible ways. So with that on
You know, Brad, climbing that box that you can. That million's going to be vaporized in 3 months. Just training costs. Well, millions of delivery guys. Good luck on that journey. I'm out.
Am I the only one left?
yes, you're the only one left.
Oh my God. Listen, QVC ships 320 million packages a year alone. This is a big problem. This is a really good solution. I've been working on something like this now for several years. We haven't quite come to a finalization. So I'll give you the $1 million as a loan, but I want a royalty. And I want you to tell me what royalty you'd be willing to give me.
Is your expectation that royalty is capped at certain amounts?
I would do the royalty until I make my money back plus another $500,000.
Plus another $500,000. Let me make sure I get that right. $1 million plus another $500,000 back in royalties, total of $1.5 million. Plus the
8%
interest.
interest and 2.5% of the company in the end. Listen,
You have
the
learned,
deal.
grasshopper, from the master.
I have. I sit next to Kevin for many years.
This is a
But I'll
venture
tell you,
get deal.
you understand why. I can bring you the customers, but there are so many ifs here. This is like walking on a tightrope between 200-story buildings. I mean, this is really risky.
So I greatly appreciate it. I'd love to see if we can figure out how to get that loan up to $1.5 million. And then I would love to see the royalty at $3 per month.
It's Chihuahua caramba, Lord. That's a lot of capital.
Boy, it's like I just really worried. I would have really thinking this. So I'm gonna throw it back to Jamie right now because I'm gonna throw it to Jamie because I think he'd be a great partner. I do.
Jamie, I know there's no one in this space who spent more time than me thinking about this problem, trying to figure out how to solve it.
You don't have the part that everyone's looking for, which is the network of these out there in the field and that trajectory. You don't have that yet. I think that's my problem. You're missing the part that I would actually be wanting to invest in. So for that, I'm still out.
Oh!
Good luck with it.
I hope it really works out.
Thank you. Thank you guys.
I was really hoping that we were going to be able to get to a deal. Jamie came in here with a big ass, and he didn't get it. Look where he stands now. I look forward to having the tables turned and me sitting in his chair someday.
Jamie, this is all on you.
Jamie,
Kill that deal. You killed that deal. Kill that deal.
It's crushed, Kevin. It's customer. All we have is product. You know, how the tables turn. You guys just sat there and threw that guy out like we threw you out. You should be ashamed of yourself.
That's unbelievable.
Boy, people sure do change.
Real fired up.
You are a dream killer.
Next up is a young entrepreneur who was frustrated with a problem he had with his favorite toy.
Hello, Sharks. I'm True Phillips.
Phillips is that.
And this is my sister, Allie. We're from Dalton, Georgia, and our company is London. And we're seeking $80,000 for 15% of our business. Sharks. I have the solution to stop those messy breakups. I'm not talking about your love life. I'm talking about this. You spent all day building a masterpiece. That's why I invented Lego. The world's first non-permanent adhesive that just dissolves in water. Plus, it's non-toxic and safe for kids. After all, Lego is created for kids by a kid. To use Lego, just apply a little bit to each brick, let it sit, and you're good to go. So the next time this happens, you just pick it right up and keep on playing. And the best part, just soak them in water and they come apart like brand new again. So Sharks, who wants to stick with me and help me stop those messy breakups? With Lego.
Good job.
We have some samples and some homemade sharks that the kids have made for you.
Oh, I got right.
We got you the whale shark to match your ego.
Nice. Thank you, Trip. You're very wise. Good job, Trip. So, Trip, I see you have a patent there.
Yes, sir.
What did your patent tell us?
We have a utility patent, and my patent attorney told me that I was one of the youngest patent holders in U.S. history.
Really? How old are you?
12.
Wow, that's pretty amazing.
I got the patent when I was 10.
How did you figure this out, Trip?
In the 3rd grade, as a class assignment, I had the option to write a paper or come up with an invention, and I think I chose to do what any other logical 9-year-old would do, avoided the writing. So I went home and asked my dad, how in the world do I come up with an invention? He said it was simple, just identify a problem and then find a solution to fix it. So that's exactly what I did.
Spot on.
As I was in my room playing with my airplane, thinking about what can I do? The wing would pop off whenever I do a takeoff. Then I knew what I should do. I need something to hold these bricks together, but not permanently like super glue does.
So, Trip, as the only shark that's been on your side of the table, I have to say, great job presentation. Also, as someone who still has a child that's in this age range, I have to say, this is a real problem. My feet, I think, have permanent marks in them from stepping on the bricks. So this, like, really could be a real lifesaver. Wait, tell me about the business.
Last year we sold $52,000.
Wow.
And this year, up until the end of May, we've sold $32,000. And in our whole lifetime, we've sold just over $125,000.
How are you selling it now?
Online, on our own website,
What do you sell it for? How much does it cost to make it?
it costs 43 cents in direct labor, but don't tell me.
What do you sell it for?
We sell it for $8.99.
That's actually a great business. Trip, why did you decide to create a business out of this? I mean, you could have just based the project, right? That would be great.
Even from a small age, I've always watched Shark Tank, and as soon as I actually had a business, one of the first things, probably even the first thing I asked my dad was, we have to go on Shark Tank. So now I'm pretty much living my dream.
Oh, that's so great.
What is your vision in terms of getting distribution? Leave it online, or do you want to get retail building blocks or so?
His personal goal is to partner with one of the big manufacturers at some point to be in every one of the kids.
Tell you what, I'm interested in the idea of approaching it with lockdowns. No off-the-toy companies. I want to help do something that you're not going to do, which is get a license. So I'm making contingency on it. I'll give you the $80,000. I'll help make those calls for you. But you're going to have to come with me to get you to the city. And you're going to have to put on a black suit and tie just like me. Tie your family with me. So it's going to work. Like a little undertaker.
Well, I have hairs.
But the deal's this. Whatever I get on the royalty deal for all of this, we're going to go 50-50 until I get my $80K back, which is going to be a tremendous amount of money. Then it's going to drop down to 20%. We're going to have a partnership in perpetuity, right? 20% share. If I don't deliver with the big guy, then I don't have any say. We go together, find out if we're going to do it. You say yes, we're business.
Wow. Trip Valley, I think you guys have done an amazing job with this. It is solving a real problem. I think Mr. Wonderful is actually being wonderful on this one, and I think it's a great way because of that.
Thank you.
You know, I like this. I think the licensing route is great. I think that we should try that. I don't know the name of the toy companies, however, I know that he's a giant 3M. They're being out these pieces. So I'm going to offer you $80,000 for 25%.
Listen, Trip, you have two great offers on the table where I think either way you really can't lose. So I'm going out, but congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Guys, I think it's a great product too. I think you have two great offers on the table that would be better than what I could do. So for those reasons, so you have to make a decision.
Damon, we would like to make a counter offer. The $80,000 for 20%.
I would like to see it. I would not listen. You find retail. Well, I'm happy to do whatever you feel is best. Retail may or may not be in your cart. That's something you have to decide after you decide where you want to go.
So there's the 80,000, and you're saying if you can't make the deal, like, I don't get into your company unless I deliver the license deal. Hey, the one that you want to do.
I'll be taking the same choice back as well.
The real difference is contingency.
Well, also, it's success. It's success. It's not I don't see anything about it.
But the thing is, with David, it's critical.
But why give up 25% of your company if you don't deliver the whale shark? That's what I see.
Mr. O'Leary, we'd like to do business.
Oh my God.
Congratulations, you did really well in the tank. You got 2 offers. Not even. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Good job.
Great kid. Gigi Carrot.
Success with that.
Kevin's my favorite because he doesn't sugarcoat things, and I'm so excited to work with him. This is definitely the best day of my life.
It shows you finally get somebody like you if you grovel enough to a 12-year-old.
Next into the tank is a solution to a growing environmental problem.
Hi, Sharks. My name's Emma.
And my name's Miles. We're offering 5% of our company, Final Straw, $625,000.
Sharks, maybe you've noticed that our oceans are filling up with plastic trash. Much of that trash is made of a single harmless item, the plastic straw. Straws may not seem like a big deal to you, but they're one of the top items littering our beaches. And some of the more sensitive ocean creatures are pissed. What is this place? Scary. Sharks are pleased. Oh, you think sharks are scary? I'm more freaked out by the 500 million straws we use every day in the U.S. Yeah, it's a big number to get your head around. Here's what it looks like every second. Sharks, this is 5,700 straws. This is how many straws we use every second in the U.S.
Plastic straws are going out of style. They're getting banned in cities and countries around the world.
We thought there had to be a better way to design the drinking straw. So we did. This is Final Straw. Final Straw is the world's first reusable collapsible straw. It folds up and fits in a case the size of a car key and is small enough to go in your keychain or in your pocket.
The anti-plastic straw movement is growing rapidly, and we are at the forefront.
Sharks, the mermaids need our help. So, who wants to help us self-responsibly? We have samples. We have samples. Bye. Very cute. We've got the helpless coral. We've got shark butt gray for you. Shark butt, yeah. And then you get the Arctic melt blue. And this is our succulent green.
Succulent green. So where did you get all these straws from? A lot of these used straws, right? These are all used straws.
We've got an artist in Malibu who's working on an installation to show the impacts of single-use plastic straws, and she's been collecting them for restaurants. She turns into art. It's pretty clear that this is a massive movement. You may have all seen. There were some scientists doing research on sea turtles, and they found a turtle, and they noticed something in its nostril, and found that it was a full-length straw stuck up this turtle's nose.
What's your background?
So I just finished up my master's at Harvard in environmental management and sustainability. And while I was getting my master's, I was working at Los Alamos National Laboratory in waste minimization.
Oh, yeah, so these bubble we fell over.
What's your background?
My background is I was working on the straw. We had a mutual friend. This mutual friend said, hey, you need to call my friend Emma because she's the straw girl. She hates plastic straws. So I called Emma up and learned about the background that she could give me a TEDx talk on plastic straws. How much does this cost?
$5.
What do you sell it for?
20. Whoa, too expensive.
It's expensive.
You came in asking for $625,000 for 5%. Now, typically, no one comes in with that kind of ask unless they have some kind of sales to back that up.
We've definitely sold a few so far. So we launched this company 2 months ago on Kickstarter. We ran our Kickstarter for 30 days and raised $1.89 million.
So have you shipped anything?
So the Kickstarter will fulfill in November. And since we launched our Kickstarter, we started doing pre-sales on our website and have done $15,000 a day in sales.
Really?
Guys, the world's largest coffee chain has 2 billion straws.
Yes.
Now they've started to push the industry. They've reduced their cost by 4.5 times. And they're hot pepper. They get very soggy at the bottom.
So first of all, paper straws, though they won't end up in a turtle's nose like that, it's still single use. You still have to use a ton of energy, a ton of water.
Absolutely. You know what? No, you're spot on about that. I love the mission here, but there's really dozens and dozens of straws out there to do what yours is doing. Yours, I think, is clever and good, but you haven't sold it and gotten it into people's hands yet. I like a product to be in hand and know that it's really working. I'm sorry.
Thanks, Larry.
You're not really a company yet. You're a mission with a product. The only way this works for investors is to structure a deal where they get their capital back and step away.
I can say that.
Yes, he would say that. Which is all it's going to work. There's so much risk. Here's an offer for you. I'll do the $625. I want 10%, but I want a royalty of $2 a straw to ship for it until I've gotten back 1.8 million. So I got to return my money.
Great mission. This problem needs to be solved. I mean, and seeing these straws, it
One
makes me
second.
sick.
This is 1 second.
Yeah. What worries me though is changing consumer behavior. It's just, am I going to carry another box in my
It's
pocket?
not just carrying it. For that, you've got to educate them and get them to buy it.
Thank you.
So I love your quality. You are the straw whisperer. But, you know, listen, you're talking about $20 straws. And, you know, we're talking about 1% of the market would buy this at $20. The rest are sold in commercial use. This isn't for commercial use. This is for, that's my point. I think that's your biggest challenge here, that 95% of the market are really just trying to get straws and not increase their cost of living. And if you will go to this and you're not going to scale your things, I think you can with this valuation straw.
We appreciate that. Here's the thing about $20 straws. People spend $20 at Starbucks. They spend it going out on a Saturday night. And what people say on our reviews is, oh my gosh, I'm going to save my money to get this straw because it's really important to them.
Look, as you speak, sharks are dropping out. Now, on Shark Tank, when you have an offer and the other options start to go away, the shark that makes the offer starts to feel very risky.
Three sharks arrive. Emma and Miles have one offer on the table from Kevin for their reusable straw company, Final Straw.
Did you guys like Kevin's offer?
So Kevin, we want a partner. We want someone who's going to, be in there with us. We can't be bleeding the company out of money right at the beginning.
Why
So
try
it's
to
gonna be-
good thing I go against them?
No, absolutely not. But I think that,
You want somebody to be in there with you for 5%?
well, so we'd be interested in, entertaining offers at higher percentages.
Okay, I'll help you out. Emma. Let her finish her thing. I'll help you out. I'm out.
Oh,
Good luck. Look, I have lots of concerns. Competition and knockoffs first and foremost. I'll make you an offer, but it's going to be a shiny offer. I'll give you the $625. I want 25% of the company because I think you have a lot of question marks in terms of the business side, the finances side, the online side. You seem to have done pretty well.
when I think to the marketing, what is so cool about our product is people's passion behind it. Yeah. No, I'm not going to talk my way out of it. So, Mark, we really appreciate your offer. The valuation you gave us is $2 million, and we've already done more than that in sales in 2 months. So, what we'd like to offer you is $625,000 for 12.5%.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All the best, guys.
They have no idea what's going on. They will not see Mandy jumping around in the forest. Then,
I think this is an execution. The demand is 100% there. It's can you execute against the other people when you're trying to kill Bambi?
Next up is an accessory to simplify life for lovers of camping.
Hello, I am Heidi Santiago, and this is my brilliant husband.
Corey Santiago, and we're here from Spokane, Washington.
We are seeking $100,000 for a 20% stake in our business, bare minimum.
We've created the next evolution in camping cookware, and we are changing the way you eat outdoors.
Back in the olden days, travelers would pack their covered wagons with pots and pans, but they took up so much space and weighed a ton. Then came the invention of the nesting pot, but it was just so bulky. Today, we have the bare bowl, the cook pot that folds flat.
A bare bowl is a lightweight, collapsible cook pot, and with just 4 folds and 2 snaps, it's so simple to put together. You can even do it during a marathon.
It's so cute. The bare bowl is made out of food-grade, flame-resistant material, and it comes in 3 sizes. And because it opens flat, it is the easiest to clean. So we are looking for a shark for sharks who aren't afraid of bears. We have some samples for you.
Oh, it's very good.
another bear's going to wipe out because he can't see.
We also it's been warmed up on the bare bowl, hot and chocolate.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Bear.
What?
Cooked in the bear pot. Correct.
Bare bowl.
What is the material?
It's a PTFE coated fiberglass.
So have you protected this with some kind of utility cut?
We have a utility cut.
Granted?
Not granted yet.
And
And
not granted?
no.
Have you been to market yet?
We did a Kickstarter. We started with $1,000 goal, and we reached $40,000 at the end of the campaign.
I'm so excited I figured it out. It's really a puzzle.
So this is a metal bottom.
Correct.
So that's where the heat's going to hit. What's the highest temperature this will get to before it would melt?
We're rating it at like 550. The entire body can take flame, but just not a lot of direct flame.
It will not melt.
Campers, of course, love it, but this whole wide market,
Oh, yeah,
Remember
they
those
do.
camping stories?
They do. Yeah,
The
they
reason
do.
why people go camping is to
For
buy
that
stuff.
cool gear.
Picture back then.
I've worked in manufacturing most of my career. I came to a crossroads where I was out of a job. My wife was just finishing up a tour for a
National
Broadway
Broadway tour.
show.
Ragtime. Broadway musical. And I get voice lessons.
So you
Okay, so I grew up in the country. When I graduated, I married my husband with 3 children, and then we have 2 children together.
You have 5 kids?
Yeah.
Wow.
Who are you guys at? Like, how much did you invest?
Everything's
We earned
in.
about just under $90,000 with the Kickstarter and everything else, and mostly crowdfunding.
And a bunch of sweat equity.
But what's the number?
Hours and hours.
Not a lot of capital.
That's okay. No,
You don't have. I'm working 5 jobs.
I'm fascinated with Wonder Woman here. You are working 5 part-time jobs. What are those jobs?
I teach English to Chinese children online. I give voice lessons. I
Why is this so much? Share.
It just kind of
We
happened.
both were unemployed at the same
Both
time.
unemployed at the same
The
time.
big piece of it that we're hesitant
Yep.
to share is that we did bring a product to market back in 2008. We put everything, every dime into it. And there was bad timing, but we don't like to give up. And our middleman, long story short, ran off with our money. And we never heard from him again. And it was everything we had. Which we learned, we think so much from it. I don't want this to be a victim story at all. We are not giving up. We will do whatever it takes. And it's a great product. And I'm just emotional because you guys are amazing.
I wish you weren't afraid of telling that story because as people stand here, it makes us seem like everything is so easy. People, what the hell are you here for? So now we know why you're here because you went through everything and you still got a package.
Okay, so now I'm an investor. You're asking for $100,000.
Yes.
What's the plan?
So the plan is we have already now set up with manufacturer overseas.
Okay.
Yeah.
They've delivered product to you.
And they've given us some prototype samples, and now we're with.
So you say you got manufacturing deal.
Yes, I got manufacturing
delivery here.
$6.90 for the small one.
So it costs you $7 to make it. Then how much do you sell it for?
$29.90. And that's the baby.
That's the baby.
That's the baby. All these numbers are for the
Sell it
baby.
to a retailer.
We can go to distribution.
Camping stores,
Yeah.
online.
You got any
social
shows,
media as well.
camping shows?
We haven't done any shows yet.
You should.
Yeah, no.
That's amazing.
You got a lot of work in. You don't doesn't sound like you got a plan yet.
We have a plan.
What I love about you guys is I went out there and built a product and had no idea what I was doing. And I went to a consultant and they destroyed me.
Okay, good.
Just like me. And could have easily, pulled up stakes, but I kept going. And you guys are still going. And I love that experience didn't stop you. What I want to understand, I think, more now is how do we execute it? So we have a distributor in Canada who has relationships with all the big box stores. And we have online. And that's what that's our goal. We're going to do a lot of marketing.
We need money too.
Also, what we're doing is we're building a brand. Money's actually not the answer, though. I think you need to understand how to put the money to work. It's too easy to get rid of.
Who's your business person?
We have a few.
Reading work.
We have advisors to business.
Yeah.
Do they own stock?
Yep.
10%. Or are you working full time on this? This is my full-time job. I drive it for a Lyft at night.
So guys, I never go to places where there isn't 24-hour food service. The idea of going outside and being hidden by staff, so I would never use this car. I'm not. Okay. You are passionate entrepreneurs that love your product, love everything about what you're doing, but you have one fatal flaw. It doesn't sound like you're hardcore business people. I think it's a difficult position to invest in for two reasons about it.
You guys are great. I like the comeback thing because I think it's the best university you can go to is failure. I love that you're a Lyft driver because it shows you're willing to do what it takes to provide for your family and make money, and I love that. I like the camping sector. I think there's a lot of growth that you can do there. How to do 100,000 for 25%.
Just say yes right now. You should take that deal so fast. Don't even think about it.
Are there any other
The
offers?
bear's jumping up and down.
Listen, the camping space is not as much a passion of mine, and I think Jamie relates to it better, and for that reason,
Can I speak to that for a second?
This offer, I would just really be concerned about whether or not that offer disappears.
I have an offer.
Whoa!
Three sharks around. Jamie is offered $100,000 for 25% high employees collapsing the cooking pot bare minimum. But Damon is also interested.
I deal with a lot of online retail and that sell to the prepper community, people that think that zombies are going to attack and the world's going to end. I have an offer for you. It's going to be a little sharky though. $100,000 for 33%.
I don't know what Jamie needs behind him, but I know that I have a lot of people in this area that I'm going to have to probably share percentages with, but I want them to be able to get the word out online, all these social media conversions. So I have to have a higher percentage so I'm able to afford it. And that's the part.
Let me just say, what I like about this, it enables us to go out more outdoors, to get our kids out. This is like, out of the screens, out of all this stuff. I think this is a great thing and a mission behind it.
Is it all right if we take a minute? 1 minute.
Okay, guys. All right. What do you want?
And we're going to take a few and take.
Everybody, thank you. I want other people who are out there. I know you're out there and you're sitting wondering what happened to you when you were so kind.
What's up, Face Blaster? What up, girl? Thanks, baby. Yo, something's gonna happen. I'm gonna die. But yeah, is that the end of your story? No. So what's the next part? You're working on a startup. Okay. Anything else you want to talk about there? Well, I was there. It was like 2 halves. So yeah. All right. Well, what's your other story? Well, when I was there, I really want to talk about. I mean, I already talked about it, but making that app really good, and how much time was dedicated to it. And again, I'll tell you this. I told him his face when I had absolutely nothing, and now that I still have nothing, I told him his face. He's a bully. He's cheap, and he's correct. He's an asshole. But there were some endearing qualities. One of which was he did not want this app to crash, and it was embarrassing. He had his friends using it, and it would crash on him. And so he allowed Victor and I to really, once Luciano left, he allowed us. I mean, I hate to say it, but it was like a coup. And I took over this company, and we saw some really nice growth. But it wasn't until we got the app to not crash that was big. Now, it took at least 6 months, but I remember it was not like there wasn't a lot of pressure. Like there's a lot of pressure on us to put out a good app, or not put out, but to launch the app, which I was able to do, and that was one of my proudest things I had ever done in my life. Still to this day, is walk into a business and within less than 6 months take a it wasn't even 50% done app to making it a minimum viable product. MVP, most valuable player. I'm the MVP of MVP. I'm the most valuable player of the minimum viable product. Really, yeah. And I would say that it was a team effort. So I'm not the only one who did it, but it was something that we were just really methodical about it. So what was your day? And I can tell you everything I fucking. It depends on the day. Like I even remember what I would do. It was one of the most rigid schedules that I've ever had. But I've had more rigider schedules, exactly. But I would. Well, I gotta start with what my day was. I'd awake at. I wasn't doing crazy hours. I would wake at about 5:30 at least, and I would like kind of fuck around in bed, and just not get up right away. I'd be awake right away, But you know, I know Chabad, it said that like when you wait, you're supposed to get up right away, which I do like that, but because like God's a king, and if would you like stay in bed if there was a king? Yeah, I might, Anyway, um, but I'd get up, and I shouldn't say that. I I have a thing actually. It was like it was a very I think it's a very good way to get up. What is it? My friend called it the 0 to 60. Who told you this? Lucifer King. So basically, what he would do is he would awake at whatever time he wanted by waking up like maybe an hour early or like 30 minutes early and taking, let's say, like a caffeine pill or something like that, and then going back to bed, and then he'd awake and he was really, really awake. And I would say that like, that's a very good way to do it. So I would do that with like a pot of coffee or something. Like I'd awake and maybe press the fucking coffee button or whatever. I didn't have an automatic one. I just had I would buy the cheapest coffee pots and just drink straight up black coffee. Just the darkest, meanest, fucking dark, nasty ass coffee that you could get. That was just, and I drink a pot of it before work. I would drink. Uh, it was funny. I could tell how much caffeine was going through me. If I had, I'd drink a pot of coffee at in the morning, and then I drink another pot at work. If I drank a third pot in the day, I was fucking wired, and things did not go as well for me throughout the day. It was like I had too much energy. Anyway, and I would, so I'd awake, and what would you do? Um, I would, I'd go for a run. So I had clothes that I would just throw on, and I'd go for a run. Um, so I have this theory. I think it's a good theory. You can tell people that you run miles a day. That sounds like really impressive. If you just run like 1.1 miles. Why? Because it's technically you're saying miles. You don't have to run 2 miles. You have to run 1.1. So I think I get into running kilometers a day. Or that'd just be like 1.1 kilometers. Anyway, if you say I run a mile a day, it doesn't sound as impressive as I run miles a day. And so then I would go to, what would you do? I would go to, you'd go somewhere? I had this really nice, I would just like run around the block. Well, like a couple blocks. In Long Beach, California, and the weather was beautiful. The neighbors were really nice. It was in like kind of the college area of Long Beach. I mean, I couldn't have chosen houses. I remember I would walk past every single house and look at their landscaping, and I would look at their cars, and I got to know this neighborhood really well. I really liked it. I talked about it before, there's a jazz studio. There were like 4 places that did haircuts. There was some fucking religious, what do you call it? There's like some kind of religious bookstore or something. It's not, I don't know what it is, some kind of Nazarene thing. What do you call these things? I have no idea what this is. I've never been in one. I don't know what it is. But it's like a religious bookstore for like Seventh day Adventists or something. I always think everybody's Seventh day Adventist. Why? I don't know. I don't know that much about Christianity. Christian books, no. What is this? What is it? Christ scientist or some shit? Nazarene scientist? I don't know. Just look up that one in Long Beach. Um, it's a room. It's like some kind of Christian religious room. Christian Science reading room. Anyway, I don't know what the fuck. That's that one book where you can't get like vaccinations and things like that, or something like that. I don't know. Anyway, it's some kind of thing where you have to do, or no, you can't get blood transfusions or some shit like that. I don't know, that's a weird one. Anyway, and I wouldn't run past there, but I would run. That was really close to where I lived. What else did it? It was just like this really nice street. It's like commercial street, and then I don't know. It was just there was this realty company. I just lived at this really cool intersection that wasn't super busy, and I've got to say I fucking loved living in Long Beach. Long Beach is really nice. And I would probably say, like, I'll eventually have to move from here. Not too soon, or not too, probably sooner rather than later. And I'll talk about how much I love living in LA, because I really do love living in LA. But I fucking love living in Long Beach. I love living in LA as well. Really? Yeah. But I really like living in Long Beach. I got into this really nice routine. So then what would you do? I would go for a run in the morning, and then fortunately I never forgot my key. I was always worried about forgetting my key to this place. So then I would come in, I'd shower, I'd put on a suit and tie, and I'd don to fill in. And then I'd go for a walk in addition to doing all of that davening. And I would read Tehillim, and I would, on the walk, like while I was walking, or brachot, or a sitter, and people would stop me pretty often and just be like, "What are you? We see you every day. What are you reading?" And I explained to them what I was doing. And um, anyway, and then I had to be at work. Well, technically we were supposed to be at work at 8:30 originally, but I started coming in earlier because we had washes that were earlier, and it was like, this doesn't make any sense. If we have washes that are starting at like 7 in the morning, those are they were on-demand washes basically. They could kind of run themselves, but we'd have scheduled washes that were like, we needed people there. And so I would start coming in at sometimes as early as 8, for it to start at 8:30, yeah, something like that. But I remember one time I came in early. Well, then what would you do? I would be at home. I would drink a pot of coffee, be in my suit and tie, and I would have Don to fill in, and then I would read like newspaper online or something for a little while, and then I would get in my car, listen, just jam out for like it was I don't know, 15, 20 minute drive to work. It wasn't long at all. And then I get to work, and I would unlock the bike lock, unlock the U lock, unlock the padlock on the gate, and I would walk in the front door, or unlock the front gate. I mean, like, I remember this very well. I'd unlock the front door, the alarm would go off, I'd turn off the alarm, I would go and unlock the east door, I'd walk outside, and there were like snails that were sometimes crawling in the morning. I'd unlock the west door, I would undo all the blinds, or I'd pull up all the blinds, which these are supposedly like super nice blinds. I mean, I think they'd be popular blinds in the future, but they're nice blinds. I can't say that. And then I would, if it were a Monday, I'd print off the sign-in sheet. But if it weren't a Monday, I would what would I do? At times, I would get out laptops for everyone, but I stopped doing that just because people weren't always there, and they could get their own laptops out. But basically, then I would start up my computer. I would check the phone messages, and I would check the emails. So usually that was between 8 and 8:30. And I remember Alf was like, "Why do you come to work so early?" I remember this one time I came in at 7:15. He did not like that. She's like, why are you work so early? I'm like, dude, I mean, I'm running this fucking business, dude. And if I wait until all the employees are there, then we're gonna be behind, and we would be behind. So anyway, then I would um then it eventually transitioned to everyone coming in at 8. We were working 8:30 to 6 or something like that, and then we started working or 8:30. We worked 8:30 to 5:30. No, we always kind of stopped at 5:30. Anyway, I think people just transitioned to coming in at 8, and I would start getting there at like 7:30 or something like that. Like we transitioned to getting there. Maybe I wouldn't get there that early, but something like that. Anyway, why? Because the sunlight, like if when the sun's out, that's when people want to have their car washed and things like that. So anyway, then I would uh, I'd make coffee, and I had this way of drinking coffee. At Starbucks, I think they call it a rabbi, when it's just half coffee, half cream, like literally 50-50. And I would say extra heavy whipping cream, which is not whipped cream, it's whipping cream, which is really thick and full of calories. But if you drink a cup of the Rabbi or whatever at Starbucks, it's half a cup of coffee and of black coffee and half a cup of cream. There's like no carbs in it, and you will be full at least to lunch. You'll be full probably most of the day. And if you drink that all day, it's no carbs. It's a lot of calories, but it's no carbs. And then you can get your body in a state of ketosis. So, anyways, I would drink. I would drink coffee. Now there was a funny thing. We started so many different employees. Now everyone knew that this was my fucking coffee pot. If you worked there, and because I was the only person who drank coffee, and it was like a little mini, like one person kind of coffee pot deal. But we'd have new employees who would start there and think like, oh, there's coffee here, so they'd use the coffee pot or they'd turn it on. And the other thing is, I would have it pre-made every night, like basically. Um, so for the next day, all I had to do is turn on the button. And did it make a mess? Not too much. I was pretty clean about it. But I remember a couple times. I think like maybe once I I might have made a mistake where it had coffee in the bottom and I turned it on and made more coffee or something and I overspilled. Then I did make one mistake. So I would drink this acidic water. I don't know why, or alkaline water. They would get when I moved here, alkaline water was really big. I'm like, what the fuck you people with alkaline water? Because our bodies are supposed to be a little acidic. And I would drink this water, and if you drank it, I would drink so much of it that I get these little muscle spasms. And I didn't know why I was getting muscle spasms. And it wasn't at the time. I don't think I was drinking coffee. I was just drinking water. And I read like too much alkaline water can give you muscle spasms. So I brought in my own water filter, which is like an Alexa Pure water filter. I had Berkey water filters too. They're both very good. And then I would I'd take alkaline water and put it in this water filter, and it made it better. But one time I accidentally overfilled it, and throughout the night, and I came in the morning, and it like made a little flood where my desk was, and I was able to clean it up, but I had a feeling that I might have like damaged the underfloor. We'll see what happens eventually. So anyway, I cleaned it up though. Anyway, I might remember that story. Anyway, a year would go by, and I would see somebody sitting at that chair, and they had just destroyed the floor there. And somebody blamed the person who was sitting there, but it was actually my fault because I think it was my fault because I think I damaged the underfloor. Anyway, holy shit, these girls have huge tits. Tail. Damn, girls. Holy shit. Jesus. Anyway, is that the end of your story? No. So then, so I'd make coffee, and if somebody else came there, it would throw me off because they would only drink one cup of coffee, and my body was just, I was like a machine there. I was so used to 2 pots of coffee by like 9 a.m. that they would just throw me off. Like it wasn't enough, so I'd make another pot of coffee, then I'd be rearing to go. Too much. So 2 pots of coffee was enough for me. Anyway, I mean, we're talking like 24 cups of coffee. That's a lot of fucking caffeine. And then what would I do? I didn't have a refrigerator at my hotel, which was I call it a hotel because it was called Lakewood Hotel, and that's how I would make up my checks for my rent. And we didn't have a lease; we were just there. You would rent week to week. I rented week to week for more than a year. And how much was it? I don't really fucking remember. I have to check my checkbook. I think it was something like $220 a month or $220 a week or something. Really? Yeah, maybe something like that. 240 or something like that. Anyway, but it was not an apartment. It was a hotel. So I lived in a hotel for a good amount of time of my life. Really, yeah, I lived in a hotel for like 6 weeks and then a year. A real hotel for 6 weeks. This was not like they didn't like do the sheets or there's no room service. There's nothing like that. But it was designated a hotel. That's what it was called. They would have vacancy and no vacancy the whole day. Anyway, I would then check the email and then wait for our developers to come in. And they usually came at 9 a.m. And I'd also wait for our employees to come in. And they came in, they were supposed to be there at 8:30. And I don't actually think they ever came as early. Maybe we did eventually go to 8. I think we did actually. But then most of our employees would be there on time. And I was the biggest stickler for people being there on time. And the reason why was because Alfred said, you have to be there on time. People have to be there on time, yada, yada, yada. But I didn't know this. Alfred would say to an employee would be like, look, I have to get my kids ready for school. And so I'll be there at like 8:45. And I didn't know that. So then the employee would come in and I would be waiting for them at the door, like in the meanest fashion, basically. Not really, but like I'd be like, you're supposed to, what time is it? They'd be like 8:30. Or they'd be like 8:45, and I'm like, what time are you supposed to be there? And they'd be like 8:30. I'm like, so, you gotta understand, you gotta be here on time. Like, no, I know, I was busy with my kids or whatever. And so, Alfred always wanted to know what was going on there. So I'd call Alfred and be like, this person was late for the 3rd time this week or something like that. And I couldn't really blame the employee because they didn't have a time clock, and so it wasn't like a hard line. But then I didn't know. A lot of times they would tell Alfred that they weren't going to be there on time or for some reason, whatever. And so I feel badly I don't really feel badly. I did my job and I did it very well to make sure people were accountable for when they were supposed to be there. And so if somebody came in more than 5 minutes late, I would if it happened multiple times, I'd have a talk with them. And well, I shouldn't say that. If you texted me, no issue. That was the thing. If you texted me, there would be no issue. if you were like, hey, I'm running 8:45, I'll be there at 8:45. Text me, and there wouldn't be an issue. Really, yeah. Um, that's all I asked was for a text message. And why? Because then I could say to Alfred, yeah, so and so was late, but they texted me, and it wouldn't be a big deal. As opposed to me being like, oh yeah, they got there at 8:50. Did they text you? No. Well, why didn't they text you? Why didn't you tell me to text you? Whatever. So I would explain to them, just send me a text message, and I'll say it. I wasn't mean if you texted me. So it just meant people could have been stuck in traffic for whatever reason. Were you ever late? You know, I was never late for this job. Not once. Really? No. No, not once. I was never late to that job. Have you ever been late to a job? One time at the university, I overslept. Just one time in 5 years. So I mean, it shows. But so is that the only time you've ever been late ever? For working from home, yeah, I think so. Just one time, and it wasn't a huge deal. It was in the summer. Whatever. I got there whenever I got there. Anyway, what happened? I forgot to charge my phone the night before, and I didn't have like 50 different alarms going at once. And so anyway, but yeah, I normally wouldn't be. And well, here's the thing: I've always been very paranoid about being late for work. So I would have like 10 alarms. I'm a very deep sleeper, and I can sleep through. When at the university, I used to sleep through fire alarms, and I remember telling Alfred when I first got there that if I ever oversleep, I'm really sorry. I told him like in my second week or something. It never happened, but I told him I I'm like a very deep sleeper. I sleep through fire alarms. So if I ever oversleep, I'm really sorry. I'm planning in advance, but it never happened. Anyway, so then what happened? Then I went. I would I would I would check out the emails, and then I would call Alfred, and like we used to have really long, really great conversations, but that started to change. I really I told you before, but the thing that changed was when I told him that I would be going to lunch with him anymore, and it really pissed him off when I would go to lunch with him, and then I would take a lunch break later in the afternoon, like 3:30 in the afternoon. Why? Because I had Hebrew. Uh, I was learning Hebrew, and that's the only time that I could make to learn Hebrew. I was going to. I was going to. Oh, I will also say sometimes I'd read Chumash in the morning as well. In fact, or Gemara. Really? Yep. In the morning before work. I would sometimes read Chumash for an hour before work, and I'd read the whole page, and I'd read the footnotes, I'd read the lining, I'd read everything. Anyway, um, I'd read Rashi's commentary. I just was really dedicated to both my work and Judaism. But I realized you can't please two masters, so I had to make Judaism my priority. Anyway, so then what did you do? I make sure everybody got in, and then like then there was like kind of a lull between. I don't want to say a lull, but like after I talked to Alfred, it was like, and that would only be if he picked up. I would wake him up a lot of times, and he'd be like, "I'm working so hard." I'm like, "Dude, I know I'm waking you up every single fucking morning. I'm your fucking wake up call, I think." And that would normally be at like 8:45 or 8:50, from like 8:50 to 9 o'clock or something like that. And then what would you do? Then I would work with the developers and manage them. Now, it depended what we were doing. Like a lot of times I was doing a hiring, and I'd be the person who do the hiring. And I hired, or I would, I hated hiring there because we couldn't hold anybody there. they would take the job for a little while, and then Alfred would fire them for some reason, and he wouldn't pay them more than basically maybe a little more than minimum wage, but not anything that they couldn't get anywhere else. And the thing is, everybody was skilled. They were all bilingual basically. So you know, they were all skilled individuals. How would you hire? Depending on position, we would hire on Craigslist, we would hire on ZipRecruiter, we would hire on Indeed, but ZipRecruiter is cheaper than Indeed. As someone hiring ZipRecruiter, I think is better. As someone who is, it's cheaper, I should say. As someone trying to get a job, I think Indeed is better. But both are good. Both are really nice. Um, both are really nice. And there was a certain thing that I could do with ZipRecruiter, though they eventually locked us out of this, which was like you could get a free trial with them. And so I would just come up with different company names and do a free trial and hire for someone. And here's the thing: we would get some really good individuals in there, and they would come in saying, "I want to make $100,000, or I want to make XYZ," and we couldn't pay him. And Alfred could pay him; he wasn't going to. He figured, why pay somebody in the United States $100,000 when I can pay 2 or 3 people or a whole company in India and probably get better work out of them. So I couldn't blame him to some extent for some things. And so we'd have like a nice a nice well we hired just a lot of people, and we don't have to get rid of a lot of people. But for what position could you hire? There was scheduler, that was basically customer support. There were recruiters, there were quality assurance people, there were developers, basically like project managers, there were graphic designers, there were social media people. What else is there? There's SEO experts. Anything else? We hired an accountant for a little bit. Alfred wanted to make sure that this guy's name is Michael something. He has that same name that he got at the Presidio. Michael Aquino or something like that. Is that his name? Something like that. Anyway. And Alfred wanted to make sure that I didn't get with the programmers and somehow sift money off of the app somehow into my bank account. And I never got to see what was in Alfred's bank account. So he would have this other guy, this Michael kid, come in and check all my work. All this kid did was check my work. And I wasn't ever taking any money from my business. Did you ever take any money from my business? Nope, not one dime. And then I wasn't paid, basically. And then what happened? So then, once we got the developers going, they would send us. It depended what time of the year we were working, but basically when um, I really liked when we were quality controlling the app. That was one of my favorite things. Why? Because we were just working on like a project basically to improve this app, and there wasn't as much pressure on us as there was to get it out. And though we were working very quickly, and I liked working with Victor, and we would make these videos and then send them to our developers, and they thought it was fucking genius. And how the thing that changed that business was me videoing these. Like Luciano was always afraid to be on video and always afraid of like pictures and stuff. So he would like type out to the guys or make like a really elaborate graphic design that would take 30 fucking minutes, and it still wasn't clear what he wanted. And then we'd come back the next day and it wouldn't be fixed. I would be like, here's a video of it, watch it, what happened, and fix it. And it would get fixed every single time, basically the next day. And I mean, we might work. I would just say Luciano was kind of a scaredy cat of things, and he was just like he didn't have confidence. And Alfred was always trying to instill confidence in Luciano. That just wasn't happening. Anyway, And I'm not saying Luciano is a bad person by any means. I like him. I think he's like, I mean, in a lot of ways, while we didn't ever hang out, we definitely could have. Alfred didn't want that. He did not. I told this story before. He did not want me hanging out with employees outside of work. So I didn't. Not that I would do that, but even like even Alfred would do that to some extent. He'd go out to dinner with someone, have him over and do whatever. But anyway, to his other business. Anyway, then what would you do? So it depended on when we were really trying to improve the app, I would make videos all day long, which perhaps, and then answer customer issues on Yelp or on whatever. But I really got the business down to a science to some extent. There were like 15 questions. I always said, Alfred, we need to give our customer service agents a script, so that they know what to say. So they're asking me the same fucking question, the 15 same questions. Everyone would be like, how much is a wash? How do I download the app? Do I have to be there? How do I become a wash? Like, they were all the same fucking questions. And so at a later time, I just made a script for them, and they never came to me with any questions unless it was a huge customer issue. And then they were always told to just email, and they'd get a response, and we responded to them immediately. It wasn't like this bullshit that you get with customer service where it's just like non-specific. Ours was all really specific with pictures and like everything was very specific about it. So then what happened? Well, then people would start going to lunch, and I've told this before. Basically, everybody originally wanted to go to lunch at the same time. We couldn't do that. Somebody has to be there to run the business, and so we would stagger people's lunch hours. Basically, we had one really key person there. I would say, for as important as I was of that business, there was a woman there, a girl, Cecilia, and the business. She was the heart of the customer service team. And so I remember saying to her, I would like make a lunch schedule. And I think like originally I had to go on lunch at like 11, 12. And she's like, that's too early. And I was like, okay. And so I built this whole schedule around this person just because we needed her. Whenever she wanted to go to lunch, I didn't give a shit. It was just we needed her. She was so key to the business. Because she had been there the longest, she trained all the people. She was really good customer service agent. And did you ever fight with her? She wouldn't come to work on time, and I understand. She didn't have a car, so she would take Uber, and sometimes Uber would be late or whatever. And she would text me. I remember I would get mad at her, not mad, but like I would be assertive, and I'd be like, "You have to be at work on time." And then she would just start texting me every single day, and then I would just tell Alfred, "This person's late. This person's late." But there was nothing we were going to do about it because he knew how key she was to the business. And so I remember. Why was she so key? She was she's bilingual. She had good relationship with the washers. She had good relationship with the recruiters. She had been there longer than anyone, basically, so the big reason. So if she wanted to take a lunch, I was like, okay, fine. When do you want your lunch? And she's like, I think 1 to 2. I was like, fine. Whatever you want it to be, that's fine. Everyone will work around that because. But here's the thing: she wouldn't take her lunch on time, and I understand why. She's a perfectionist, and so it would be like 1:30, and I'd be like, "You haven't taken your lunch yet. You need to take your lunch." And she's like, "I know. I just want to get this done." So basically, it got to the point where I was like, "You'll be the last person that takes the lunch, aside from my lunch hour, which is never really scheduled." but because she wouldn't take her lunch and it would cut into other people's lunch hours, and so she would be late and then everybody else would be late. Anyway, was she a good employee? Yeah, she was a very good employee. And I mean, I've said it before, I'll say it again. Rebecca Note's going to say good boy, because if you ask any of my friends from college, and they were like, what kind of girl do you think Michael, with what kind of girl do you think Michael would end up? They would say, probably somebody looks just like that, because she looked like, kind of like that Julia Louisa Kelly from Yes Dear, and they knew that I liked that kind of looking girl. Anyway, but I never hit on her, I never flirted with her, it was all very business. Um, but um, I can tell you that it was, I don't want to say difficult. I'm just, if I work with you, I do my best to, if I'm your superior, I do my best to ensure that it's a business like relationship, and that's all. One time, so she would always have to take an Uber. I still to this day don't know why she doesn't drive. But anyway, um, I mean, Alfred said that he'd get her a car and all these other things that she did not like that. Anyway, this one day, it was a dangerous neighborhood, kind of where we were. Not really, but after dark it was, and it was getting to be after dark. And sometimes people would give her rides home, and I had a feeling she needed a ride home this one day. And I asked her, do you need a ride home? And she's like, yeah. And because like it's expensive to use Uber every day. She would have to work like 2 extra hours basically every day because of all the Uber she was doing. So I remember she got in my car and I just blasted music before I got to work, and it's super loud. And I took her to where she lived. She lived on the longest named street, right off the longest named street, I think in Los Angeles County. I think this is a reference. What is it? It's like Old Schoolhouse Road or something like that in Downey. I remember asking her originally, not originally, but like after working there a few weeks, we got to talking, and I was like, "So where are you?" She's like, "Downey." I'm like, "Oh, Downey's amazing." She's like, "You like Downey?" I'm like, "Yeah, that was the home of the Apollo program and all kinds of other stuff." And she's like, "How do you know that?" It was from Wikipedia. Anyway, um, and I said in that other video too, when I first walked in to take this position, I thought, when I walked in, I was like, this woman, really, yeah. But you never let anything happen. Never that sounds good. Really, yeah. But that isn't to say that I don't think it was thought about. But even after I left there, I called her once because I needed a job reference, and she gave me one. That's how I got my next job. Really, yeah, that's another story. And why didn't you ask her out? Well, because I was her boss. But even after that, why didn't you ask her out? She was Jewish. Okay, aside from all of that, she I think we're just at different points in our lives, but I would say like, and we were different ages too. But I would say if I would have met her in college, which perhaps my friends would have been out here totally dating stuff. But then I knew a girl in college who I dated and who I really liked, and I would say I wouldn't even give a shit about Cecilia in comparison to Lindsay. Really, yeah, not Lindsay. Anyway, Lindsay was the girl for me in college. It just, why didn't work out there? Went to it another time, but she had a problem, and I couldn't help her with it. And we liked each other a lot. I mean, we were close to a couple of the universities I ever got, and she went away for a year to. She was a year younger than I was, and she went away to. Um, she went away to. She studied abroad, and so my senior year, when we would have dated, she was gone. Though the first thing she did when she returned, we spent. It's a long story. I'm not going to it now, but we spent a night with each other, just talking the whole time. And then after I moved back to Pawnee years later, she found out and she wanted to meet up. But it was just not. I didn't want her to. I didn't want anybody. I didn't want to be around anybody. Anyway, are you done? You have to take a shit? Um, but I would say everyone who worked at Overwatch, they were basically pretty attractive people, whether they were guys or girls. Was Cecilia the most attractive person that night? Who was that? This girl, she didn't work. What was her name? Jennifer Contreras or something like that. And Alfred used to call her Princess. She was so hot that he used to have his other employees just run random errands over to the startup just so they could see how hot this girl was. Really? Was she stunning? She was pretty hot. I mean, she wasn't as hot as that 9-2 who worked at Feinstein Construction, but she's really hot. She's pretty hot. And there were some other girls too. Yeah, I can take a shit. But I think I gotta take a shit. Anyway, all you did was just you didn't touch the girl. No, no. Plus you attracted there. There's a girl named Nancy there. She looks over 30. She's cute. I just said this before. She's from El Salvador. But I knew the capital of El Salvador was San Salvador Manifesto. And I mean, this is a big thing, especially in LA, because like everyone's Mexican, but not a lot of people are Central American or South American. And so you want to make sure that you don't call people who, if they're not Mexican, then they're not Mexican. I knew that there was Eric, he's from Guatemala, he's really good at that. And Nancy's from El Salvador. Who else is there? Nancy. Nancy would come in. She would party really hard. And she would come in all fucked up the next day in tears and shit. Like, she's really, yeah. And she would come in, and her high heels would be just like, she would like trip on them, and then like complain about the floor. um, who else was there? Adrian is a nice guy. Really, yeah, you like Adrian? Yeah. He would always come in uh, at what time? He could be on time, but right on time, and he'd be blasting mariachi music, which I'd always get down. I was always down for. I like mariachi music. All people on mariachi bands are nice. So he would just come blasting mariachi music, and he had a cool Nissan Z, and he was nice. He was one of Alfred's employees' brothers. Did you get along with him? Yeah. The only time I didn't, there was another trucker who worked at Rabbi who um, who, you know what? For as many people that I said who were attractive, there's another girl there. Well, okay, so Elite's attractive girl, and Adrian and Elite had a feeling had like a relationship going on outside of work, which is fine. But it distracted Adrian, so he wouldn't be at his desk. He was always distracting the customer service agents, and it would piss me off because that meant that he wasn't like hitting his numbers and things like that, like the way he should have been. Anyway, so I would complain to Alfred about it, and I'm like, Alfred, this is the only thing that anyone in this business was insubordination. But I said, Alfred, it's a pretty simple solution. Just we can move his desk so he can't do that. And Alfred said, go ahead and do it. And I told him, you're gonna have to move your desk. And he's like, nope. I'm like, what do you mean nope? He's like, I'll quit if you do that. Like, Alfred, he's gonna quit if we move his desk. Alfred said, no, it's not worth it, whatever. So he stood his ground on that. Why? I think so he could quit with Yalitza, but anyway, what happened to Yalitza? I think eventually, I don't know. I think Alfred just had enough of her someday and got rid of her. Oh, yeah. Something happened on the weekend, and I wasn't there. And Alfred's like, yeah, she's gone. That's what would happen. Like, something would happen on the weekend, and he'd work with boys too much, and he'd be like, yeah, that person couldn't handle his stress. Anyway, I'm gonna continue this song. Who was the girl you thought was really attractive? There was a really attractive girl. What was her name? I thought she was really cool.
Oh my god, another fucking so similar. 722 holders, honestly, like, I'm happy at 3.3 back ahead, guys. I'm not worried. 722 is up from 558.
What's up, Pimps?
God.
Hey, Rabbi.
How you living, baby?
You know, living, chilling, just finishing up my work day for the most part.
That's cool. What do you do for a living?
It's quiet before, like, my work day's been pretty quiet, which means, like, two things. Either everything's going okay, or the shitstorm's about to hit. I'm thinking it's the latter at this point.
Shitstorm? Wait, is this Rabbi talking?
No.
This is true. Well, we're on our early stage. Pretty well platform on right now. Oh, yeah.
Oh man, I love Brother from Sage.
Hello. Shabbat shalom.
I was with Drewski. Was it Drewski? What's his name again?
Yes, I think it's Drewski.
Something like that, right? He's like a weird. His voice literally matches his Frodo. Do you guys know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know exactly how you're talking. Oh, and fuck me, that's at 60. All right, nuke it. Got it. Nuke it. It's at 60. Come on, man, nuke it.
Dude, I'm not nuking it. Can I get the listening? Dude, I'm not nuking.
Oh my god, you're an idiot. Nuke this shit, man. Let's go.
I'm not gonna get fucked up. I know what this shit is.
No, dude, you were right for it. Now it's time to sell it. Nuke it. It's at 57.64. Nuke this thing.
If I sell, someone's just gonna buy up my shit in 2 seconds.
You can buy up your shit in 2 seconds. You can buy half this shit and be happy that you're making some ease.
That's what I did, but that's what I did. I was happy with that, but then I get rid of just.
All right. I'm not gonna convince you. I'm not
Listen. The ship flies like nice 2 mil.
Whatever, man.
A nice 2 mil, dude.
That's not going through.
Maybe
God. Maybe
a couple mil. I'm not saying 10 mil.
Yeah, no, you're right. I'm talking like someone who just sold, so I mean. Nice, brother. Solid 8. Give it a 7. I'm being generous.
I just swing this shit while I'm driving. Just see how fucking much I can accumulate.
Oh my god, yeah, now we're up to. Wait, 51. What's going on with this chart? We got 2 years.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm worried because, like, I can fuck myself before you can, like, spin it and possibly.
No, the candles will be, like, it's gonna hit that red candle, it's gonna hit that green candle. So, like, you are literally, like, gonna make as much as you are.
Peter, why did you regret selling? It seems like you made a proper decision.
I did. I because you have all the power. If you sell, I can buy back and have fun later when we nuke it and have fun and watch the fucking squirrel.
Get all day over and over.
Yeah, no, it was for the lulls. And like honestly, I'm like, oh my gosh, it's awesome that Yannick's getting a payday out of it.
If me, you, and like 2 more people nuked it together, I would do it. Yeah, I would do it.
Yeah,
but not if it was alone. Not if it was me alone. Because then it's gonna get blown up.
70, like
I'm saying, see, the dips are being bought up instantly. That's the weird thing. So like, I'm kind of watching it because that's where you from $600 for a million.
No, and the thing is, like, the funny thing about Obama, whoever advised him, like, this perfect timing for him, like, if you were to do this like a week before, it would be dead already.
He did it right when we're, like, kind of,
like the market and everything, like, there's some little genius behind this shit that obviously, like,
probably easy, and his little influencer doesn't even like join their spaces and shit it up.
Who did this? Who gave him fucking financial literacy?
I know everybody.
So he's ours.
He is ours, but now he's making me money, so I fucking love Obama, dude. Are you kidding me, dude? I fucking love Bitcoin Obama, dude. Alright, I'm joining that space. You want to join?
Is it an actual space?
Yeah. I'm bored as hell. I'm gonna have to pick one.
Space. Yeah, I'll see you in there.
Say fuck it. I'll see you guys in there too. Yeah, fuck you, dude. Alright, bye. See you, Rabbi.
Bye. Anyway, about who were you talking? Let's go Rebecca. You thought Rebecca was attractive? Yeah. I still think Rebecca was attractive. But she was really sweet, really nice. All the people there were generally pretty sweet and pretty nice. And Um, who else worked there? I talked about Carla. I talked about Dan. Who else worked there? Well, there's a girl named Carla who she might have been my favorite person there. Really? No, but she's close. I love, and I just love Carla's chutzpah. Chutzpah. Really, yeah, she was. I'll talk about her another time. Anyway, um, who else was there? Victor. Talked about him. He's cool. And there's another kid named Victor who would work there. And what happened to the other Victor? His mom had some kind of business. He basically got another job, basically, and didn't want to quit. He just was like basically, um, he said he had to go work for his mom's business or something. So he quit eventually. Who else worked there? Harry. Harry was this kid from China. Was he from China? Yeah. Where was he from? Where was he? Um, Somewhere in China. I don't know. China. Harry was a developer. He lived in uh, like Montebello area. No, he didn't live there. He lived somewhere like around there though. Where? Um, Not Montebello. Sorry, Montecito. No, not there. No, where did he live? It was around San Gabriel. Yeah. Anyway, um, it was around um, Monterey Park, I think, or something like that. Anyway, did you like Harry? Um, I didn't dislike him. I He just didn't do anything. We would. This was the funniest thing. We'd always be like, "Harry, what are you doing?" He'd go testing. Really, he would just go testing. He was like a robot. Really, yeah, testing. And then eventually, after, he's like, "What does he do there?" I'm like, "I've told you a million times. I don't mess with him. I don't know what he's doing there because you've told me that he's to be the Android person, and so I've let him go on that. Um, but he doesn't find anything that I can't find on an Android, and he doesn't know how to code really well." And I was like, "Yeah, he's done. Fire him." I was like, "Okay." So this morning he comes in on a Monday morning to work, and I was like, "We don't need your um, services anymore." And he's like, "Okay." His voice would always crack. "Okay." He was always really afraid of Alfred. Um, and I wasn't too hard on him, really, no. And then, he filed for unemployment, and Alfred would hate me, guys, when people would file for unemployment, but it's like, that's the right. Who else worked there? Melanie, she worked there. She was our social media manager for a while. Did you like her? Yeah. Did you anything about her that you didn't like? Mm-mm. No. I think once I left, she would kind of take over as manager, but then I think she used that position to get another position or something like that. Who else is there who's really attractive? Rosie. Let's go Rosie. So Rosie, I felt badly for Rosie. Why? Because I didn't see her this way. I thought she was really nice. She was pretty, and from where was she? Encinitas, Mexico, or something like that. And um, the only thing, I mean, I was just real stickler about people coming in on time, and so I wanted to make sure, like she would come in sometimes late. That's all I remember. But she was usually there on time. Anyway, Alfred called her coconuts. Why? This girl had coconuts. Anyway, but that wasn't my thing with her. She was. I thought. I thought she was smart. She was nice. I thought she was a good recruiter. She had, I feel like, integrity, and she was a model. In fact, this one time, at another time, she recruited me for another position later on in my career, and or yeah, I think that, or after she had left, Anyway, I had gone to the corner of Pico and Robertson, and I hadn't been there. It was the first time I went, and I saw this billboard for this jeweler, and there's a girl on who looked just like this Rosie, and I thought it was her. Right? Yeah, it could have been. It very much could have been. I mean, it wasn't because I think I texted her and asked her later on after I left that position. Anyway, I something almost happened with Rosie. What's that? So Rosie, I felt was I thought I thought she was a good employee. I thought she was um, I thought she was smart. I thought she was talented, and but Alfred. Here's the thing: Alfred would never. He was too cheap when it came to some things. Like he would never say to himself, "I'm going to have 15 employees at this business." He would have 15, and then he would have like two always on the chopping block, and it was just whatever recruiter did not produce for him, he got rid of them. And so um, she, but she was also like a social media influencer a little bit, and she was a model, and I think she did like where they paint your body, like body painting model. Anyway, very tasteful, but nothing. It wasn't like new body paint or whatever. Anyway, she. I remember it was I think it was a Friday or something, and was it a Friday? I remember. I think we didn't have shul that night for some reason. We didn't have Shabbat dinner there in Irvine for whatever reason, and so I didn't have to leave right away. And she she one of the things that she was doing was she would take one of the vehicles and drive to different stores. Alfred had an idea that if you basically sent an attractive girl to these detailing stores, he could set up relationships with them. It didn't have to be an attractive girl, but it didn't hurt. And so she would go there and do some kind of like social media shout out and tell people to sign up for our program or whatever. And Alfred told her to take one of the vehicles. They were all salvage titles and everything, but it didn't have air conditioning. And she had to drive from like Oxnard. She had to drive to Oxnard and from Oxnard back to Bellflower. And she was very hot. I mean, because it was a really hot day. And it was a convertible that she was driving. And or like, it was like a soft top, I think. So I don't know exactly what, but I just remember feeling very badly for her because she came in and she was in this tight little red dress that was basically soaked in sweat because of how hot it was. And I remember Alfred was being really mean to her. Like, so how he was, I don't think he was that nice to her by any means. He wasn't. But I had a lot of respect for her because she had a lot of respect for herself. And um, earlier in that week, she had asked me, she said, Michael, you never talk about yourself, your personal life. What do you like to do? And I was like, well, I work a lot, I'm dedicated to my position. She said, no, that's obvious, but what do you like to do outside of work? And I'm like, well, I have a community and I like spending time with them. She's like, no, what hobbies do you have? And I was like, well, actually, I have planned to climb this mountain in Orange County. It's Orange County's highest peak, Mount Santiago. And she's like, oh, that sounds really interesting. And I was like, yeah, I mean, I'm planning on doing it one of these weekends. I just have to find the time. And she's like, um, she was just asking me about it. Anyway, So this Friday she comes in. She's really hot, sweaty, and in this she looked beautiful. She was in a tight little red dress, and but again, I was like not interested in employees. Like even though we worked around, the worst I ever did was at knee, like bump knees with somebody. Um, and she came in and she's like, she goes in to tell Alfred how she did there at an Oxnard. Um, it was a 3D detail place, which would be nationwide today. And Alfred's like, so what do you think? And she's like, well, I mean, I set up the stuff and I did everything that you told me to do. And she's like, well, how many detailers did you get signed up? And she's like, well, maybe like 3 or 4, something like that. But he's like, we need more than that. How couldn't you do better than that? And she's like, well, you have to understand, I was only there for like, I don't know, 4 hours or something like that because, and it just, it so happened it wasn't that busy there. I mean, it's an Oxnard, it wasn't that busy. And he's like, oh, I can't believe you. And she's like, I worked really hard there. I I didn't take lunch. I got all dressed up for this. I did social media shout outs on my own social media and on your social media. And I wasn't here to do what I normally do for recruiting, so I couldn't make my weekly bonus or anything. We'll talk about that. And, I don't think that you're being very considerate. I remember she was very professional the way she spoke. And she was just like, I don't think you're being very considerate of what I've endured to just get here and get back. And I remember she came in late. That wasn't a big deal. You could come in late, but we would wait for you, and we were waiting to lock up the place, and we were waiting for her to get the vehicle back. And so Alfred was like, "What do you mean not being considerate?" Or something like that. I mean, this isn't exact, but she's like, "Well, you have to understand. Like, I worked really hard today. I worked really hard in general, and I don't think that you really appreciate what your employees do." He's like, "Oh, do you believe this? Do you believe this?" He's saying to Luciano, and like, "Do you believe this?" And Luciano's just like, "Cowards." And she's like, Alfred, I think that we're done. I think that I've had enough of the way that you treat people, and I think today's my last day. He's like, well, of course it's your last day. Here's your check, and Michael write you a last check or something like that, or he gave her cash or something, and she's like, all right, and nothing against you, nothing against the people who work here. It's just I don't think this is going to be working out for me. And he's like, well, of course it's not, because you're not working hard enough or whatever. And as she left, she said to me, Michael, you have my number, right? And she's like, yeah. I'm like, yeah. And she's like, something like this. This wasn't exactly right. But as she walked out in this little red dress, she's like, it would be nice if you give me a call sometime, if you want. And then she left. And I remember being like, that was just the most crazy situation that just happened, where she gets in a fight with the owner of the business and basically stands up for herself, and now she's asking me out as she's leaving, and now I can't date her. Well, I couldn't date her, but anyway. And so a couple weeks went by, or maybe like a month or something, and I think this is what happened. I went to Pico Robertson and I asked her, I texted her and I said, hey, are you on a billboard? Because it looked just like her. It's still to this day, I think looked like her. For some jewelry company. And she's like, no, that's not me. But yeah, I appreciate the compliment or something like that. She's like, sure. And she's like, oh, she said to me something like, we should get coffee sometime or something like that. And I remember I texted her something like, it would, or maybe she didn't say it. She said we should do something sometime. And so after I asked her that, I was really curious about if this was this girl on the billboard. So I was going to congratulate her, like, looked just like her. Anyway, I said to her, I said something like, I texted her, I was like, do you want to get coffee tonight? Or something like that. And he's like, no, thanks. And she's like, I'm actually at the gym right now. Can we do it tomorrow night? And I was like, sure. And I remember, because this girl wasn't Jewish, to my knowledge. She wouldn't be. She'd be like matrilineally Jewish, but she wasn't practicing anything like that. And I remember the immense amount of guilt that I had, this Jewish guilt that overwhelmed me. And I texted her back, and I said something like, you know, I got a chance to think about it a little bit more, and I just don't think it's in my best interest to have coffee or whatever for me. Anyway, and if, like, you know, like, I wish you the best or something like that, but at this time I don't think that that's in my best interest or something like that. It wasn't that, so I said, but I remember I had a message to her that I erased, I think I did, and then I sent her that. Basically, I had a change of heart, just thinking about my references of comic book art. I'm like, I'm just being like, this is not what I should be doing. And so and she was really nice about it. She's like, if you ever change your mind, know that it's still an open invitation. I'd like to get to know you better, or something like that. And then that was that. And then did anything ever happen? No, but years later, I would have just applied for a bunch of positions, and she was a recruiter in Orange County for something. And she, I think we talked on the phone, and I think she had a child, something like that. So congratulations to her. That wish the best for her and her family. But anyway, I remember that night, the night she quit, Alfred was like, "Do you believe?" Oh, I remember what she said really pissed him off. She said to him, like, "You're a bully," or something like that. Like, and I couldn't agree with her more. And I was like, "Could you believe this girl? Can you believe that she thinks I'm a bully?" And I'm like, "I told you that people think that." And he's like, "Oh, so you're gonna take her side?" I'm like, "No, I'm not necessarily taking a side in this. I'm saying that you need to understand how your behavior is interpreted by other people, and while you may not see it, other people see it." And he's like, "Oh, so you're just gonna take her side?" I'm like, "No, I'm not taking sides in this. You just have to understand that she made valid points." He's like, "Oh, I can't believe it." Anyway, then they started to talk about how hot she was. Really, yeah. And he and Luciano, and Luciano's like, "Yeah, I looked her up on the internet." And Alfred's like, "I did too." I didn't give a shit. I mean, honestly, she was. I would say I thought she was very professional. Yeah, and I compliment her more on her professionalism than anything. All of the people about whom I would say that they were very professional. In addition to being attractive, but definitely professional and really good employees and really dedicated. I mean, honestly, in the right environment, we'd all still be working together and be very successful at what we did. But it was just very high stress, and it was for someone who we couldn't please, basically. Anyway, Alfred's like, Luciano's like, I don't know, that Alfred's like, they were talking about her modeling shoots and or something like that. And I had not looked this girl up. I honestly, for really anybody, because I don't, especially if you're hiring them, like, unless they were just for a higher position, I would look up their stuff on the internet or anything, or like their LinkedIn. Most of them didn't have that, but like even their Facebook or whatever. Alfred did fucking cyber stuff, anyone who worked there. Anyway, um, I remember them talking about how hot they thought she was, and I was just like, thinking to myself, this girl just effed me out, and I just thought that was funny. Anyway, so um, but back to Rebecca. Rebecca was, I think, after Yalitza or somebody like that. Well, naming schedulers. It went. Cecilia was always there, and that's why. I mean, I got to know her the best, and she. Um, I always said to her, and it's true. I said to her that she would be really good in a doctor's office. Why? She's really organized. I felt like she could, like, I wanted somebody who probably with some to like take care of her, who was who would appreciate her skills, because I knew this guy didn't. And then we had who else was there as a scheduler? Well, we had this one guy. What was his name? I forget. This one guy. This one guy came in. I think his name Joe. Joe came in, and Joe lived in Culver City, and Joe had a Cadillac. And she's like, "Why are you working at this place if you have a Cadillac? You're making like no money basically here." And Joe was a scheduler, and I remember Alfred was putting a bunch of pressure on me, and I was like, "Look, I don't know." At times, I told him, "Look, I don't know why you want me to be the manager here. Have Ricardo be the manager, or have Joe be the manager, but don't like I don't know why." He's like, "No, you're the person I want." I'd be like, "Well, then you need to start treating me with more respect, because I don't want this type of unnecessary treatment from you." Anyway, Joe came in from Culver City every day, and what happened with him? He, I think, I don't know, hit on one of the employees at some point, made them feel awkward, made a couple of the employees feel awkward, and so they got rid of Joe on a weekend. All these people would be fired on the weekend. I swear to God, I would come in on Monday and be like, "Yeah, Joe's gone," or so and so's gone, like Yelitsa was gone. I remember Alfred told me when Yelitsa left, because I liked Yelitsa, and she was from HB Huntington Park, which would be really nice. And she, what did she have? She had a Toyota Matrix. We always kind of knew what people drove because they parked right outside, and we were in the car industry. But we were technology, but yeah, had dealt with automobiles, so really, yeah. Anyway, one time I got really mad at my dad because he saw my friend Phil at a football game and told Phil I was in the automotive industry, and I was pissed because I was in the technology industry. But it was automobile. Anyway, I was so pissed at my dad for saying that. Anyway, because we weren't in the automobile industry, and it made it sound like I was like, "Dad, I'm not. That's not what I'm in. I'm in technology." Anyway, um, what else happened? Who else was there? Oh, Rebecca. I thought she was really sweet. The girls who worked there were Jen. Oh, Yelitsa. What about Yelitsa? Well, Yelitsa just flirted with Adrian a lot. I just remember that. And Yelitsa had a daughter. She cared very much about her daughter. And one day, Yelitsa was working on the weekend, and after was like, I think she was working a Saturday, and I came in on a Sunday, and Alfred's like, "Yeah, Yelitsa's gone. I mean, Yelitsa's gonna have to work like Saturday and Sunday or something." And he's like, I called so and so that's gonna come in, and we need to hire another scheduler this week." And he's like, "What did she do?" And I forget. It's just like you'd say one bad thing, not even bad thing. You'd say one thing to this guy, and he would just fly off the handle and fire you, which is his right. I remember he was like, I can fire anybody for any reason I want. I can fire someone because I think they're ugly. And I'd be like, you can't fire anyone for any reason. And I was like, what do you mean? Like, there are protected classes here. You can't fire someone for being black. You can't fire someone for being gay. You can't fire someone for being a woman. Like, what do you mean you can't? You can fire anybody for any reason that you want. He said, yeah, I wouldn't tell him. I wouldn't fire someone just because I thought, they were, because they were a woman or something like that. I'd fire them because I thought they were ugly. I could fire them because I think they're ugly. Yeah, you can. That's a good idea. Who else worked there? Jennifer Contreras. What about that girl? They called her Princess. Really? Yeah. And she only worked there for like 2 weeks. And I remember we were in a meeting with some advertising company. Alfred, the advertiser, and I were in a meeting. And Jennifer knocks on the door and says, I need to take a break. And it was like she had just taken a lunch hour 30 minutes before this. And it was like, you just took a lunch hour. You need a break now? And she's like, yeah. Like, okay, go do what you need to do. And then like you need like put your head down for 10 minutes or something. Like if you need to go in the break room, go for it. She's like, no, I just need to go take a break. Okay, fine. So I'm in a meeting and I go back in there and like 45 minutes goes by. What did she say? Oh no, she told me, I just need to I need to uh I need to take a break. I just need to go around the block. I need to drive around the block. And it was like, okay, that's a weird answer. Okay, fine. Go drive around the block. Do whatever you need to do, girl. And so she left. Cecilia calls, knocks on the door after like 45 minutes have gone by. And she's like, yeah, Jennifer's still not back. And what the hell's going on with this? So I call her, and she's like, yeah, I'm stuck on the freeway. I'm stuck on the freeway. Girl, you just said you had to go around the block. What is this freeway bullshit? So she gets in like after an hour, and like Alfred's there at the time. He's like, what the hell? What do you think this girl is doing? I'm like, I have no idea what this girl is doing. But obviously it was important enough that she didn't want to tell us. Anyway, so she was just, I think she left. She was gone after like 2 weeks or something like that. Because she just kept having to take these breaks or whatever outside her break time. And not that normally I wouldn't have an issue with an employee needed a break before, but it was like we depend on you to do a job at that time at that desk, and you couldn't do it virtually. I remember saying to Alfred, you know, we could really have these employees work virtually. It would not be hard at all. He's like, no, that'll never happen. I'll never allow that to happen. I'll be dead before I let that happen. So there was like no chance he would ever let that to happen. I was saying all the foods that I like yesterday. I really like beets. I like beets a lot. I like eggs. I like beets a lot. I like borscht. But I really like fucking beets. I love fucking beets. Really, yeah. Anyway, and I didn't talk to Jennifer a lot. I mean, but she's a really good girl. Anyway, anybody else who worked there? We had Jasmine. She was, she loved Harry Potter. She was born and raised back in England. And I liked her. She was funny. Really, yeah. And why did she leave? Well, here's what would happen. People would work there for like a month, and then they would have a doctor's appointment or something, they would say that they'd have, and then that was really a job interview, and then they'd leave. And it was just kind of constant. And that's what happened with her. Or they'd call in sick or something, and then they'd have it. So, I mean, I use the same strategy. I can't blame these people. Really, yeah. So, and Alfred knew it too. So whenever he had an employee we really liked, he would never let them take any time off because he was so afraid that they would be interviewing for another position. And that's on him. That's like if your employees are happy, they won't want to leave. You don't have to worry about them interviewing for another position, but it's like he was too cheap to realize that. I mean, if he would have paid people what they were worth, it would have been a little bit more off his bottom line, but he would have been able to keep them, and we wouldn't have had this constant influx of people. Who else is there? Nancy would sometimes schedule us well. I really like Nancy and Adrian. They were like brother and sisters, even though they weren't related. They were like, when I first moved there, or when I first took the position there, they were both recruiters, and you had like a boy recruiter and a girl recruiter. And they were, who else was there? There's a guy named Raphael. I forget. He was going to be quality assurance, but he was so slow at doing stuff. Then he was going to be a recruiter, and I don't remember much about Raphael, but one thing he said, one time he got a red light ticket, and he's like, I never paid it, and nothing ever happened with it. We had Ricardo, I talked about him. We had Danny, I talked about him. We had Victor, and then the other Victor came. Then Brooke had worked for like Amazon at like a warehouse in Dallas or something, but he was from Orange County, and he told Alfred like a month early. He was just trying to get a position when he moved back, and so he had this one locked up, and he was good. He eventually though said that he had jury duty. And I remember, usually with jury duty, you get a check for it, and you're supposed to turn in that check, and then the company that pays you. That can happen, and he didn't have his jury duty summons. And then he said it took like 3 days, and then he had found another position. We had Francisco. I like Francisco a lot. Francisco's still working there. I don't know how the hell he's doing it, but I do know him. Francisco was the other guy's name. There was some other like security guy who worked there. He didn't work there. He was a contractor. He was cool, but Francisco was an inspiration to me to some extent because he said that he wanted to be a project manager. And he billed himself as a project manager, but he hadn't passed the PMP yet. And I don't think I had heard of it even up until then. Then I learned about it. Then I started studying for it for like a year, and then I became a PMP. And he still did, and now he's got more credentials than I did in things, and so I'm proud of him for that kind of stuff. But I remember when I left, I told him, look, we would have earbuds in because we would have to talk to the programmers, but they wouldn't always talk. So when I'd be like, you can listen to podcasts on PMP and you can listen to the PM Prepcast and all these. I told him how to get all this stuff, and so I see now that's how he's done it. Who else worked there? What was her name? Not Jennifer. What was this girl's name? Damn it! I say her name in that recording. What was her name? She was really nice. What was her name? I forget. I'm so sorry. I forget it now. I apologize. She's the only person's name that I knew in that recording. I forgot what her things. What was it? I remember she had worked there before I worked there, and then she went and did something else and came back. So she knew how to recruit and things like that. But everyone was just so fucking sick of Alfred that this is how things work in sales or recruiting or whatever. You have a good week, and you. So how did this happen? They had a bonus system. So basically, if you signed up 5 washers in a week, you got $100 cash bonus. And what's her name? Jasmine, Justine. It was stuff with it, anyway, so this is how it worked with everybody. Nancy, Adrian, this person, I can't think of her name. Anybody. They would um, they they'd be really enthused to start working. So they get their 5 people in a given week, and then they get their bonus. Then the next week they might get only 4 people, and they wouldn't get the bonus. So then they thought to themselves, well, wait a second, why am I trying so hardly on the second week? I should just save those 4 signups for the next week, and so their weeks would just be like 5 and then 2, and then 6, 5 and then 1, and then 5 and then 2, and then 5 and then 3, and then 5 and then 1. So they'd always save the people for the next week. And um, who else was there? That was with all of them. There was one guy, the best recruiter we ever had. I forget his name. He was a big Dodgers fan, and I remember he asked me if he could leave early from work because the Dodgers are playing in the World Series, and that wasn't my call. I had asked if somebody had to do that, and Alfred said no, he couldn't, and this kid just left right away at 5:30 anyway, and or he left at like 5:25 or something like that. What the hell was his name? Raul, I think. Raul? It was something like that. He was the best recruiter we ever had. It was something like that. Did you like him? Yeah, but he basically, what would happen is we had this big list of people who would sign up to be washers, and everyone would go in and get this list and call people, and the people would get so annoyed by how many times we called them, and at points, unless they signed up. But eventually, you would get all the recruits that you could, and it was like, there's no point for you to continue there because there were fresh leads, but not super fresh leads. Like you get maybe like 2 or 3 a day, or 2 or 3 a week or something. But anyway, then there was another guy. What's his name? Chris? Or something like that. Or Ricardo? There's Ricardo. There's another guy. Anyway, I remember why he was working there. He was cool. I liked him. I liked all the people who worked there. But, the hell was his name? It was something like that. Something. Wasn't that? Anyway, Richard? Something like that. Anyway, he got picked up one time while he was working there. He had a warrant out or something. And the police came and picked him up or something. Or he went to jail. No, that's not. He went to jail for a couple days or like a week, but he got out of jail and was able to like continue to work there, which I thought was pretty cool. That we just didn't get rid of him. What the hell is his name? Anyway, who was there longest? Well, Cecilia started a month before I started, and she was there the entire time that I was there. And Adrian started. Adrian was the longest tenured employee there. He started summer of like 2016, something like that. He had worked there the longest, and we got to the point where I told Alfred, I'm not talking with customers on the phone anymore because I don't want them writing a negative review saying that Michael said that he would give me a free wash, and I told him not. And Alfred would always try to get people that changed their route. If once something was done, I'm not saying I never talked to customers. I talked to maybe more customers there than any non-scheduler person ever did, especially with issues. But it got to the point where, there's another girl. What's that name? Beverly. That was all over that. Anyway, Adrian. I like Beverly a lot. Yeah. Anyway, Adrian. So Adrian wanted a raise, and because he'd worked there a long time and everything, and Alfred didn't want to give him a raise. So Adrian said, "I think like I'm gonna leave," and Alfred was like, "Look, in exchange for you getting a raise or whatever, you take. I want you to talk to customers on the phone," which made it easier too. I also told Alfred, "Look, it doesn't make any sense to me, for me to talk to customers because I don't speak Spanish, so I can't ask the washer what happened with this wash." And then he tells me, and then I'm able to tell the customer. I'm like, I don't know what happened. So I'd have to find someone else to tell me, because a lot of these guys only spoke Spanish. Some spoke English, but it wasn't that common. And only a couple of them only spoke English. So we needed a bilingual person to do that. And so Adrian, in exchange for a raise, basically took over those duties. And I remember he would be like, I fucking hate talking to these people. Like, yeah, now you know what it's like. And it sucked. And it was, and so eventually I would develop a system. There was something with our, who did we have? Vonage, I think, where you could record the calls. That, and so we put a little disclaimer on our phone saying like, this call is recorded for quality assurance purposes or something. This call may be recorded for quality assurance purposes. But then we could prove what someone was saying on the phone. And then when we get something, like if somebody was dissatisfied with a wash, we could say like, this, listen to this person on the phone. And my job just became, I took over for a bunch of people, Luciano and Victor and some other people at times, to develop the app. And so then we would get these things called chargebacks, which I never even knew were a thing. Maybe a little bit when I worked at a financial institution, but I did not really know what's a chargeback. I'm like the king of understanding these things now. So what is it? It's when someone uses their credit or debit card for a purchase and they're dissatisfied with it, and the merchant will not return their money for one reason or another. They can go to their credit or debit issuer and do it and request a chargeback, which basically creates a uh, it creates a dispute, and they dispute the charges on their account. So somebody would be like, some of them were legitimate, where somebody would steal their card or their phone or something, and like rack up a whole bunch of bills, and they would do chargebacks against all of that. But I never knew who paid for that, and it ends up that the merchant pays for that, or the company pays for that. So we would get like, originally I remember the first chargeback we ever got. Luciano gets this thing in the email, and he's like, we got this message. I don't know what it is. You want to look at it? And I look at it. I'm like, Alfred, what is this chargeback? He's like, I don't know. Okay, well, I'll call him. We would use this payment processor, Braintree, and I used to call them every single fucking day. So I knew the system really well, and I would be like, yeah, so can you tell us what this chargeback thing? And he'd be like, well, if someone wasn't satisfied with their car wash, and it's like, well, car wash is a really subjective thing. Some people think a car wash is good, some people think it's bad, whatever. So we got in the habit of asking people for pictures, and write, we used to dispute them and go back and forth between us and the customer. And I remember um, after I left, other employees took over the chargeback duties, and they lost, I think, every single one of them. But when I was there, we won like 60% of them, which is a huge amount to win. I mean, it was giant that we were winning so many of these, because I would put so much work in these chargebacks, and we would treat it like a legal case, where we would have recordings of the customer on the phone, we would have pictures of their car, we would have like timestamps of when this stuff took place, we would have like after pictures of what happened, like all these things. And but the thing is, these things are timed, so they're time sensitive, and I just remember that. All right, well, you can talk about. Well, I got other jobs, other jobs, but basically, and that was like the first time I was there. Then, okay, so then I'll talk about how I got back eventually, but basically, I left for a little more than a year and I came back. And when I came back, my computer was all the same. Everything that I had done was basically the same. they had some employees who were new. Hunter was new. He was from northern Hoosier. He'd gone to Yale, and a smart kid, but not very. I think he was smart. I don't have anything against him, but he wasn't very personable, I guess. I don't know. He was smart, but not very personable. He wasn't like savvy. I don't know. I don't mean to insult him. He just was kind of brain smart, but book smart, but not street smart all that much. And it's rare to get both. Anyway, who else did we have working there? We had a kid named Mario. He was a good graphic designer at a certain point. So anyway, I was hiring. Um, I was hiring. Well, we didn't hire yet. Anyway, I'll talk about other people who I hired. So this one day, we put out an ad. We needed a scheduler, and I still to this day love this girl for saying what she said. Uh, and so I had interviewed so many different people. I know all of the. I know what everyone's going to say basically, and so this girl, she pulls up in a yellow Camaro, and she's like this little girl, like she looks really young, and she comes in, she sits down, and I go in to interview her, and I introduce myself. I said, "What's your name?" She says, "Carla." I said, "Carla, why do you want this position?" And she says, she just looks me dead in the eye without missing a beat and says, "I will do absolutely everything that it takes, no matter what it takes to do a good job." And I was like, "You're fucking hired, girl." Really? Yeah. I mean, I just remember that was like the coolest answer that she could have given. So anyway, we I was really impressed with her. And was it because she was hot? No, I don't think that people would think that she's pretty, but I don't think that people would think that she's hot. She's a pretty girl, but not like overwhelming. She's kind of like tomboyish, but I remember I loved her personality. I thought she was really nice, and she was just I. She just had it. Like I liked that answer that she gave. Though. Anyway, um, she had what since I couldn't speak Spanish that well, but my Spanish did improve a little bit, and I was starting to learn it as best as I could when I was there because the employees would speak in Spanish, and at the time I there wasn't a law on this. It was a vague part, but since I needed to know what people were saying as I was managing the office, I said, "Alfred, people are speaking Spanish. They were speaking Spanish, so I would know what they were saying." And I said, it's difficult for me to know what's going on in the office if I can't hear what they're saying or understand what they're saying. And Alfred's like, "Yeah, tell everybody they need to speak English, whether unless they're talking to a washer or something." So that I think would not be legal in little later in the law, but that that's something that and people obeyed that, they understood that. Anyway, I would bring in someone to speak with Carla or whatever employee it was, and so I brought some employee in to ask Carla some questions just to make sure they spoke Spanish because we'd have some people who say they spoke Spanish and they really didn't, and it didn't last a morning with those people. Anyway, um, this girl, I remember one thing I had tested out, I don't know, 100 people on their Spanish, and she was the one person I remember. They said she doesn't just speak Spanish well, but she's like eloquent in Spanish. I was like, "Oh, that's really good." Anyway, we hired this girl to work with. We needed a third. Okay, so we had two schedulers at the time. We had Cecilia, and we had this girl named Beverly. Did you like Beverly? Yeah. Did you think Beverly was hot? I thought everybody there was somewhat attractive, but I could see how people think Beverly was really hot. Anyway, I like Beverly's. I just thought Beverly was. Um, I liked her personality. This one day when I had first returned, she was having this terrible time with this customer, and the customer was like, "I'm going to speak to the manager. I want to speak to the manager. I want to speak to the manager." And he was this South African or British guy. He was making Beverly cry on the phone, and this is the only time for like a year that I took a customer's call. And I was like, give me the phone. And I talked to the guy and went outside. All he wanted was something for free, and so I was able to give him a wax for free, and um, that satisfied the customer. And I came in and was able to satisfy her. But I remember being like, that doesn't work every time, and we're not supposed to give things away. I only had to give away that wax and one free wash. I said to Alfred, uh, as a manager here, I need to be able. You give away car washes, but sometimes, like rarely, but just to appease a customer. But I don't have that same ability. I need the ability, if I need to give away one car wash a day. And he said that was fine. And I only ever had to give away one. So one lady, this Armenian lady, in she had a really dirty car, and it was on Sepulveda Boulevard, and she got like our basic service. Even a detail wouldn't have done her what she needed. And anyway, she wasn't satisfied with it, and so I tried to call Alfred. He wasn't available. And I just gave her a wash and just took care of it. I remember I was I was studying Hebrew at the time. So here's the thing. My lunch hour. You could bother me on my lunch hour. Normally you weren't supposed to bother anybody. But so Cecilia knocked on the door as I was studying, and she's like, "Yeah, I don't know what to do with this customer. Can you please help me?" And I'm like, "Yep." And uh, basically, I talked with her on the phone and blah blah blah. Blah. So maybe there's some who I helped. Well, that was the first time around. Anyway, um, is that the end of your story? Um, Beverly could get an attitude with people, definitely, but she was. I liked her. I mean, and I was really happy that they had hired her, but we needed a third scheduler. We always needed a third scheduler, but Alfred wouldn't pay for it. He would just have another recruiter there or something like that. But anyway, we needed a third scheduler, so we hired Carla. And finally, when we hired Carla, I was happy that we finally had it, because when the person would take their lunch, then there was only one scheduler at the time, and that was just not enough. That job was mind numbing. It was so we were so busy at times, or at least it seemed that it definitely was. You were speaking English, you're speaking Spanish, you're picking up random calls, you had all kinds of things going on, and then if that person has to go to the bathroom, then there's nobody there. So it was really busy. Anyway, so we hired Carla, um, and Carla was with us for I don't know, like, and she could put up with Alfred. Oh, Carla was originally hired as a recruiter, actually, and she just wasn't cut out to be a recruiter. And Alfred was going to get rid of her. And I said, Alfred, this girl is great. What do you mean you're going to get rid of her? Like, I hire people every fucking week for you, and this is the best person that I have found who can put up with your shit, first and foremost, speaks great Spanish, and maybe she's not what you think she should be when it comes to a recruiter, which is fine, but make this girl a scheduler. We need another scheduler. And he's like, fine. So we hired her as a scheduler. And in my opinion, she was a very good scheduler. I remember I would ask the people who worked there, so how's this person doing as a new employee? And they'd be like, Cecilia would always be like, well, this person doesn't do this right, and doesn't do this right, and doesn't do this right, and doesn't do this right. And I'd be like, holy shit, okay. But with Carla, Cecilia was like, yeah, she's doing a good job. She's trying. And I was like, okay, that's all I ask. And then Alfred got rid of Carla, and it broke my heart that he got rid of her, because he was like, I'm not paying for 3 schedulers or whatever. And I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ, dude. He's like, I'll go find somebody else. I got rid of her for some reason. She was always on time. She was, like, I to this day I'm speaking very highly of her, but I think very highly of her. She told me some things that I didn't know, like what that her dad taught her. She said, if you're ever and so like a bunch of fucking rich Jews would hear this and they'd know what to do with these supercars. She said that if in order to get a helicopter for the police to call a helicopter on you, they needed 2 squad cars basically to um like if you were in the middle of a if you were in the middle if you're gonna get pulled over and you're in like a super fast car, you can outrun the cops, and in order for the cops to call a helicopter on you, they need to have at least 2 cops to call it in. It can't just be 1 cop to ask for a um, a helicopter. Then they need 2 because it's expensive to get a helicopter on you and everything. So she's like, my dad always said, like, if needed, just fucking floor it when you got if you're in like a really fast car. I always thought that was cool. Anyway, um, Carla had worked, I remember, at this um, sushi restaurant as a hostess or a host or whatever. And then the I think that restaurant would be really big. But anyway, she was I think what up, baby? Thank baby, yo, something happened on the I think she was I don't know, she was like in her early 20s. She was young. And but she was I remember I just the way she interviewed I just thought was like exactly what we needed. And Alfred fired her. And I'm like, motherfucker, why'd you get rid of her? And he's like, yeah, just we'll find somebody else. It'll be fine. And I'm like, okay. So then we hired like 3 or 4 other people, and I go to Cecilia. So how's this person doing? Cecilia, like, this person's not gonna cut it. This person's not gonna cut it. This person does this wrong, this wrong, this wrong. Like, Jesus Christ. Anyway, and I've never done this for any employee, nor did I do it for any employee that I called Alfred. I said, Alfred, you know, we had what we wanted, or what I wanted in an employee there, which was Carla. Carla was always on time. She always took lunch when she needed. She always asked good questions. She was good with customers. She was good with washers. She put up with her shit, and you got rid of her. I want to call her back, and because she's gonna find another job, and we're not gonna be able to get her. And he's like, all right, fine. And I called her back, and thank God she was still available. And so she started working the next day. It's like, and I remember asking Cecilia, all right, so how's she doing? She's like, oh yeah, that's what I needed. Like, I don't know why we got rid of her. And basically, you had to work well with Cecilia, or else, because she had been there forever, and she was the only other scheduler for a lot of time. So, now what happened to Beverly? I think Beverly was working there as well, but then I think Beverly eventually left. She and Alfred got into it on a weekend. When I wasn't there, that was the thing that would happen. If I was there, I could normally calm him down to not fire someone, but he would get so stressed on the weekend. What he would do is he would be like at one of his, his like his ocean house, or he'd be out on a fishing trip. He would take all these, or he'd be in Mexico, or he'd be in all these places on a boat or something, and he would just not want to put up with anyone's shit. And he was around all his friends, and he's like, I'll just fire these people. And so he would just fire people. There was another girl who was, Nada worked there. She was cute. Her husband, or her boyfriend, or whatever. I wouldn't take that guy's job. This guy only drove around a Lexus, dropped his girlfriend off at work, and then just drove around to pick her up for lunch. For an hour, they'd go to lunch, and then she'd go back to work, and then he'd pick her up at the end of the day in a Lexus. Really? Yep. One of those, like an Lexus RX 400 or whatever. Anyway. And what happened to Nada? She just wasn't making the cut one day, and I forget what her. And then there was another girl. What was her name? I don't remember. But I did remember I hired her when Alfred was at some. He was at some event. She was going to be a recruiter. This girl is very attractive, and he was at. He was out with his friends because I could hear him in the background. And this girl was really motivated and really, I want to say aggressive with like to do a really good job to sell. And she, I don't remember this girl's name though. I remember being like, this girl is, she knows what's up. She seems very smart to be able to do what we need. And so what Alfred would do, normally he would come in, well, when we first started, he would come in and interview with people, but then what he expected me to do is to do voice time with him. And so, or they'd FaceTime. And so he'd get to be able to meet someone, something like that. So I remember this one person who I hired. I don't think he had the chance to FaceTime him or something because he was like, I'm too busy because he was with his friends on a fishing trip. And I remember she trained with Adrian, and Adrian's like, no, she seems like she can work on her own now, and or she worked with Eric or something like that, and so she was working on her own, and then um, but I remember this though. I do remember this. I'm like, yeah, it seems like it's good, but she hasn't met Alfred yet. And if I ever said someone was good, Alfred would automatically, I think, not want them. Not that he didn't trust my opinion, but it was like it wasn't his choice basically. So this Alfred had redone this middle room that we had, and he had built like we helped to build like a little office in there, and he liked that. He liked to sit behind the office like he was some powerful person, and he had a computer though that would never use basically. Anyway, um, Alfred finally comes in. Well, this girl was like, "Hey, when am I going to get to meet Alfred and the owner whenever he comes in, basically?" And so he comes in and he meets her, and and I don't know what happened, but um, they were behind closed doors for a little bit, and then you could kind of hear some yelling, and then she comes out and she's like, I can't believe you, like you're Alfred. She came up to me and she's like, Alfred just said to write my last check or something like that, and she's like, oh, I don't want to work for someone like that. And I was like, what happened? And she's like, he asked me all these really personal questions and like about my personal life and like things that weren't his business, and basically like I felt sexually harassed, and I was like, oh Jesus. Anyway, I was like, look, I don't know what happened, but here's your last check, and thanks for doing it. This girl had no chance. I mean, she could have had a chance with anyone else. I think she had a lot of opportunity to do well in the role, but it was like, I don't know. I just felt like Alfred just thought he could fuck this chick or something. I don't know. Anyway, anybody else who worked there? Yeah, there was this one guy. I forget his name. Oh my god, this guy is so funny. Why? I don't remember his name, but we were gonna hire him for a quality assurance position, and he comes in. He's like, like I'm like, this guy's sniffing. Anyway, um, and we had a table in there, this glass table. This guy's like lifting this table, like so it's almost gonna break. Anyway, we're gonna hire this guy to be a quality assurance person, and I'm like, well, um, he FaceTimes with Alfred, and Alfred's like, yep, like be there on Monday or whatever. This guy comes in and he's like really fidgety, and I'm like, Alfred, I don't know. people who do methamphetamine, but like this is what they always say. Like people are like, it's like, oh, this guy does methamphetamine, and this guy's like, yeah. So when do I get a vehicle? And he's like, yeah, you don't get a vehicle yet. We don't just start you off in a vehicle on the first day. He's like, okay, well, do I get a vehicle tomorrow? And he's like, I don't know when you're gonna get a vehicle. Just calm down, man. Anyway, everybody was just, this guy was just tweaking like crazy, and I remember that it was like mid morning. He was working with someone, and they're like, yeah, this guy can't stop like fidgeting. This guy is just like all over the place. He's like really hyped up on stuff. And I'm like, yeah, this isn't working out. So I called out for him. I don't think this like people are complaining about this guy being overly fidgety. I remember being like yesterday or Friday, whenever we hired him, he almost broke that glass table. He had it on two legs, and I was like, yeah, just write him a check and tell him to get out of here. And so I did, and he's like, oh, bye. Like, this guy was just gone. Really, yeah. And anybody else who worked there that you recall? We had so many employees. If I'm forgetting, I'm sorry. Who was your favorite person to work there? Maybe. Danny was really great. Who's the best employee for the place? I would say I was, but aside from when I worked there, Adrian was there a long time. He did a good job. And Cecilia, I would probably say Cecilia was definitely up there. She was there a long time. She worked really hard. Why'd he get rid of Nancy? Nancy would just come. Nancy brought her personal life into the business too often, and so Alfred, this is what he would do. He would say, "Take off a week," and so an employee would literally be there without. He would send someone home and like suspend them for a week, basically. And it was when he would do that, it was kind of smart of him because they couldn't file for unemployment because they weren't technically fired. And then if they did find another job, then he wouldn't have to get. He wouldn't have to pay him for. He would. They wouldn't. They wouldn't get paid. They would just get another job and they wouldn't need to file for unemployment. So he told Nancy a few times, just take off next week or something like that. Anybody else who worked there who you recall? Was that Michael, Keenan, yeah, there were SEO guys. Oh yeah, what were their names? I think that one of them was named George or something. Anyway, all the SEO guys. SEO is such a fidgety animal, and it's difficult to be an expert in. But everybody who interviewed there was an expert in SEO, to the point where Alfred and I became experts in SEO and known to see through some people's bullshit. And Alfred expected like people to just be able to work their magic overnight and things. Like, SEO doesn't work that way. So who were the people? There were a few people. There was this one guy. He had an MBA from somewhere, from Tusk or something like that. And this guy, we ended up getting rid of him because we just weren't seeing results. Then there was another guy, I forget his name, who actually kind of knew something about SEO, but again, he said it doesn't. Rome wasn't built in a day. Basically, it takes time. And Alfred just wanted to see immediate turnaround. And then there was another guy who was there. I forget this guy's name. He was married, and he was a nice guy, but I just forget. Anyway, I mean, really, I never had an issue with any employee there. unless you were going to be late and you didn't text me. That was my issue. Now, if it were like I overslept or something like that, okay, but that doesn't happen that often. I forget that other guy's name. Anyway, so we had SEO people, and then we had a bunch of different. There was Mario and Manny. Manny was cool. He was an SEO. He had a girlfriend or something, some fiance, and who was like a nurse in Newport Beach. He had moved here from Wisconsin, and he had some kind of like NBA. He was really into the NBA, and so he did a bunch of like he had a pretty good social media page. So we hired him for social media, but after we got rid of him very quickly just because for whatever reason, we found another job or something. I remember Mario. We liked Mario a lot. He was a good graphic designer and knew what was going on. And he and Melanie would work well together. Melanie did social media, Mario was graphic design. And Mario was married. And basically, I remember Mario was like, "Yeah, I have a doctor's appointment in Anaheim." And he was like, "Okay, well, go for it." And then, it, and then like the next day, he's like, "Yeah, I've got another doctor's appointment in Anaheim." Like, and then he got another position at some point. Or is it Mario Cabrera or something like that? We had Melanie. Melanie, did you get along with Melanie? Yeah. We weren't ever allowed to be close. Though I think I hired her when they did on social media. Like why? Like I wasn't really into social media, believe it or not. That wasn't part of my job. I mean, it wasn't. I don't want to say it wasn't part of my job, but like, I would. I was like more managing many aspects of the business, but social media, I would handle like large advertisers, marketing, and things like that. Social media, we would hire someone and they would manage like Google ads, or not Google ads, but like Facebook and what we would post on a daily basis and things. And Melanie was good at that. And she had she called it a bus. She had a big yellow Toyota something. Toyota. It's a really wanted car in like Central America because of what in the fuck is that called? I like those cars. What is it? It's I don't know. It looks like a dune buggy basically. Toyota. Oh my god. Oh my god. I forgot. One of my favorite employees who worked there was Eduardo. This kid Eduardo. He had a Toyota Highlander, I think. What was that other guy's name? His name started with an I. Rob? Was it Rob? Something like that. Anyway, there's another Rob who worked there when I first started, or before I even started. Rob worked with Adrian, I think, Rob for some reason. Norbert left, some other people. Eduardo. Eduardo was so sweet. Honestly, Eduardo was a top shelf person. He was a scheduler. He worked really hard. He he did he did everything that you would have wanted. So Beverly got fired or something. Not her fault. Anybody got fired from her. It wasn't her fault. But I think one day she just came into me crying or something, or she would do that occasionally. People would cry when they'd go out to dinner or whatever. But I think she was working the weekend. Honestly, I think she was working the weekend, and Alfred got mad at her and fired her. And um, that I could be wrong on that, but she was just gone, and she was a really good employee too. So we had ended we needed 3 schedulers, so we got Eduardo, and Eduardo was very loyal to Alfred. Just and I thought that Eduardo he would come in with like problems the way that we wanted. Like if we ever had a customer issue, I would always just say tell the customer to send us an email with pictures, and we'll take care of it. And so he would be like, hey, I'm just giving you a heads up that somebody's going to be emailing you and blah 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 blah. Eduardo was an excellent employee. He was a big Lakers fan, and he had a Toyota Highlander. That those things last a long time, especially when you United things or something. Anyway, or no, a Forerunner. That's what it was. Anyway, why do you know all these people cars? Because literally we work in the automotive industry, so I thought you worked in technology. You know what I mean? Basically, we dealt with cars a lot, so we learned types of cars. What the hell was that one? The other something. Anyway, Eduardo was great. Really, yeah. All their schedulers I thought were good, but Eduardo was, I think, exceptional. He was really good with customers, really good, just a really good person. Anyway, I really felt we needed 4 schedulers ideally, but after that's too expensive for him. We definitely did it. And then we had Eric. What's Eric? Eric was a recruiter. Eric was really nice. He's from Guatemala. And he really liked champagne coffee and his like Skype screen. We communicated within the office with Skype a lot. It was free. We used it a lot. Eric was. Eric had a Nissan something. Anyway, did you like Eric? Yeah, a lot. I liked all the people there. Anything bad about Eric? No. Eric was a really good employee. If he was ever going to be late, he'd text me. That wasn't an issue. Eric and Adrian got along really well. Eric would help with, we were starting to do, instead of magnets, we would do wraps for people, which became like more control over their vehicles. Free advertising for the company, but it became more control because you couldn't remove it. But Alfred started wanting to do wraps, and I wasn't a fan of that because it was like it was not removable. But Eric was really good at doing that. Eric, like I got the business down so well that, like, you know, we knew when to take out the dumpster and when to take it, when to put it out, when to remove it, and so he and I would do that a lot. Same thing in my head, but you needed 2 people, I think, if I recall, to move the dumpster. It was too hard to do with one person. Because you could move it, but it was hard to control where it was going. So 2 people would do that, and that became kind of a pain in the ass. I mean, I know when I first started working there, I was doing it with someone, and then I just felt like, you know what, I'm busy when I'm here. Not to say those guys weren't, but they would be outside already a lot of times. They could do that, and so that kind of they started taking that over. But I would do it with them as well. Anybody else who worked there? I think that guy's name Robert or something, Rob, or something like that. Maybe it was something like that. I'm mad I can't remember that girl's name who worked there. Because okay, I can tell you about her. She had worked there, and then she left. Then she came back, and she, what name was it? Justine, Jasmine, something like that. Anyway, I say it in this recording. What do you say? When Alfred's like freaking out on this thing, like I was just sitting in a chair and I smiled at her. And I said I was just being a smart ass to Alfred. And I was like, "How are you today?" And she's like, "Oh well." I'm like, "Oh, how are you?" Or something. "I'm well, good. I'm good. How are you?" Or something like that. It's very funny. What the hell is her name? I forget. Anyway, was she a good recruiter? She was okay. You wouldn't have been there very long if you weren't good. I do remember something happened with her though. She was at a party at a bar. I think it was a Bottoms Up bar in Long Beach. It could be wrong though. It was something like that. And it might not have been there. Actually, I don't think it was there. It was some other bar. I think that wasn't there. Anyway, I don't think. Anyway, it was in Long Beach, and she was there with someone. There was a shooting, and someone died. One of her friends or a friend of her friend or someone died, and that was really hard on her. And I don't know if you got before. Just what I can do for you. She used to ride her bike to work, and she would get there pretty early sometimes, and she'd be on her phone. She and I would take a listen. Anyway, she was cool. But Alfred eventually got rid of her because she wasn't. We would always have three. We'd have two schedulers and three recruiters, and then when he felt that the business was costing him too much, he'd only have two recruiters. Which, I mean, then you don't have as many watchers. I mean, I know that he was hemorrhaging money at this place, but it takes money to make money. Anybody else work there that you recall? There would be people who we'd hire just like as a contractor. There was some guy who was in like the pop industry or something who we hired, and one time I thought he was like he was like, I think like a lot of times people would want to make a certain amount of money there. Alfred would try them out for a little while, see how they would do, and then if he thought they were worth it, he would negotiate with them. If not, he got rid of them. And one of the guys just wanted way too much money, and so this guy was cool. But I remember he left, or he was leaving. He left. He was walking, and I thought I didn't think he did it on purpose, but we had him run a test or something. I thought he had one of the iPads with him, and I went and asked him what it was. He said, "No, I plugged it back in. It was an XYZ." I remember that, but what the hell? I don't remember. Oh. Anybody else who worked there? When was it the best working there with the people? Well, the business kept growing. I remember when I first worked there, it would be so big. We had like, I remember one time like 19 washers. Oh my god, we had so many washers. And I remember going to Shabbat every week at Shabbat. I'd be like 19 washes this week, 23 washes this week, 54 washes this week. We had 70 washes this week. We had 85 washes this week. Oh my god, we had 100 washes in the week, and not in the week, in a day. I'm sorry. And then it would get to the most we ever did. I remember was it was some, at least that I recall when I was there. It was, what would happen is we would have too much demand for the product, and we got to like 250, something like 254, something like that, which was just giant. And then, well, so I had taken this job. I we started the position in summer of 2019, I want to say, yeah. And I don't know if I would have done that. 'Cause I had other offers, basically, at the time, but it was like I was going to make way more money and some other things. So we'll talk about that. But it was like September of that year, so I'd only been working there again for like a month or two. Newsom stated that, or I started hearing about AB5, which was going to be this ABC test if someone was a contractor. And when I learned about it, I remember I called Alfred. I had heard about it on NPR, I think, as well. But I called Alfred and I'm like, hey, this is going to really affect our business. It changes what a contractor is. And he's like, oh, nah, it'll be fine. I'm like, no, it's going to change. It's going to be a huge deal. It's no longer going to be what it previously was. He's like, no, it's not a big deal. It'll be fine. I'm like, look, if Newsom passes this legislation, if he signs it, if it went to the state of California, and like Newsom signed it or something, or was that it? Yeah, that was it. Is that it? Yeah, I think so. And Newsom signed the bill, so that it was basically known as the Uber bill. Anyway, does that happen? It was something like that. And that would mean that starting January 1st, January 1st, 2020, it would change what a independent contractor was. Anyway, maybe I'm off on the timeline, but it was something like that. And is that the end of your story? No. So what did you do? Something like that. The timeline's off a little bit. But I remember saying to Alfred, this is really going to change our business. He's like, no, it'll be fine. What I didn't know was he was already getting sued by a couple of people. Herbert, I think, was suing him. And then I didn't know that. And then Michael Bolden eventually would end up suing him as well. And I remember when those came in, it was like, what the hell is this shit? Anyway. And then it was something like that. Yeah. I could be wrong on the timeline, but then what happened? Then COVID hit in January, like February. It was February of 2020. And also, I had 4 surgeries over 4 facial reconstruction surgeries over the course of a year. And I had to miss one day, even though I still came to work. I had to miss. This is how, because I didn't have any like sick time. Basically, I didn't want to. There was like no sick time. There's no insurance. I was having to pay cash for these surgeries, and I remember I had a surgery on my birthday. My first surgery was on my 35th birthday, something like that. And 35th birthday, 35th birthday, I think. And after I had the surgery, I told Alfred I would come in for the second half of the day, and which was nuts. Like I was under all kinds of like medication, things like that. But I still came in, and my face was all super bandaged. And I remember as I was pulling up, Alfred was there. I'm like, I'm not dealing with this motherfucker today. And so then I went and I hadn't gotten my painkillers yet. And I went and I got those in Long Beach at like a Walgreens or CVS or Rite Aid or something. And they weren't going to fill my prescription. I'm like, why not? I just had surgery. And they're like, yeah, but it's in another county. Because I had the surgery in Orange County, and it was just because I was in the area. It was like they filled it for me, but they were really really careful about painkillers. Anyway, it was like okay, whatever. Um, then I had another surgery. I told Alfred, I'm gonna have to have these surgeries. It's like, okay, fine. Um, anyway, I had another one in January, I think. And then I had my friend's wedding, February 18th or February 16th, something like that, of 2020. And um, and then literally like the next week, COVID hit, and it was like, are we going to be able to continue to do this business? And we were able to. Like a lot of businesses were shutting down, or like forced to close. We were able to because we used transportation. There was a loophole for certain businesses. If you were like medical, if you were like if you were a restaurant with a drive-through, which was like only major restaurants had drive-throughs, so any other restaurant had to close down. If you were involved in the transportation industry, and that was a loophole we used, so we were able to continue. And and then on top of that, then there were the George Floyd protests. And I remember where I was at work. I was at work and I was looking at Reddit, and no one had told me about George Floyd or anything like that. I had, I just remember it was like Memorial Day weekend or something, and we would always work the holidays basically, and so we work in because those are big days for us. Memorial Day weekend, and so it was Memorial Day, and I remember there was this person had been murdered, whatever, died. Let's just say anyway. And it was like a Wednesday night. I remember I called my mom and dad, and I told them that I was thinking about becoming a rabbi, and I wanted their blessing, their permission, essentially. And I remember I got it from my dad, and I was so excited. I drove to downtown Los Angeles to where the first shul was, the location on Olive Street. And I have the video of me announcing that I'm going to become a rabbi. As I'm doing it, it was like at 8 o'clock that night. There's this, like, you can see it on the camera. There's this, like, all these people start like banging pots and pans outside, and I remember learning about this thing, like when they're gonna have a revolution in like a Latin American country, people bang on pots and pans and stuff. Anyway, people started doing that right at 8 p.m. It was like almost like everyone got a text message at once. It was crazy. And then I remember being like, I gotta get out of here. And masks weren't yet mandatory. It was kind of weird to have a mask on in a place, but I remember carrying a mask that I had gotten at OC Kosher, and an N95 mask. Anyway, and as I was driving on I think the 101, I could be wrong with that. Yeah, well, I don't think it's the 101. It was like the 134 or something. To get out of that area, because I even say in the video, something's going on here. Like, I gotta get out of here. I remember looking at City Hall and how many cops were there. It was just like an army of cops. And I remember saying to our employees the next day, look guys, I don't normally go to downtown LA, but something was going down there, and I was down there to make a video for something. I didn't tell you that. But there's something that went on. I'd never seen so many police cars in my entire life, and they were like, "Oh, okay." And then the George Floyd protests would continue for um, the next like month, basically, to the point where they even have these things that went right down Clark Avenue in Bellflower, right past where our business was, and I even have it on camera. One time, one of the guys working there, Francisco, goes, like, Eduardo comes in, and it's on camera that I have. He's like, "Oh my god, there are like all these cop cars coming off the off ramp," and then um, they were all like surrounding my car, and Francisco's like, "Oh my god, all these cop cars are right around your car." I thought there was going to be a like a riot there. It wasn't. It was a protest, but it was. I was worried something was going to happen. Like, I know. Shut up, shut up. It's basically everybody go back to work. So I had to manage under some pretty stressful times. Basically, it was really intense with the police. They were yelling at the police. Police were yelling back at them and all this other stuff. Anyway, and there were not a lot of damage was done in Belfast, but some buildings had their glass broken and people went and looted. I don't know if they looted, but they got into. There's this like motorsports place uh, in in. So hold on a second. I'm wrong on my timeline. What do you mean? Am I? I think I worked there. I'm not giving myself enough credit. I think I worked there um, another 2 years or something, not just 1 year. Anyway, is that true? Maybe not. Maybe not. But you got those copies there was. And it just all happened really quickly. Yeah, I think so. Anyway, are you done? No, but that was bad. Anyway, shout out to people with there. What the hell is that girl's name? Anybody else who worked there that you recall? Oh yeah, so the people who worked there before I did. There's Jonathan. Jonathan helped with our Jonathan Cortez. He helped with our in getting the internet and stuff, and he was pretty good with computers. I thought he was a really nice guy, and he and I always got along. He would just come in. Oh, there's Kenny. Kenny never worked there. Kenny worked in the position for Alfred, and Alfred got rid of Kenny. I remember why. What happened? There's another kid who worked for Alfred, Miguel or something. No, Miguel was really good. Miguel was a different guy. There was some guy who was working for Alfred, and I think was stealing from Alfred, or Alfred accused him of stealing, and then Kenny knew about it or something and didn't tell Alfred or something. So Alfred got rid of Kenny, but Kenny and Alfred were like really good friends. They were very good friends. Um, Kenny lived in Rolling Hills, I think, and they would just randomly come in and just be like, "Is Alfred here?" And I'm like, "Nope." Anyway, Kenny had a tattoo of a piano on his arm. He used to play it. Yeah, Jonathan. I really like Jonathan. I like Kenny as well. I like them both, so I don't. Again, even if I spoke badly about you on this, I don't think I really did too much to anyone. I liked all the people who worked there. It was just really stressful conditions under which we lived. Um, so Jonathan worked there. I never met. So when Jonathan Norbert, then I was the manager. Then I think for a little while, Melanie was. Then she left. She she Alfred did not trust her or something like that. Anyway, she went and got another job that she should have. And then And then a bunch of people came in and tried to be manager and they got cut for it. And then I became manager again. And then who took it after you? I don't think anybody really formally. Oh, Francisco would take over he wouldn't be manager. It would like Francisco took over the technical parts, and I think Eric took over the other parts or something like that. The other parts of the business, but it really didn't have I'll talk about how I left there and everything at another time. But I remember when I left, it was like July 1st, 2020, I think, and Alfred got this thing from the state July 13th, 2020, and I was really afraid that he thought that I went to the state on him, but I never did. I didn't do something like that. But and then all that shit went down. And I remember I needed a reference for a job later that fall or something, and I called Cecilia for one. Was she the first person you called? No, I called Eric before I called Cecilia, and Eric didn't pick up for some reason. So I called Cecilia and asked her if she would give me a reference. Oh, sure. And I said, "Are you still employed?" And she said, "No, Alfred got rid of everyone. Basically, he got sued by the state. Basically, he didn't want anybody else, any record of the things he was doing. I think anyway. So I don't know what she was doing, but I'm sure she found something else out of it. So anyway, who else? Who else was there? Abar and Wahid, they both got fired after a while. They started their own app, which didn't go anywhere, but I think it'd be really popular in the future. What was it called? Toast app. It was like Tinder for stoners. Really? Yeah. They had a good name. I think I could really market that app to be really popular. Here's the thing: it didn't have any girls on it. It was just a bunch of stoner guys on it. It just wasn't very popular, but I think it could be in the future very popular. Anybody else have anybody else who worked there? This one time I had a fucking really good one of the best zingers of my life on somebody. So what was it? Wahid, who always thought his shit didn't stink, came in and we had this wall of things we were gonna do, and so we write it on a piece of paper and we tape it on the wall, basically, or take a push pin and put it in the wall of things that needed to be fixed on the app or something like that. And so I was looking at the wall, seeing what we needed to fix, and I was frustrated that he was not pushing a longer iOS app. He was a very new developer. Nothing personal against him. He wasn't qualified for the position. He could fix really minor things in the app, but I could fix really minor things in the app. It was not that complicated. Well, it could get really complicated where we would need other developers for it. So anyway, who was there? Leo was there. Wiki, Abar, Luciano, and I would come in very dressed up. Not always, not when I first started, but I had come off as very corporate and very conservative, and I never joked around with these guys. I was always very I was very I don't want to say prudish, but I think that they probably thought that I didn't ever have fun or I didn't make jokes or anything. So I we're in there and somebody had put a USB in one of the PCs, and Leo was there, Ava was there, Usama was there, Wahid was there, and it was one of the best things in my life. And Leo was saying something like, as he's trying to get out this USB, he's like, I can't get it out. I'm trying to pull it out. I can't get it out. And where he goes, that's something that I never hear. And I then said, that's because you got to get it in first. And the whole room goes, oh, it was such a good burn. It was such a good burn on somebody to the point where Abar and the other guy stood up and gave me a standing ovation for how good a burn that was on him. Really, yeah, it was like that one kid in that fucking. It's like, that one fucking thing. I love that scene. Anyway, it was such a good burn on him. And then Luciano was like, huh? What did he say? And then we had to explain to Luciano, of course. But it was such a good burn on him. Really, yeah. Anything else? I could talk about that piece. It sounds like you liked it. Honestly, do you think you could have made it successful? Well, once the law changed, it basically made it so that kind of model didn't work anymore. The way that you could fix it is to reclassify the washers as drivers, like with a car. And I think they would want that. And I think that the business would want it. I think it would be successful that way. Aside from that, how could you have made it better? By building a team, by investing in the people more, by paying higher wages so that people didn't leave. But I remember, like, when I would suggest these things, Alfred was like, no. Do you think people are ever going to get it? Alfred was like, I'm going to do this for 3 years and I'm going to be out. I'm going to make $1 billion in this and I'm going to be out. He was like, it's a hell of a lot more work than that. Okay. Are you done? Anybody else right there? No. Who did you like the most? I said Dan. Probably. Really? Yeah, I liked working with Danny. I thought he was cool. Who else did you like working with? I liked working with Victor. I didn't get to work with everybody, but like, did you like Adrian? Yeah. Adrian, at first, I was like a new person, so I don't think we really saw eye to eye. But I eventually gained his respect. And I just, yeah, I would. I like Ricardo. I like Beverly. I like Carla. I really like Eduardo. Really, yeah. I like Cecilia. I like Rebecca. I feel badly for Rebecca. What happened to Rebecca? Rebecca, there was another guy. Jesse. Well, there were two other guys. There was Cesar. Oh, I said his name. No, Cesar was this one kid's name. Really, yeah. What happened to Cesar? I told the story in the previous one of these videos. Cesar even watched that lady from NPR's car the day before, and then he and Alfred got into it, and Cesar was gone the next day. And I remember him being like, fuck him, this fucking sucks, this bullshit. And I remember feeling badly for Cesar because he was having to drive around the car, and you couldn't see out of the back window. It was like very unsafe. It was filled with like a vinyl wrap or something. Anyway, did you like Cesar? Yeah, I did. So there's Cesar. There's a guy named Jesse. Did you like Jesse? Yep, he was Israel's son. And I I don't really, I think Apple just got rid of Jesse one day. But I liked him. I got a story about this one guy. I've told this story a bunch of times. But basically, we hired this one guy, I forget his name. And it was like you would go 2 weeks with a quality assurance person. So he worked like 2 weeks with Danny, and Danny's like, okay, I think he's ready to be out on his own. So it's like, okay. And this guy, when he would go to Washington and stuff, I told Alfred, look, I don't have time to babysit these guys. If anything, we would put trackers on the leased vehicles so we would know where they were in the city, but we wouldn't do that with our own vehicles. So I would call. So this one guy was working for us, and I'm like, look, if you want these guys to call me after every wash, like I don't have time for that. I'm managing customer issues, I'm managing employees, and I'm also managing this app. You need to, if you wanted me to do that, have them call you. I don't want, I don't know what, I don't have time to do all that. And plus, all these employees are using their own phones, and I didn't feel comfortable. Like, you know, we weren't getting compensated for that, even though we were breaking the law, and after we were breaking the law for all that stuff. He needed to be compensating us for that. But anyway, so what happened? He did something. Oh, this one I tell this story. Alfred, we hired this guy, and he's like, okay, so you think he's ready to take out the vehicle? I'm like, he's ready as he's ever going to be. We'll see how he does. So he'd go out to washes, and I remember he was in Carson, California. So I'll show you on my shirt. But Carson, California is here, and Bellflower is here. And, or no, I'm sorry, it was the previous day before that. It was like a Wednesday, and this kid is, what did he do? He was new, and he was like, okay. He had been out in the vehicle, and he was coming back to. He was gonna come back to work. I told him, okay, so be back by 5:30, because that's when we lock up. So he's like, fine. 5:30 comes around, he's not there. 6 o'clock rolls around, he's not there. 6:30 rolls around. Now we're here like more than an hour after, and he pulls up. I'm like, where have you been? Like I called him, and he's like, oh, I'm stuck in traffic or something. And that would happen, guys, and that would be fine. But then the next day comes, and I'm like, okay, whatever it is, like you need to be back here at 5:30. And he's like, okay. So it's like 5 o'clock rolls around, he's not back. 5:30 rolls around, he's not back. 6 o'clock rolls around, he's not back. 6:30 rolls around, he's not back. 7 o'clock rolls around, he's not back. I mean, I called him, like, where are you? He's like, I'm 10 minutes away. 7:30 rolls around, he's not back. It's like 7:45. Adrian was there with me. I'm like, will you stay with me? You want to stay with me? He's like, yeah, fine. Anyway, this guy comes, I'm like, all right, have a seat. He's like, what? I'm like, we told you to be back at 5:30. It's 7:30. Where the fuck have you been? Basically, I don't say it that way. He's like, oh well, I got stuck in traffic, and I had to go to Washington. I'm like, your wash was in Carson, California, and I just googled all this stuff, like basically right in front of me. Like it's 30 minutes away in traffic. It's not far. Carson's. I print off a map for him of Southern California. I say, show me where you went from Carson, California to Bellflower. It's like literally down the 91 expressway, basically. He's like, oh, well, I went here, and I went here, and I went. Oh, I remember I called him on the phone. I'm like, at what intersection are you? He's like, it was something like, I'm at Imperial Highway and Norwalk. I'm like, wait, and I know where that is off the top of my head. And that's like, if this startup was, if Bellflower's here, that's way up here, and this guy's supposed to be way down here. I'm like, wait. I'm like, so he gets in, and I'm like, okay, here's a map. How did your wash was here, right? He's like, yeah. I said, when you called me on the phone, I called him a couple times actually. He's like, I'm on the 605, which is over here. And then I was like, and then I called him again. He's like, oh, I had to get off the freeway because there was a crash or something. And I'm looking at the map. It's all green. He's like, oh, this guy's bullshit. And then he's like, I'm at the corner of Imperial Highway and Norwalk or something like that, or like Oranday Road or something. I know it's in Norwalk, basically. Anyway, and so I have him draw this out for me, and I go, okay, so you're telling me you went from Carson, you passed Mobile Wash, the startup. You went to the 605, you went up here, you came back, you passed it again, And then you got off the exit, and then that's how you drove in. He's like, yeah. I'm like, this doesn't make any sense. I literally, I had him draw it on a piece of paper. I literally kept that piece of paper next to my desk because I'm like a no bullshit motherfucker. I'm like, yeah, this was somebody trying to bullshit me. I was not letting him do it. Anyway, Adrian thought that shit was so funny. Really, yeah. And so I remember calling Alfred. Alfred's like, it's 8 o'clock. I'm like, I know, this guy just got back. And I asked him where he was. He's like, dude, just get rid of him. Like, I know. Bro, he would be like, dude, like, bro, just get rid of him. All right. So we just rolled this last check and that was like, all right, is that the end of your story? I'm no bullshit. You're fired. Go fuck yourself.
Hi, Big Daddy. It is now 6 o'clock p.m.
Super. Shout out to these things. Jessica's that brother. I don't remember Jessica. Singing is really hard. Yeah. Look at those prices. The 2,250 dollars. Look at this recent AP poll footage. This is by the university. Was it funny? It's very good. Just beat the shit out of everybody. Look at this fucking garbage. That's cool. Here's the top 5 edition. Look at this one, Josh. Yes, I'll try. Yo. Look at this. Oh, yeah. Well, not that he died, but yeah, really, you like this girl? No, I mean she can get it. You done? Oh. That's my team discuss. I'm done. I love you. Why? What are you going to do, please? That's why I'm trying to salute you. I just got movie games, I'm trying to watch your job, I'm not trying to respect this, you want to do stuff. And if you're not doing it anyway, go fucking understand the universe and all the fucking stuff that you show, it's all about the stuff. Then I'm not going to make a shit, it's all about the stuff, I'll say if I get one of these righteousness. Let's go. What's up, Pim? How you living, baby? Dude, Tempura, are you Bitcoin Obama? What do you... Cool, man. Absolutely. Send me anything you want. You're welcome, baby. Look at this. Oh. What? Look at this. What? They don't have a name. But they should have a name for spring that's caught up in the region. What would you call it? It should be like Jerry, Kristen. What should we call this color? Portmanteau, dude. Portmanteau. Look at that. I'm not sure what's up. I'm trying to make it. Got a smile.
Hi, I'm Daddy. It is now 7:00 p.m.
There's something happening. Cool, baby.
It's been 10 years since Shark Tank ignited America's entrepreneurial spirit, and we're still blazing a trail for those who take their fate into their own hands by working hard.
We took a huge chance. I quit a full-time job.
By working smart.
Who here would like to help us refine the gentleman?
By thinking big.
Boom Boom is intended for intense refreshment and rejuvenation.
And chasing their dreams.
My dream is one to come to America to be a fashion designer.
And tonight, legendary NBA star and investor Charles Barkley joins the tank.
Every time it comes to investing, we really invest in people. You seem to be on the right track, and I'm willing to take a chance.
Your margins suck. I think your valuation is going to need a haircut.
First in the tank is a product line for today's refined modern man.
Hi, my name is Steve King, and this is my son, Josh King, and we're from San Diego, California. Our company is Manscaped, and we're here today looking for $500,000 for 7%. 7%? Sharks, it's time to talk about it. Forget about the beard oils and the hair creams. When it comes to male grooming, there's more to a man than meets the eye. From what goes on below the neck and the waist can be ignored no longer. At Manscaped, we're dedicated to beautifying and refining what truly makes a man a man. We have crafted the only kit you would ever need to practice proper lawn care. When it comes to regions left neglected for far too long, we give you the Lawnmower 2.0. A trimmer powerful enough to cut through any unruly shrubbery with a band-aid. As you can see, when you trim the hedges, the tree stands taller. Besides trimming and shaping the hedges, the first rule of manscaping is wash thy bits. And there's no better way than with our specially formulated hygiene bundle. These pH-balanced solutions help hydrate and replenish an area too often forgotten and left in the dark. They're tough on funk and chafe, whilst being delicate on your delicate. So, who here would like to help us refine the gentleman? Charles wants the perfect packages for your perfect packages.
Charles how it works.
Thank you. Of course. Lori.
Thank you.
Just to be clear, it's not for the area here. It's just for the area.
Correct. It's below the waist grooming and hygiene. The brow. Oh my God. Absolutely. Wait a minute. We have really crafted the only kit you would ever need to literally get started from a manscaping position.
So what all of America and the world wants to know, Charles, do you manscape?
Not a day in my life.
So how did you get into this?
One night, I was having some drinks with my friends. We started talking about manscaping horror stories where maybe we're getting ready for dates and it didn't work out because we're using the wrong tools for the job. Every man is manscaping. Nobody knows what they're doing.
Josh, how many percentage of that are manscaping down there?
Back in 2008, it was about 6%. Today, it's 73%.
73%. So there's been a dramatic increase.
What caused that? Millennial metrosexual movement of men wanting to take care of themselves.
What's your background?
I graduated college in 2010.
I was only going at 6% back in the day. I'm a trailblazer, baby.
In the startup environment, learning more SEO and the ins and outs of e-commerce. After having that night, my faithful night with my friends, I brought the insights to my pops. After we dove into the market, found it was a $3 billion industry, he introduced me to chemists and engineers, and that's when we started working on the first 8 items of our perfect package.
So y'all are father and son?
Yes, we are.
So you used to have hair back then?
Sadly, yes. Why did you go to your pops? My pops is my idol. So very successful businessman. I wouldn't be where I am without him. Guys, he's from $7.1 million valuation. That's a lot of hair down there. So 2017, we finished off the year and did 1.5 million. Launched in January 2017. It took us about 4 months to work out how to message our target market. And so we actually almost walked away and closed the business if we just couldn't get it going. Then we discovered we should try humor. Humor will appeal and resonate with our audience. So we had 3,000 sets as kits, and we went back to market in April, and we sold out in 13 days.
And so what was the message? Where did you do this, Mark? What was the humor?
We plucked all the stories that I sat around that table with my friends and turned them into live videos. There were 48 million video views.
48?
Yeah.
How much is this bag?
A whole kit you have in your hands is $51.
Wow, that's a great price. What's your cost?
12.
But isn't 51 an odd price point?
That's the average order value.
Oh, okay. So if I were to buy this kit, though, so you have other choices.
Yes,
you don't have to buy
I can
the
buy
whole
individual
kit.
components.
You can
We're trying to get you into a kit first so that you can experience the products, and then we want you to replenish and come back.
How much are you going to make on the one buy?
We lost in that year for 1.5 million. We lost $133,000.
I'm going to assume because your margins aren't big enough on this to pay for your customer acquisition costs.
We've been reinvesting every penny.
But the question with this, let's get down to the business model, because there's nothing proprietary about putting razor blades and fumes in the bag and selling it online. The whole business now is what's your customer acquisition cost versus the margin you have. What does it cost you to acquire a customer, new customer?
So right now, customer acquisition cost is $16.
What's the margin on the bag?
Right now, about $7 per kit.
That sells.
So why is it $16 per acquisition? So year to date, we've done 2.1 million, and we would have made about $60,000 to $80,000 a month. And we put all that money back in the inventory and into paid media. So our paid media, any one month, we spend anywhere between 120 and maybe 150,000.
Otherwise known as advertising.
Yes. So for every dollar that we spend on paid media, we're trying to generate $2.5 of revenue.
Do women buy this product?
Yes.
Yeah.
So
It's probably not a heavily gifted item. No, I think it's the other way because it's a present for the woman.
It really is.
Seriously.
Women buying from men, we found a huge lift in the holiday season, especially around November, December, Christmas.
So I look at it from simply how do I put up $500,000 and I want to get back to you. That's the kind of investment I have. It's not fair to have these people. Frankly, I think the model's nailed down. Charles, what are you going to do?
Listen, like I told you, I've never manscaped in my life, and I'm not starting now, so I'm out.
Thank you. All right, guys, I think you have an incredible brand. You've got a great, I don't want to call it a shtick because it undermines it, but it is shtick. It's great. It's a great marketing. I do manscape. I was on Dancing with the Stars, and they gave me a wax, and I just kind of went crazy. Now I manscape everywhere. And I think a lot of people do. But the numbers scare me. There's no way I'm getting 500,000 for 7%. I would need a lot more. I think your evaluation is going to need a haircut.
Two sharks are out. Robert is interested in Josh and Steve's male grooming company, Manscaped, but he wants a bigger stake in the company than the 7% they're offering.
I'll give you the 500,000, but I'm going to need at this early stage
What are you doing, Lord?
So, when you first came in, before you started talking, and I just saw Manscaped, I was thinking, well, this probably is not the product for me. Honestly, like, I'm just gonna talk about, like, being careful with scissors and get out, right? But your routine was fabulous. Funny as can be. The accent really boosts this. This is a lovely kit. I see how the customer could be women. Mark said something was really interesting. He said it's actually for the women. Technically, it is.
This is perfect for QVC.
Larry,
I'll really put money just to watch you sell it on QVC.
Would you really? All right, if Mark is in 500,000, I'll sell it on QVC. What's your offer?
Oh, he was kidding.
Yeah, well, now I can track them.
If Lori can sell it on QVC, I'll put up the money. Well, just having 7 or even 10 or 15%, that's just not enough because you guys will do what you do, but Lori particularly can add a whole new market, particularly selling to women. And so Lori and I will offer the $500,000, 25%. So your decision is your 7% versus 25%, that 18%. Any more than make that up and increase sales to balance it all out. That's a better offer. So no.
Would you consider 20%?
No, because we'll make you more and save you more to more than balance it all out.
I'm going to find out if millions of women want
Right. Most of us thought when you stepped out here with this presentation, the chance of you walking around the shark, $500,000 was zero. You have a real offer. What do you get different?
Guys, we will take that deal.
Wow. Congratulations. Wow.
Congratulations, guys.
Lori, I think the first guy we get to test out the new products is Charles.
Ain't no one gonna leave me because I don't shave my
We're agile as it is right now, but you had 2 strategic players. Imagine how quickly we will solve issues. Rob, speechless. Welcome to Shark Tank.
I was born in Leeds, Alabama. Was raised by my mother and grandmother, 2 of the greatest people ever. My childhood was great because we didn't know we were poor. When I first started playing basketball, they just wanted to go to college for free. I never even thought about playing in the NBA. People actually told me I wasn't good enough to play in the NBA, and I proved them wrong. So that's where my drive came from. I played the NBA for 16 years. Those were the best 16 years of my life. When I retired, I got into broadcasting. I get paid to watch basketball. It's the greatest job in the world. Thank you, guys. Can't wait. You have to be really careful when you get money. So you get 50 to 60 missed proposals a month. I have been very lucky that I got screwed right off the bat. My first agent stole my money. I'm truly lucky that I got screwed with the missed proposals. Can't wait. You have to be really careful when you get money. So you get 50 to 60 missed proposals a month. I have been very lucky that I got screwed right off the bat. My first agent stole my money, and from that point on, I've been very judicious what I invest in. What people don't talk about is 80% of best athletes go broke. I made in my mind, I ain't never gonna be one of those guys that go broke. Ever. I'm sorry, I prefer to invest with minorities, blacks, and Hispanics, because I think they have the hardest time getting money. But it's not just minorities. I want to help poor whites who are the same who don't have economic opportunity. Entrepreneurship is really important because you give people power. The power to control your own life is a big deal. And I love when I work with people that I give them that power where they can control their own destiny. When you grow up poor, you have a moral obligation to go back and bring as many people along on the journey with you as possible. And that's what I'm always going to do. When I look at my life, I can't believe it. I
I've exceeded all my expectations. A little fat kid from the projects of Leeds, Alabama. World to be Charles Barkley. It's pretty cool.
Next into the tank is a unique way to get refreshed.
Hey Sharks, I'm John Pinto, and this is my better half.
Hi Sharks, I'm Chelsea Pinto.
Our company's Boom Boom, and we're seeking $300,000 in exchange for 10% of our business. Sharks, we have a new best friend for your nose. It's time to turn breathing into money.
Think about it. Your eyes have eye drops, your mouth has mouthwash, and your lips have lip balm.
But there's not an everyday, healthy, and safe product for your nose to enjoy. Introducing Boom Boom.
Boom Boom is an all-natural nasal inhaler made of essential oils, menthol, and other stimulating scents. Most products for your nose are for congestion or allergies. Boom Boom is intended for intense refreshment and rejuvenation. Just unscrew the cap, place the barrel inside each nostril, and inhale slowly but deeply.
It's like gum for your nose, but 10 times more minty fresh. With each inhale, you'll experience a cooling, tingly sensation that makes you feel alive. So, Sharks, who wants to invest and get this business booming?
I want to smell it.
Yeah, Chelsea has some samples. There's 5 cents.
Should I use it and pass it down?
No, just...
Which is the strongest one?
They're all similar in intensity.
Which is the most popular?
Tropical Rush is our best seller. There's a base of menthol and peppermint in all of them. There you go.
That's really good. It's really good.
It enhances your breathing for sure. Think of it like a mint for your nose.
There are so many different uses. I mean, for me, I love to go in the car, going to work, after a long flight. It's just refreshing.
Is there other products like this?
There are 2 other nasal inhalers, but they're not fun and vibrant like ours. They have more of a medicinal kind of earthy smell to them.
What are your sales?
Last year we did 754,000 in sales, and this year we're on track to do 1.1 million.
Wow!
Yeah, people love this style.
And how are you selling? Where are you selling?
It's primarily direct to consumer through our own website and on Amazon.
What's the breakdown between the two?
It's 20% direct to consumer, 30% through Amazon, 45% is wholesale and other distributors.
How much does it cost to make one of the two?
That single pack right there is 70 cents. We sell that on our website for $7.95.
Wow, you must be making a ton of money.
Net profit last year was $120,000 after I paid myself.
Where's it made at?
It's made in Southern California.
You can reduce your cost by going offshore to 69 cents.
At scale, we can bring our costs down about 25%. We want to make it in the U.S. because you're inhaling it. We want to make sure the ingredients are top notch.
What's your wholesale price?
Our wholesale price is $1.
That's not a good price.
Yeah, but
Why did you do that? Is it because you're concerned that they'll put it out into
we feel like the sweet spot in retail is $3.99.
You're selling it for more than that on the site, your own site. So you're undercutting yourself at a lower margin.
I understand that, but we've tested $3.99 to $5.99, depending on the store. And $3.99, it moves a lot.
You sell 4 times job?
Yes.
I'm actually a dentist, so I do that part-time.
That's why those smiles are so good. Yeah.
Intriguing is you're saying that the retail price point that works in sub $4, $3.99, is basically half of what you're putting it out on your own store. Right?
But you have to understand, there's a no focus from
That's not a sustainable model. You can't do that. Well, I pay $8 for it, I can get it for $4.
It's a point of purchase product.
I get that. But John, your margins suck in retail.
We sell wholesale to $2 as well. $1.50 to $2. We have some customers that pay up to $2.
So y'all 50-50 partners?
So I own 36% of the company. The other co-founder is the same amount, and then we have 300 people who invested.
What value do they invest in? And how much?
So they invest $200,000, and they own 25% of the company.
You gave them 25% for $200,000.
Correct.
You want 300, give us 10%.
Yeah. Well, there's value now. The company, we have sales.
Yeah, but there's value over here too. I did not think you'd be talking $1 million a year. I never heard of it. But now you want to play big, and that is really expensive. I keep looking at an intrigue, but there's no way I would be able to get valuation. I'm not valued.
You know, I was thinking, maybe if it's in your purse or whatever, you're going to a public restroom, sometimes that's super unpleasant. And I was thinking if you had that,
Airplanes as well.
But $300,000 for 10%. Or something that I'm concerned is like a one-time buy. It just doesn't resonate so much.
Well, I think this is a really neat thing, but it's not something I'm going to do on a consistent basis. You being a dentist, don't you quit that job. I'm going to have to pass. I'm out.
It's not that the valuation is too high, it's that your margins, your net margins are too low. Particularly if you're going to go heavily into retail, I just don't see that. It's only got marginally viral as opposed to, hey, everybody's picking it up. So for those reasons, I'm out.
Hang on a second.
Oh, yes, I like it. What's interesting to me is all the sharks like it with some concern, but nobody likes your valuation. They must be tired or something because we do have the ability to change the valuation. I see it as a bit of a fly. It could go or ahead. I'll give you the 300,000, but I want to be in where you are at 36%. Why not? It's a flyer. That means you're no longer at 36%. It's the valuation. How do I get to that? I can't. 300,000 for 36%. Chelsea, I think you asked for too much cash in this deal. That's the problem. They can't even torque the valuation. Rob's the only guy willing to take the risk. What are you going to do?
Unfortunately, I can't give up that much equity.
What are you willing to do?
Would you be willing to do 15%?
No. I'm comfortable with 36%. We do the 300,000, and we smell our way to the future. I don't want to negotiate down from that.
The highest we can do is 20%.
Sorry, guys.
Okay. Thank you so much. Honestly, this was amazing. Thank you. It's definitely a bummer not getting a deal with Robert, but that's not going to stop us from making this happen. There's just a place for you, and we look forward to everybody trying it out.
Next up is a sweet treat inspired by a popular diet trend.
Hi, Sharks. I'm Billy. And I'm Holly. And we're Cave Shake. We're seeking $250,000 in exchange for 10% of our company. Have you ever tried to cut sugar, carbs, or gluten from your diet? Find your hunting at the grocery store. Then realize it's in everything. Do you ever wake up, eat your pancakes, and then need a nap? Because you crashed from all the carbs. Are you ever craving sweets so badly you can't resist the urge any longer and you melt down? And they've done ice cream! Cave Shakes to the rescue! Cave Shakes are great as a dessert, snack, or meal replacement. They're dairy-free and gluten-free, super low carb, ready to drink, great for pre and post workouts, and a sweet treat without the sugar. So, Sharks, don't you want a cave shake? Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, take it to the gym, take a cave shake. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, take it to a party, cave shake. Sunday, take it to your holiday, cave shake. It tastes great. Can't even do a cave shake. The treat without the cheat. So, we heard the Sharks love to eat. We got some samples for you. Good.
Oh, great.
Charlie, you gotta get up.
Nice dance.
Yeah.
Lots of samples are very fine. Okay.
Grab one of these puppies.
And then we've got a full syrup on the ground there. And then the full chocolate is for you.
Keep shaking. It's a catchy song.
Girls and the coffee here. Yeah, just.
Low in sugar, huh?
Low in sugar. No sugar is added.
We have 4 flavors.
Oh, I hate it. It's actually good.
Thank you. I like it. Thank you.
Why does it taste funny?
It's sweetened with stevia. So if you're not a stevia person, that's probably what you're tasting.
We get like 1 out of 100 that doesn't like stevia.
So how many calories in one of these?
The whole thing 480?
480?
Yes. You shouldn't be so concerned with the calories because there's a lot of fat.
Charles, how concerned are you with calories?
Keto is basically what they're made for, so a high-fat, low-carb diet, eating good plant-based fats. It's basically like tricking your body into burning fat for fuel.
It's like carb diet.
Yeah, it's basically a low-carb diet.
How much is this?
It retails for $7.99. $7.99.
What's it cost you to make it?
The average cost between the 4 flavors is $1.86.
Okay, where are you selling them at?
Southern California currently.
Mostly in health food stores?
Mostly in health food stores, exactly. Yeah.
What are your stores?
In 2017, our net sales was $270,000. And this year to date, we're at $182,000.
Double.
Yes.
What's your background? Are you an exercise person?
Yes, I did crazy hardcore sports growing up. Not as busy as this guy. But I was a ski racer, so I had a lot of injuries from sports. And a keto diet was something I got turned on to with lowering inflammation in the body and the brain.
Sugar and carbs really can make you feel like crap, honestly. I was in a really bad car accident when I was 17. Ever since then, my body has never felt the way it should. And Billy contacted me and she said, you got to try this new thing. I did it. My back pain is gone.
Why are you worth $2.5 million? That's $250,000 for 10%.
Did I mention that we partnered with the official incubator for the largest beverage company in the world recently?
Who is that?
But LA Libations is our incubator.
They're strategic partners, so they give us
What did you give them?
15%.
15%. You gave up to the incubator.
Yes.
That's a lot for an incubator.
Yeah. So they were a really good partner for us because they
You're
were
going to be a damn good partner for you.
Yeah, they've been awesome.
What do you need us for?
I feel like having a lot of good people in the mix to make great decisions is the best thing you can do.
Put yourself in our shoes. Why would you even listen to someone saying, give me $250,000 to get less equity than someone else who's offering similar expertise that I gave you?
We don't come from this industry. We took a huge chance. I mean, I got a full-time job. I moved across the
I got a
country.
question for you. I know incubator games inside out. Is there a royalty or commission? Everyone I've seen has one.
So the commission is anything above 10,000, then they get that commission.
Only what they bring in.
Only what they bring in, correct? Yes.
So wait a minute, you're well over 10,000. What commission are you paying per cent?
Since we have no money, essentially, we have actually deferred that until they reach.
How much percentage amount do you have to give them?
We just started our deal with them, so
Yeah.
Guys, don't make me peel you like an onion. Just tell me the number.
I guess I'm not understanding the question.
All sharks are still in. But policymakers seem unsure about the terms of the deal they've made with the incubator they enlisted to help their keto shake company, Cave Shake.
I guess I'm not understanding the question.
Okay, so what percentage of sales are you getting to that? What accounts did they bring in? What accounts
They have not brought in any accounts. We just started with.
You're asking for real money. $40 million. I always look what's leaking from the deal. I'm just looking at the $400,000 to $500,000 this year. The challenges you're going to have.
we're going to do 750 this year at least, even with launching our pre-orders just now. A small round, we're like,
That
this
why
sells
are
out.
you leaving the risk of getting diluted? Turn around and whack that incubator. Get rid of them. I can't stand another guy getting a royalty. Mr. Wonderful's not getting it. That's crazy. Are you making an offer? No, I'm not. Billy,
Yeah.
it tastes like that. And why we branding of what they're using, and I really didn't know what keto was. It's a lot of information. I'm not sure that I get that from Nate.
Thank you so much.
Charles, you and I are both on internal diets. Every day you take diet struggle, right? Would you drink this?
Well, the flavors I like, the two of them I did not like, in fairness. But I don't see the nutritional value as far as, like, it might be good for you. I'm talking about as far as stuff you need to play sports. You need great energy.
Well, that is energy. That's great energy. It's good
It's
fats.
loaded with MCTs, which are the best burning fuel in our bodies.
I appreciate your energy. The product I like, but there's just too much work to do. You got to. That reason.
I like what you're doing. I personally follow a more paleo diet, sometimes keto if I want to lose weight. The only thing that kind of stops me is it's a lot of calories, a little bottle, and I'm not really the person who likes to drink their calories versus eat them. So I don't think it's the right product for me. I'm out.
Charles, what are you going to do?
I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
I will give me the 250.
What?
20%.
That's not crazy at all.
Would you come down to 14?
14?
Well, that's a long way down. See, you already gave somebody 15% you put it down in.
Yep.
I have to take my uncle's half.
What did you like about this business? But actually being enough on a phone.
I struggle with my weight since I retired. I would like to be involved with a product and help people lose weight. You know, listen, I think one thing, anytime it comes to investing, it's great to have a great product, but you really invest in people. And I like you too.
So what are you going to do? 250?
20 years, talk to her every day. Across their walls, you go down the plane.
Well, you better talk to me right now.
You're staying at 20%. There's no budging with that.
I think my uncle's fair.
I don't think we're willing to give away that much equity, but
What?
yeah.
It's Charles
I
Barkley.
know, and we're like,
Well,
yeah. Are you sure you can't come down to like 18?
no. You got an offer for $250,000. You say no?
I do. I think I'll help us kill it for our athletes.
Ollie.
Give me the code. Let's do it.
Everybody has to sell home.
Let's kill it. And thank you guys.
Congratulations. Good job, CPC. I can see you losing weight already.
I love girls.
Oh my God, what an
Come on, that guy's amazing.
You know what? They were fun.
Yeah. It's people especially now got older, such like so you need every shortcut you can get.
Charles, you didn't know what a keto diet was until they came through.
I still don't know what it is.
Cheers to Shark Tank for 10 amazing seasons.
Since our episode aired in 2014, we got over $6 million in total sales. Our advice to anyone out there with an idea is grab some people who believe in you and go for it. You never know how far it'll take you. Cheers to Shark Tank.
We're going fishing, kid. When was that? What up, babe?
Next up is a way to look stylish while staying comfortable.
What up, baby?
Hi, Sharks. My name's Gary Falcon.
And Trent, we are from Long Beach, California.
Hi,
We
yeah.
are Protocol. Sharks were seeking $250,000 for 10% interest in our company.
What is
Listen,
this?
I always
Yes,
hated
bitch.
wearing a dress shirt. They are stiff,
Boss
they are
fight.
stretchy. That's why I invented butterfly. A shirt that makes you feel like you are wearing your favorite t-shirt, but still look like you are fully employed.
Butterfly is a unique fabric made of 100% natural, sustainable, long fiber cotton. Don't take my word for it. Let's bring in our long fiber in-house scientist, Rabbi World King.
Oh no.
Oh my goodness.
What's up? My name's Charles Curry. So good to be here. As your in-house protocol long fiber cotton scientist, it's my job to ensure that every shirt maintains its 6-inch stretch and breathability. Watch this. Okay, here we go. So the gentleman, here's your cover shack, whiskey. Looking like yours. Not every day you can see a dog like that.
You caught something. Mighty white fang.
Wrapped in a hammock in the Caribbean under a palm tree. It looks like you're giving a keynote at NASA.
But put it this way, when you are wearing butterfly shirt, anything is possible. Let's do this.
Who would like to join the team and make the world a softer place to live?
Shucks, you gotta feel it to believe it. Second, you're a very good model. This is in order. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, it feels so nice.
Very soft.
Yeah, what's on your cotton shirt? All right, appreciate that. Look,
It's 100% cotton. 100% cotton.
Great cut.
How did you come together? When you started? Yeah, that was good. So I have a background in college, I majored in math. Obviously, I went to MBA, but I'm very into marketing. But I only want to get involved in things like your marketing. You know, and when I put the shirt on, I was like, wow, it's good. It's right up my alley. It's athletic. I can run, play basketball in it, swim it. It goes away. It doesn't wrinkle. And I'm like, I want to be involved.
And how did you meet Gary? I had another friend of mine who's actually the COO of Butterfly now. Bobby asked me to come out and help him with some of his sales and marketing. I watched this guy closely. Dan is the most dedicated, unbelievably remarkable person I've ever met in my life.
Dan, tell us your story.
I grew up in Vietnam. My mom and my dad went take us shopping with me. And when I was 10, I made my own clothes. My mom pulled me aside and said, fashion business is very, very poor career. I want you to be a lawyer or a doctor. But my dream is to want to come to America, be a fashion designer. So I make decisions to make
Got a shirt.
whether I make my parents happy
Smooth line.
or follow my heart. So I decided to apply for a fashion school, which is called this cost $120,000. Unfortunately, I can't afford it. And my first job in fashion business was working for Mattel, making clothes for Barbie dolls. Okay. And then I worked there for 5 years, learned a lot, saved baby dollars, and then I applied for others. And then my BA degree because I'm very lucky to work with Affliction. I was a head designer for them for 10 years.
So you're the real deal.
I'm a real
Hey, so let me ask you a question. This feels amazing.
Thank you.
So how much is this shirt?
It's cost from 98 to 180.
Where are you selling them?
We strictly online right now.
100% online.
Costs are from between $20 to $25.
That is when.
How much have you sold?
7 months we do over $500,000 in sales.
How are you reaching public?
Right now, it's really everything online through either
People find
Facebook or Instagram.
Are you buying those ads?
We have a digital marketing company.
How much money have you spent running the company since November?
I invested in the company so far is $240,000 with my own money. I quit my job. I sold my house. And I cashed out my 401k. And
You're all in.
I'm on it.
Wow. You're basically selling for $100 each. Cost you what to make?
down to 25. Okay, so you've got $75 per plate. And you're acquiring customers at what price?
Right now, about $40.
Whoa. What are you going to do with the $250,000?
Well, actually, 2/3 of it's going to be going into additional inventory, and about 1/3 of it into additional marketing.
Are you bringing the marketing in-house?
That's what our goal is. That's what we need some advice on.
There are people that are extremely producing acquisition costs. Not inexpensive, but I think for what you're doing, you're going to definitely need it. That's how you're going to survive. But you're missing that piece right now. Obviously, you've got a customer acquisition cost that's less than the margin on each shirt. And so the more cash you have for advertising, the more you can make. But yet you want to put more into inventory. That money is more valuable for advertising than it is for more SKUs and refreshing SKUs. Preaching Mark. Yeah, so yeah, that's a challenge. So for those reasons, I'm out.
I've learned a lot in the last couple of years about the clothing business, all really by happenstance, because I just decided I wanted to make the clothes that I was wearing on Shark Tank the last couple of years. And so many people have been asking me for the outfits I was wearing that I'm already have my feet into that, and I just don't think it would be fair to you to take on another. So I'm out. Thank you.
Guys, I do know the clothing business is cutthroat, and I'm not willing at this point to put up the money, so I'm out.
Thank you.
Shark left, Robert. What do you do?
I just want to say that, I put everything on this company, and I just want to be here and make the deal.
Yeah, I like it. The material's incredible, and the fit looks great. I love your story, Dad. I came to America. I know a lot about this space. I made a couple investments that went really well for me. One of them is Tipsy Alps, so I like the online strategy. And I think that the guys that I'm working with and the ladies can really help you do a better job online. I can't do it for 10%. And I know how risky it is. I'll give you the $250,000, but I want 25%.
Robert, would you do $250,000 for 20%?
No, I can't do it. It's a lot of work. In my mind, I was going to go with 35%. Those are the words coming out of my mouth. And for some reason, I went to 25. I'm just doing my partner.
This is the guy.
I accept your offer.
Congratulations, man. Trying to share. Congratulations, guys.
Thank you.
I didn't even know how to consult.
I'm great at it. Trying to sell.
We got it. This is a dream come true. Shark Tank is a big help, and this
Just not me, kid.
I live in the dream. I live in it.
Dude, I don't want to fucking do all kinds of shit. I hate animals. The boy's a game hunter, dude. Yeah.
It's been 10 years since Shark Tank ignited America's entrepreneurial spirit, and we're still blazing a trail for those who take their fate into their own hands. Tonight, Sarah Blakeman, the founder of Spanx and one of the wealthiest self-made women in the world, returns to the tank.
Dude, I don't need basic. I get it. Hey, it's not like I've never used Chrome before.
That's very impressive.
Cool, dog.
You like the better way.
Use a scope.
When you're first starting
Shoot
a
this
business,
fucking
they get
bear
sellers.
right in the fucking head.
Oh, beautiful.
This is your moment, yes or no?
We'll make you proud.
I can't see. I can't see.
This fucking bear is gonna get it right in the fucking butt. Okay, get some extra rewards. Infrared vision. Oh, tight.
Shazam.
Yeah, like that, so you would just stay there.
Don't say lady, say majority.
First into the tank is a way to protect a valuable accessory.
How the fuck is this thing dead? Dude, infrared, that shit. You're shooting it in the wrong spot. It's best to shoot it like in the heart.
I'm Arlie, and we're
I'm gonna put out with misery though.
$300,000 for 25% of our company. And we're your Shark Tank weather girls. Today in the tank, it's going to be 75 degrees and sunny, with a 20% chance of rain.
You coming inside you.
Perfect day for some shopping. Come on, hurry up, let's go.
Yo, dog. Server bonus quest.
Emergency weather update. It looks like Hurricane Barbara is about to hit the tank.
Use adrenaline.
Take out your
Is it?
reindeer.
Oh, tight. Bullet time, bitch. You got that, bitch. What the fuck is this? You got that, bitch. Dude, bullet time. Love bullet time. This thing isn't dead? Bullet time. Animals escape. Completed gold event.
Are you okay? Yes. So far,
Well, bonus quest.
oh, my favorite color. Thank you.
Dude, I'm gonna slow everything down
This is
lately.
wonderful for your wife.
Thank you so much.
This should be easy.
Thank you. Thank you. For your wife also.
What do you sell them for? What's the cost?
It costs us $1.79 landed. They hook
All sizes are the same.
all sizes are the same. They
Yo,
wholesale
dog.
for $5, $7, and $9, and they retail for
Success.
$11, $15, and $20.
Bullet time.
Can you tell us your background? So first, Indiana, go Hoosiers. Yes, I graduated Indiana, and I love fashion. I majored in fashion, and I worked for 6.5 years as the director of merchandising for a large handbag company with 80 girls. And every day it was raining at work. All the girls would be like, I'm not using my handbag today, or I'm going to use the worst handbag in my closet. I call Arlie, I'm like, we need to figure out protection. So we bought shower curtains. We started cutting them on our living room floor with scissors, and we came up with our patent, utility patent pending for the closure, for the hook and loop closure of the Velcro. It lets you get in your bag easily and then seal it back up. This is a new category. This never existed before.
What have you experienced in just sales?
It's a period of time.
Yo, dog, no one gives a shit about this stuff.
Just about 3 years right now. And today,
What the fuck is this? Are you in the book?
$600,000.
Dude, this is bullshit.
Only 22 months apart, so it's kind
They're a
of
mind meld where you actually
super cute. You're almost like twins.
That's this year. That's this inception.
This year,
Great.
we've done $85,000 of sales.
Upgrade. Carbine.
First we did the test market online.
Okay,
and then we
yeah,
had
that's fine. Dude,
yes, that.
no
Then
one
they put us
fucking
in
cares.
20
Why do
doors,
games
then
do
100
this?
doors, then they kept reordering.
I hate how games are made.
We just got
Man.
into Nordstrom, Bed Bath &
Okay, no one gives a
Why
shit.
have your sales not
This
blown
shit
up?
sucks.
25,000 for a great idea.
Fuck
like
this
Should
shit.
be in the millions.
Dude, this is so stupid. You're wasting my fucking time.
We feel that we've done these sales
New
organically.
license.
We were actually in Oprah's
License to
magazine.
ill, baby.
From there, we were put on The View. We sold 10,000 units.
Okay,
So right
what
now we're at a
am I
break
doing?
even.
Just,
How much money
how
have we
about
put in?
shoot
We
shit?
raised
Oh my
$360,000
Christ.
from friends and family, and it
was basically to help us get off the ground to buy our first few
Download
rounds
to
of
try this
initial
area, you have to
investment.
download it. What the fuck is
So
this
we
shit?
own around 84% of the company.
Don't you think
Oh.
people are going to knock this off pretty fast?
So we do have 2 design patents. We've already shut down 2 copycats.
You have?
Yes.
What did it cost you to do that?
It cost us about $10,000. It was a
That's
smaller
not bad,
company.
actually.
To us,
That's yes, but it could have been a lot
More
worse.
have come back up.
So right now, very, very, very large handbag company came out with a handbag raincoat, and on their website they are calling it the handbag raincoat.
No.
And it costs $650.
Whoa.
Okay, so guys, what do you need a shark for?
We're really looking for
Go hunting.
strategic partners.
Okay,
And
John, this is John, the aim is on the
we have
helper.
other
And
ideas.
okay,
that
dude, we learned that. What is all this loading?
Igers covers, we can expand on the brand to fully own the range. This product is our blood, sweat, and tears. Our parents have really supported us. We're willing to do whatever it takes to make it work. Because we
I
know
don't see
it's
that,
going to
guys.
work.
I'm sorry, I'm really honest. I don't see that you're willing to do everything it takes. I get the vision, I get the goal. But in the interim, you've had all these peaks where you've had opportunity, and it hasn't really translated. You're hoping something triggers so that the pull-through is there. When you're hoping for that as opposed to
What are we
controlling your
shooting?
destiny, that's why it's been challenging.
I don't even know.
I wish
I
you
don't
guys
think
the best.
anyone
Thank
knows.
you.
I have 2 animals. I got 2 of them.
You said you had no marketing or advertising, which was a plus.
Correct.
I see that as a negative. Because marketing and advertising is going to be one of your most major expenses you're going to have to encounter in your growth spaces. You said that you had a potential loss. You spent $10,000 so far. That's nothing compared to what you're going to have to do to stop the giant.
Listen, I see so
Hunt
many
6 boxes and
similarities
row
from
deer.
my journey with you guys.
Fuck is
I was knocked off by a lot of big guys right when I came out. I had a patent on my product. I chose to keep inventing and coming out with the next
That was
best
a great
product.
shot.
But it's a personal decision. I chose not to sue and not to go after everybody based on how much I would use the product myself, which is part of what I like to invest in. I'm out. But I wish you guys great success.
Okay, let me give it to you by the numbers. Love numbers. This business is not worth $1.2 million. You overvalue yourself by a factor of 10.
But it's a foxes and not
I
foxing.
was intrigued by the fact that
Maybe it should be
that was
foxing.
wrong, because I know how to fix those problems very quickly. But
Help us solve
What
that.
does the fox
I love
say?
to pour money on the gasoline of
Yo,
sales.
what
not
does the
litigation.
fox
I
say?
know how to fix it, but that's not a great place to build value. I'm
Yo,
not going to stay on the shelves of retail for 4,000 sales.
dude.
So I have to give it
Oh
back.
shit, I did this thing. Wow.
Stereo stuff, all that, I love it.
So
But
help us out.
the numbers
Got a
tell the
road
truth,
here.
and honestly, I
We'll
can't.
make you proud. We
There's
will.
just no way to make money. I'm out.
So I think
What
what
the
you want
fuck is all
is
this
value
shit?
over smoke. If you have an umbrella, it's protecting everything, including the purse. It's cute. It's kitschy. I feel so bad because I adore both of you. I'd hire both of you. But on this product, I'm out.
Thank you. Thank you guys.
Hunt 3 pheasants.
Hey, we just said it in good market unison. 1, 2, 3.
Good job.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye. I think they focus too much on the numbers. I know that they're looking to make money,
Yo,
but it's scary to open a new category.
animals are scared.
And we're going to do that.
So what do you think
Road
about
deer.
I would not do that.
Roadhouse.
At this stage in their business, in relation to their sales, they have spent way too much money. Listen, when Spanx first started, it was within a year, I got a call from a big competitor.
I got a
like
mallard.
Behemoth, and they said, Sarah, we're interested in learning more about you. They flew to Atlanta. 3 months later, they launched an $8 million ad campaign for the girl who looked exactly like me on billboards and buses across the country. And I did not go after them. I did not go after them. I mean, I started it with 5 grand. I was like, where do I want my focus? Like, I need to be inventing, marketing, selling. Not, I had to make that
And
decision.
you know what? That's a major point. If you're always defensive and working on that, you're not
Hunt
applying
1 mallard.
Right.
Oh, did I leave? Shouldn't suck. Regular shot. Oh my god, don't make me do that thing again. This shit's so stupid. This shit sucks.
is John Hayes. I'm from Raleigh, North
I
Carolina,
hate
and I'm
this.
seeking
I don't like
$200,000
this
in
game.
exchange for 5% of my company
This game
reward
sucks.
stock. Sharks. Flyer miles and other travel reward points are so hard to use.
Go.
Most of us get frustrated trying to find a good deal, or worse yet, ignore points altogether. This is just too much work. At least it used to be.
Just
Until
shoot
now.
this shit.
My wife and I got married. We took an amazing honeymoon.
Dude, this gun
First
sucks.
class to the Maldives and stayed for 8 nights, $1,000 a night over the water. We got over $40,000 worth of travel.
I want to shoot
$200 in
mountain
cash.
lions and shit.
That's right. How you ask? By strategically using our proven flyer miles to pay for almost the entire trip, and that's when Reward Stock was born. Reward Stock is your automated reward travel advisor and booking service, and it's really easy to use.
Bullet
Simply
time.
create a profile with any points you already have and search where you want to go. Reward Stock figures out the best way to use your points to get there. Your next adventure could start before you
this
know it.
is fun.
And just like that, you're in paradise.
Dude. Did I get them all? I think I did really well. I don't know why there are all those fox around the fucking deer. I got one of them. Roadhouse. Hunt. What the fuck is this shit? Join the club and superboard together activity.
Don't try that at home, kids.
Sharks, what you just seen is a small slice of an awesome experience
Roadhouse.
I had on my most recent trip to Hawaii that cost me just $16 on trip flights. So who wants to help me bring experiences
Found
like this
there.
to travelers everywhere?
Hunt 3 ducks. Are they in the air?
Using my honeymoon that I mentioned as an example, right? This trip to the Maldives. The way that I got this deal is that I earned miles with one airline and traded them at a 1.5 times exchange ratio into hotel
Get
points.
this shit.
And then use those hotel points to book this awesome room. At the same time,
One,
I earned points with a second hotel, traded them with a bonus multiplier
two,
into a second airline program. I then used those airline miles on a third airline travel partner to book my first class flights.
three.
That sounds so
It
complicated.
is. The average person will never figure out how to do something like that. But now they don't have to. The way you would book that same trip and get that same deal at Reward Stock is simply search the Maldives. Our system will analyze your
Hunt a
profile,
ghost or a
figure
wood.
out all of the strategic elements
What
to
the
it,
fuck
and
is
simply
that?
show you the best option for you based
Yo,
on the
dog.
criteria that you've set. All
So
you
like,
have to
does
do
it
What
curate
the hell
like
is
all
that?
the miles that you have from credit
I don't
cards,
hunt
airline,
ghosts.
all of that? You put that
I ain't afraid of
into
no
your
ghosts.
stock, and that's your profile, and then you just figure out how to make the most out of that.
We execute all those complicated transactions for you, so you don't even have to know how it's happening. You just know
Yo,
you're
Are you familiar with a platform called Honeyphone?
I am.
That's my shark tank.
Yeah, absolutely, Kevin. And that's actually why I see a lot of synergy here.
Yes, I've seen it too.
What's good when we see something?
Yeah. What is Reward Stock's making on the transaction?
Okay, there's a few different ways. We charge a $29 a year.
What up, Bill?
On top of that, we
Thanks,
earn
baby.
referral revenue when we connect our users to products that will help them earn more points quickly.
So if someone signs up for a new car, they pay for the car.
That's exactly right. We launched our beta site 2 years ago, and in that time, we've done $50,000
Oh, dude,
in
that's a
sales.
ghost one.
Wow.
That's it.
Son of a bitch.
Won 10,000 users. And
Load.
in that testing period, we've been a free
Hunt
platform.
one
just
ghost
gather
for the
feedback
woods.
from
What the
users.
fuck is that?
So that is
No one
basically
knows.
$5
Doesn't be
a
like,
user
no.
of pure referral revenue. And we've actually even considered being a free platform altogether and focusing purely on referral revenue. And that's exactly
John, tell us about your background.
so I mentioned I'm from Raleigh. I went to Princeton University. When I graduated, I moved to Manhattan. I did merchant acquisition for several years. I was a top ranked investment banker the entire time. After this amazing honeymoon, I realized that there was a big opportunity here. So I quit my job on Wall Street. I spent the next year teaching myself how to write code and building a prototype for this.
John, what are your biggest business challenges?
Yo, dog.
We're a 4-person team.
Get it right, dog.
And we only have one full-time program in addition to myself. That's our biggest bottleneck.
How much money have you spent so far on your business, and can you shed some light on how you get to formally valuation?
I personally invested $20,000 of my own cash, and we've raised $700,000 of additional capital.
Wow.
What valuation on the $700,000?
$3.5 million valuation, and that's how we get to the $4 million valuation.
John, I have to be passionate about everything that I invest in, and this is not my wheelhouse. I'm gonna wish you all the best, but I'm out.
Thank you.
Okay, I think super smart what you're doing, but I think it's just too early for me to feel comfortable in my investment. So for that reason, I'm still uncertain.
Dude, that game sucks. Why? It's just too much bullshit. Those big game hunter made me realize how dangerous Wild Wars are. Yeah, I just fucking love. Yo, dog. Get it right, dog. I ain't never. You just move in silence and let it go. It's official.
Well, what I would say is
I
described how we got to our valuation to begin with, right? Kevin, I appreciate that offer. Let me ask you, Mark,
I'll take 18 to 10% as well, because at 5%, you're going to need me a lot more than I need you.
Part of my concern on sensitivity on valuation is that I got these convertible notes that are converted, but I have to just do it, right? So
I'm guessing they have a discount.
8%, yeah.
Okay, so if I gave you 320K, 10%, then you gave me 1% advisory shares just so I can get us more money for nothing, and you will overcome your total, right?
What's up, baby? How you living?
What's good, man? How you been?
Kicking ass, taking names. Yourself?
I wish I was doing that.
What?
How's it going?
I'm rocking out with my cock out. What's new with you?
Not much. Just here.
Very well.
I want to get your perspective of what's going on.
Specifically what?
Israel and that whole shebang over there.
Absolutely. I am a pacifist. I am a advocate for world peace. So basically, if I had my way, wherever we stood right now, we'd break up the two groups of people, like fight like they're two boxers, and we'd have to come into some kind of peace decision. So how would I do that? Frankly, this is all going to be a battle over the Temple Mount to build the third temple of Jerusalem, Solomon's third temple.
Yeah.
And so my plan is what we would do is so people don't know this. People think that is the holiest site in Islam and in Judaism, but it's not. It's the third holiest site in Islam, and it's the first holiest site in Judaism. Islam has Mecca and Medina that are considered holier sites. And what I really think that the United Nations would do eventually is tell the Muslim world essentially that, look, you can only have, and all of the world, you can only have so many religious sites due to climate change and due to all of these the words escaping me right now. Just one moment. The amount of the billions of people that travel to these religious sites in a given year, or I'm sorry, millions of people that travel in a given year. So instead, what you can do is, I think, and Israel could pay for this, to cut out the Al Aqsa Mosque, which is the dome of the Dome of the Rock as well, to cut them out and move them to put them on a boat and have that boat go to the major Muslim capitals and major religious cities of the Islamic world, and then eventually have a permanent site near Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And why that? Well, essentially, the idea of people traveling to these religious sites is going to be more and more expensive. It's going to be more and more on the resources, and pilgrimage is the word for which I was looking. Millions of people make pilgrimages to religious sites across the world, and I think the United Nations is going to say that we're going to limit the amount of pilgrimages that people can do, because it's literally millions of people, and it's a lot of perhaps unnecessary traveling. And so what should be done, I feel, is to take the Al-Aqsa Mosque, have it go to the major cities of Islam, so that they can see it in Jakarta, and they can see it in really every coastal city, and then eventually have it in the New World. And the reason why the New World is because there isn't a Muslim religious holy site in the New World. So basically, there are a lot of Muslims in the New World who would, I think, appreciate having the ability to be able to pray at a place, have a religious site in the New World, and not have to go to the Middle East, basically. And then from there, the plan is to rebuild the Beit HaMikdash, as we call it in Judaism, the Temple of Jerusalem, and that will be done. It's not that big. I mean, I've seen plans for it, and there's already a temple institute that has the uh, the blueprints and um, the small scale models for it. And then I think that it will be rebuilt, and then essentially Judaism will get what it wants, which is the temple rebuilt. Muslims will perhaps get what they want, which is perhaps many Muslims want a new site for the Al-Aqsa Mosque and the Dome of the Rock, and it would all be preserved. And then hopefully that would be the start to world peace. That's my plan.
I got you. I got a better one.
Hit me with it. I'm open to any kind of ideas.
I think they should just build a new mosque right there in Gaza. It's very close to where they're disputing the land for, and Israel can pay for it.
Well,
then they don't have to fucking travel that far, and it's right there.
Well,
Convenient.
To my knowledge, Gaza does have some mosques, or at least places of worship. I personally see those people as somewhat cut from the same cloth, and I would eventually. There's a plan to develop Greater Israel, which is all the land between the Nile River and the Euphrates River, and for that all to be Israel someday. But in order to do that, you'd either have to massacre millions of people of non-Jews, or you could have a program over the course of 7 or 10 or 20 years where they could assimilate into the Israeli state, and then they'd all be Israelis, just like a Jew would be. But additionally to that, there's the idea that many of the kings and the monarchs, and just regular Muslims as well, already have Jewish lineages. And it's like, well, how does that work? They're Muslim. Well, Muhammad only came about during 600 Common Era. So those people had to be something before they were Muslim. And many of them before then were Jews. So if they've been marrying within the same families over the of thousands of years, or about 1600 years, there's a very high probability that they're still of Jewish lineage. And so the plan would be essentially to have a super state in the Middle East, from the Nile River to the Euphrates River of Greater Israel, so that perhaps the idea would be for Gaza and Judea to basically be of one land and one people. But that's not a decision that I get to make currently. Maybe someday when my stream goes viral. But until then, I'm just here watching it like a bystander. But I don't think you have a bad idea. There's perhaps the idea to have some kind of plan to build a mosque in Gaza.
Yeah, my opinion, right? I don't think you could ever make a greater Israel, because it's just, the conflict is just way too bad.
Oh, that's the plan.
Nobody will ever accept it.
That's happening. People used to say you'd never have an Israel, and that happened in 1948. Greater Israel is the plan. if you get really deeply into the trenches of what Jews want, it's Greater Israel. It's, in fact, on the Israeli flag, if you can see the Israeli flag here, there are two lines of blue, and one represents the Nile River, and the other represents the Euphrates River. It's going to happen. It's just a matter of time.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. I don't see it happening because you literally got other nations involved that are just gonna, you know what I'm saying? It's good aspirations, but I just don't. I don't think.
Well, if you've seen
the idea is, you know,
if you've seen recently, there have been diplomatic talks between Israel and the United Arab Emirates and Israel and Saudi Arabia, which they never had previously. They're becoming closer states to the point where within a modern society, I could see them merging into one.
Yeah, but those are different. Those are not Palestine.
Well,
you have to convince the people of Palestine.
And so the way that you would do that,
include them into the deal, but
I'm in agreement with you on that.
Just to take over the land, I don't think that's, you know what I mean? Like,
the people of Judea and Samaria and the people of Gaza, you would assimilate them into Israel. I'm in agreement with you on that. And you give them all of the rights that a Jew has after a certain amount of time, and then you'd bring peace there. If not, there will be a massacre of millions of people, and I want to avoid that.
Well, I think we're already there, though, the massacre of millions of people. Because I don't see this. I don't see both sides backing down, and it's unfortunate, right? I'm not Jewish, and I'm not. You know, my origins are from the Americas, so. But I do. I think we talked about before how I do have Masonic roots.
Yes.
And in Masonry, if you don't know, we do talk about Hiram Abiff.
Of course, I'm a Freemason as well.
Solomon's Temple.
Absolutely.
Yeah. You know, so I do understand how they wanted to build the temple, and you know,
and
I understand the whole background.
And that's the plan, and that will happen. It's just a matter of time.
I know, but I think in current time, you know, I think there needs to be a better way of, besides just bloodshed, there should just be, there just has to be, you know what I mean, like, it's 2023, there has to be smarter ways of dealing with people, but psychologically, you don't have to just fucking shoot tanks and do all that. Just, you know, I'm not saying you have to manipulate people, but you can hire the best psychologists to really, like, kind of help you establish, you know, what you want to do without total annihilation of, you know, destruction of buildings and kids and all that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just too barbaric. It seems too barbaric to follow through with that plan the way that people want to do it in Israel.
That's your opinion. You're certainly entitled to it.
Well, I mean, it just shows on television. You just kind of divide people across the world, you know. And what you really want is you want public support for your ideas, right? You don't want to alienate millions and billions of people in the process of, for a certain land. And another problem I see is, like, all it takes is one nut job from one of these countries. And if they nuke the place over there, then what happens? You can never use that land. So it's kind of like we're in an age, an era where the Bible and the Quran and Oh shit, there's a car going down the wrong way. Oh my god, what a fucking moron. Holy shit. Sorry, dude, I just saw a car going down the wrong way on the highway.
That's crazy.
Holy fuck. Oh my god, dude.
What
Holy
highway?
shit. Huh?
What
I'm over here in Stockton, California.
Sure. What? So on the 5?
Maybe you're going the wrong way. 5?
Yeah, the 5, man. That's a big highway.
No, man, I'm a truck driver. I don't go the wrong way. Who the fuck are you telling me I'm going the wrong way? You're a clown.
Do you get to?
Yeah, man. So.
Do you get to listen to a lot of podcasts while driving?
I listen to like just global geopolitics.
Very cool.
Yeah, so that's why I wanted your perspective, Rabbi. Just things are going on.
Well, in conclusion, I don't want people to die, and I want as few people to die as possible.
Yeah. I got you.
Very well.
Same here, man. That's just it's bad for the markets, you know. Well, it might be good because what I'm hearing is going to draw liquidity into the markets, pump stocks and Bitcoin. But I don't know about.
I don't care about coins and currencies. I don't think people should die, and I don't. To me, all of that type of liquidity and currencies, that's all secondary to this. I think that we should see people as they are, as humans, and avoid human bloodshed at any cost, as much as is possible.
Yeah. Yeah, same here. That's why I wish both sides could work out their differences.
It's pretty late for you to be driving, isn't it?
Oh no, man! I'm just getting started.
Oh, okay. So you drive overnight?
Yeah.
What's your route?
Here in Tracy, California, to Sacramento, and then I go up to Chico.
So you do like a Northern California route?
Yeah.
Very nice. You enjoy being a truck driver?
Well, I mean, I've been all over the fucking United States for like over a decade, so I've been everywhere.
I have a lot of respect for truck drivers, almost like veterans, for what you guys do. The whole country.
I enjoy it.
Well, but it's dangerous, it's lonely, it's very admirable.
I mean, well, I take the time to educate myself, right, about what's going on and stuff. I guess. So I like it in that perspective because I like to drive and I like to learn. But other people, I don't know what the fuck they do with their lives. They're dumb as a rock and they can't drive.
What are your thoughts on self-driving vehicles?
I think it's wishful thinking because the infrastructure isn't there. And I really don't see for 80,000-pound vehicles, I don't see why you would want to do that. You know what I'm saying? Like us truck drivers already have a hard time, and we can respond a lot quicker than a robotic or a computer software or AI. So it's kind of like, I don't know, you're going to see a lot of accidents and stuff like that.
Don't you think that that AI will improve to the point where they'll be better than humans?
No. Because look, I'm a veteran in this game, right? Nobody can beat me out here. I can drive 70 miles an hour on ice in Wyoming. Not wrecking. I can literally, I've driven through blizzards and all that. Like, you can't touch this. No AI is going to be able to touch that. It's going to freeze your electronics, your little sensors. I don't have sensors, you know. I'll be everything. So, in that perspective, there's like I just see myself superior to any technology that you can put out there. And I can't say that for any other drivers, right? Other drivers are trash, like I said. It's just individual of how you build your skills and how good you are.
I understand it. I just think it's a matter of time until AI is able to surpass human abilities.
I'm telling you, they cannot. You can't. There's things that I can do that AI can't do. I can go out and clean the windshield. I can go out and clean the sensors. I gotta go throw chains. I get, you know, I get to listen to traffic, radio traffic on my CB. Learn what's ahead, what's going on with fog. You know, there's a lot of things that it's not just like a SoCal roads, you know. You're talking about grades, uphills, mountains. You're talking about, you know, wildlife. You're talking about, there's just so much, man. So much that goes into building a truck driver than just going like on a flat road, going up and down. You know what I mean? It's not that.
I understand what you're saying.
And just AI, I just don't see AI going out there and cleaning out your windshield wipers. I don't see AI. You know what I mean? If your electronics fail, what are you going to do? Remember, these trucks fail a lot, man. I drive these things for years. I've been sitting on the side of the road. I've had to, like, restart the thing. You know, sometimes the truck has to go to the shop. Like, there's stuff that AI cannot touch. You can't do that. You need a human component to that.
What about defrosters?
Like I said, all it comes down to is if your computer starts failing, it won't matter. Because these computers are so mad. They have like 2 or 3 computers. It's not just one. So that's what I'm saying. Like, your defrosters may work, but something in your region, in your fuel filter stuff, may fail. Or, you know, what are you going to do when you have to throw chain controls? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just impossible. I'm telling you, because the layout of the land, it's just not there. And once you get out of California and you start going up to Arizona, out in the desert, New Mexico, you need, like, a lot of equipment and miles of cable, electronics, you know what I mean?
I do.
Like miles and miles and miles. So, if anything fails, if a car hits one of these components that are out there built to navigate these trucks, it can derail the whole little system. You know what I mean? Like, it has to be built like a train track to keep the trucks in a particular, you know. Like, if you build it that way, yeah, it could work, you know, but you have to build new roads, new sensors, new cameras, everything, but like miles of it, you know, like I'm talking about thousands and thousands of miles.
I understand what you're saying.
Just to go, you get what I'm saying? Like, it's just impossible. And then the trucks are not on rails.
Right.
So you're literally on tires. You gotta get fuel. They're trying to go all electric. So even with that, a truck can only go about 400 miles on an electric charge. And what are you gonna do? You gotta plug it in. How are you gonna plug it in? AI can't plug it in. Sure, you can get a robot to come, like, you know, that is a possibility. But then there's just a lot of. You still need humans for this. It's just an industry that I don't see humans out of it because A, the loads, B, you're still gonna have to deal with officers. There's any kind of vehicle accidents, you still need, you know.
I understand what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just impossible. Like I said, man, believe me, I've been everywhere. I have the credentials to back up everything. I've never been in a wreck.
Thank God, that's amazing.
Yeah, man. I've never hit a vehicle. Ever. Knock on wood, you know. But I keep my safe space, my safe distance. I can go down mountains. One of the biggest grades in Northern America is in the Colorado. Just before you get to Denver, it's like 13,000 feet. That shit is fucking wicked, man. Like going down. I don't know if you remember. There was a truck driver, like a Mexican guy or something, that lost control of his brakes. Went down the grade and killed like a bunch of people. He was hauling like lumber. It was all over the news. People were protesting a few years ago. It was out there in Colorado.
It's a very dangerous job.
Yeah. But I don't want to do it that much longer. I just did it because I wanted to travel and try to see the country. Make some good money, you know. But other than that, like, I want to get into video editing software, you know, like making cool videos for people. I want to go to school for that.
I understand what you're saying. I think that with today's type of technology, you'd be able to do whatever you want and get it all online.
Yeah, because you know, we can spice up your YouTube channel, add like kind of cool stuff, like your live stream and all that. That's what I'm talking about. Like, I just want to be an entertainment kind of, where you can do kind of cool software, just, you know, edit videos. Everybody's online on their phones all the time, so it just makes sense.
You're right. I think that really in your position, you can learn a lot on podcasts and with virtual learning.
Yeah. The only problem is, like, you have to apply it, so I've watched a few videos, but you kind of have to sit there and, like, you know, click through your mouse and do the little things and stuff like that. Like OBS, remember we were talking about streaming on OBS, live stream, where you get to do different things for your... Well, I think it was for me because I wanted to do a podcast with you. I wanted to bring you on my gaming channel. I told you I need a camera and a mic, and you get set up before I bring you on. We can talk about video games. Because I know yesterday you were talking about FIFA and NFL, which was kind of interesting.
That's correct.
That's it, Rabbi.
Sounds good, my man. You take care.
Okay, buddy.
Adios, my friend.
Adios.
Hi, it's Daddy. It is now 9 o'clock p.m. Hi, Nip Daddy. It is now 10:00 p.m.
Crews at the Gaza war continue arriving in a devastating Middle East war are growing as clashes with Iranian-backed Hezbollah intensify. Over Israel's northern border with Lebanon, and Israel presses ahead with its plans for a ground incursion into Gaza aimed at destroying Hamas. Iran has warned of a possible preemptive action against Israel in the coming hours as Israel readies for a ground offensive around the Gaza Strip. Dr. John Curtis online columnist.com with us here. John, it's getting worse. It's not getting any better, is it? Suspect in the disappearance of Natalie Ireland. Remember her is suspected to be taken a plea deal after being charged with an extortion fraud involving the holiday family. Natalie Ireland was 18 years old when she took a senior trip to Aruba in May of 2005 with Matthew Ridge High School. Natalie Ireland was last seen leaving a bar with going to sleep, but she was never found. In January 2012, a judge legally declared Ireland dead after a request from her friend. Matthew Ridge is facing charges of extortion and wire fraud in the U.S. after he allegedly attempted to sell that holiday Natalie's mother information about the location of her daughter's home in the same state. The Food and Drug Administration is considering banning certain growth-storing products, saying they are linked to hormone-related cancers and can cause long-term adverse health effects. According to an FDA release, the agency is considering a ban on formaldehyde, another formaldehyde releasing chemical called methylene glycol, and sprinkling products. The agency said the chemical those formulas release human carcinogens that can cause long-term adverse health effects.
So 320K, 10%, 1% advisory share. formulated so that it works within your opening clothes.
Mark, you got a deal. Congratulations. Thank you all so much. We got a deal with Mark here. He's going to help us put some additional capital in. We'll increase our technical resources. We'll be able to deliver this solution to people all over the country.
Here's to you and Scott. We make lots of money. They have to carry pumps all the time.
Brian, that's it. After appearing on Shark Tank, we've expanded cricket chips to over 1,200 stores, and we're getting millions of people eating bugs. So here's to Shark Tank and another 10 years of changing lives and making dreams come true.
Next in the tank is an innovation for a common household tool.
Hello, Sharks. My name is Evan Dobson, founder of Wisp Industries, and I want to introduce you to the Wisp, a revolutionary floor cleaning system that's in the process of disrupting a category that hasn't changed in centuries: sweeping. We can literally re-engineer the broom and the dustpan, bring the bristles up, make it for a more efficient and unique action we call wisping. We all know what it's like to use an old broom and a dustpan. It requires two hands in a side-by-side motion. To use the pan, you gotta bend down, put it straight on your back and your knees. And we all know it takes to get that last pesky line of debris. But no more. The Wisp is intentionally lightweight to be used with one hand in a pulling motion. The bristles are short, dense, and 90 degrees to the floor. Perfect seal to that surface. The patented Wisp pan is amazing. It literally allows you to apply pressure with your foot.
We had
So
something like
step on the back
that.
here and see how that creates that perfect seal, allowing you to easily bring in that debris effortlessly. On the side of the pan are combs that allow you to clean that bristle. Wow! The evolution of sweeping is wisping. That's why we're seeking $500,000 for 10% of the company. So come on, Sharks. Who wants to join a team with us right now and make sweeping changes all across the globe?
Have you sold any of these things?
Yes, we sold over 100,000 units today.
And how much?
And over 3.3 million in sales lifetime.
Is any of this protected or?
All of it. Everything you look at has a design patent and utility patent.
So what was your profit last year?
Did not have a profit last year. We had a loss due to two very significant events where it ate into our margin. We were on a couple of shows where we had to do revenue share. There was an inherent marketing cost to reach that many eyeballs.
So you offer your product at half price. It's 50% off to the customer. So basically, if you have a 50% markup on your product, you make no money, but you get a lot of eyes on your product.
So 20,000 units in 4 hours. Very little.
But what about the rest of the year? What was your sales last year?
1.43.
You made no money on that?
We lost 600,000.
Holy shit.
How'd you do that? That's hard to do.
There was a lot of decisions that I made, and I take full responsibility for it. I had many people that were on consistent kind of compensation schedules, and I learned that was, when times were lean, that was a bad decision on my part, but I made those changes.
The sales reps that
Yeah, and people that market.
How much have you raised? And how much have you raised?
I've raised close to $2.5 million over 6 years.
You're doing this 6 years? So we don't even know what does one cost and what does it cost to make.
The configuration you're looking at right here costs $29.95, and our cost of goods at 17 were $8.50.
So the problem is you're competing with an $8.99 broom.
Yes.
And how much do you have in inventory there?
We have about $300,000.
Why did you buy so much inventory?
In 2016, we went viral to over 110 million views. And we sold out like that. So instantaneously, we need more inventory. We brought it in.
You got caught up.
because it took time. All of our search and exposure started dissipating, and we had to start that back up again. So we did another event, and we keep doing this roller coaster. What we're looking at with your help would be to bring in a more consistent, economical way to create a supply chain, and then really go after what we believe is our online image.
Okay, so what are your cumulative losses since the beginning of inception? How much have you lost? Total. Does that mean you've lost 2.5? What?
$50,000.
So you have $50,000 in the bank, $300,000 in inventory, some IP, but effectively you're down $2 million, or $2.1 million in the hole.
All sharks are still in. They've discovered that Evan is over $2 million in debt for his own business risk.
Effectively, you're down $2 million, or $2.1 million in the hole.
Well, I don't believe I'm doing a really good job of painting the exact picture because we know that the products sell, and what I'm here for is to I've made mistakes. And
I think you did it. A for effort, F for execution. And I think you know that. So for those reasons, okay.
Well, the product clearly works. I mean, that's the intriguing part. I mean, year after year after year, you've made no money. That's very depressing. So the question is, do you need adult supervision so that you get focused on one thing? Because there must be somebody that wants a room that works. It's just how do you find it?